day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
There were 3 drunken maidens come from the Isle of Wight. They drank from Monday morning or stopped till Saturday night. When Saturday night was come, me lads, they wouldn't then go out. But these 3 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. And in come Punch and Sally with her cheeks as red as bloom. Move up, me jolly sisters, and give young Sally some room. For I'll be your equal before that I go out. So these 4 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. There was woodcock and pheasant and partridge and hare, and every sort of dainties, no scarcity was there. There was 40 quarts of beer, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these 4 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Then in there come the landlord asking for his fee, and a 40-pound bill, me lads, those girls were forced to pay. They had £10 apiece, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these 4 drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Feathered hats, your mantles rich and fine, they've all been swallowed up in tankards of good wine. And where are your maidenheads, you maidens brisk and gay? We left them in the alehouse and drank them clear away.
Dona is requiem. si salterà, l'ora bella speranzare tiene buon monterà, c'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella speranzare tiene buon monterà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride un verso bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no, we long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
will constant be. Come wind, come weather, there's no discouragement shall make him once relent his first avowed intent to be a pilgrim. Whoso beset him round with dismal stories, who but themselves confound his strength the more is. No lion can him fright, hail with a giant fight, but he will have a right to be a pilgrim. Hobgoblin or foul fiend can daunt his spirit. He knows he at the end shall life inherit. Then fancies flee away, hail, fear not what men say. He'll labor night and day to be a pilgrim. Who would true valor see? Let him come hither. One here will constant be. Come when, come weather. There's no discouragement shall make him once relent his first avowed intent to be a pilgrim.
As I was a-walking one morning in spring, to hear the lark's whistle, hear the connie bird sing, I heard a fair maiden a-making her moan. Oh, alas, I'm a stranger and a long way from home. I came from sweet England with mother and dad. They fought in America.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Another day of DreamLeague here. Season 25 continues. Neither rain nor snow nor patch update in the middle of a group stage is going to stop DreamLeague. It's common occurrence, and we're super excited for it. Brand new things here. At the last day of group stage as well, an important day for some of these teams. And now they've got the chance to continue a story we've been spinning about them, which is innovation. They've done it on an old patch. Now they get to do it on a new one.
Exactly. In particular here, we're going into, our matchup here. We have Heroic, who are 6-6. We're going to be casting them going up against Extreme Gaming, who sadly are mathematically out by this point. Yeah. They're 2-10, so they're, just fighting to try and, earn some honor at least towards the very end. But it's a good time to try out new stuff and new patch as well. We have a massive patch dropping. Absolutely crazy amount of stuff. So you gotta be quick if you're Heroic. You need this win. You better not have missed something important in the patch, because you need to claim out a quick W.
Yeah, and there's a lot to read. You look at some teams like Liquid with a depth of staff with their coaches and stuff like that. You've got more eyes on the patch notes. If you're just a team, if you don't have a coach or something, you're like, oh god, we've got a lot to get through here. There's map changes, hero changes, items, all the stuff.
That's where it's so good to be in a team, because you need multiple people. Like it took me, I do always a patch read, on the patch day. It took me 3 hours and 40 minutes just to read through and get initial impressions, and I skipped a lot of stuff, dude.
Without processing, you've got to add that processing time as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have to internalize that. Of course, here we have the Group B as well, the standings, Team Spirit looking fantastic. But yeah, that's where having a good staff and also having a team where all of you can, kind of divide and conquer and quickly learn the patch and share the vital information with each other is going to be so important. You got to communicate this.
And of course, we are kind of halfway through EPT as well, Season 3, as we've already had a DreamLeague, ESL1 Bangkok, and we're their third tournament of the season as we head towards the Esports World Cup, getting these points up and running, as we already have some teams who are at the top of their groups and getting some of these early points already on the way to Riyadh.
Yeah, it's plenty of points to fight towards, and of course, we're heading towards the end of this group stage. We'll see which teams are going to be the ones to manage to claim the big points available, but already saying farewell to a few of them as they're dropping out. But I'm excited, man. I can't believe that we got a patch right before our final day of casting in the group stage. Gonna be a blessed day.
I honestly kind of prefer it this way. I'm not sure the players do, but as a caster, as a spectator, I like it. But back in the day, we used to have the old Star Ladders. They were the meme tournament that always had the mid-tournament patch. But back then we had the reversion, right? We used to revert to the tournament patch, stay playing on that. I like it when there's brand new stuff for people to toy with and play with. And you talk about Dota being a cyclical game. Just bring back some old stuff, maybe. Comfort picks start to reemerge.
I mean, it's different from player to player as well in the pro scene. I've talked to a lot of people back when, I used to play as well a lot. It's very different. Some people are happy to have a patch drop because they feel like they're going to be at an advantage knowing that they can quickly understand the patch. And it really comes down to that. How quickly can you break down what is good and find, you can find an individual hero being good, but can you find a 5-man lineup that is, beyond broken? And how fast can you do that? That's going to be the key thing. I personally find it to be fun. It rewards creativity. It rewards teams that can adapt on the spot. The only thing in the past was, we previously have had a long time ago in Dota, there was like, some teams knew about the patch before, so they already prepared some stuff.
The leaks and stuff.
Yeah, leaks of the patch. But honestly, I don't think that's a big thing anymore. I haven't heard of anyone getting like heads up stuff that's generally held between the devs and the testing squad.
You might get an idea if you like suggest something and you're like, maybe it's going to come through, but...
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of any team having like competitive edge there. No. In that anymore, which is good, because there was a time where tier A teams would have information and tier B teams would be like, what the hell, dude, we don't know anything.
How did you know that Roshan was getting a new home somewhere? Yeah, like you say, kind of rewarding that innovation. We saw the prize pool a few moments ago, and we see the schedule for today there on the C stream or the Storm stream. Extreme Heroic, like you said, our first series up, and then Liquid Boom going to be with Rick and Zach a little later on, so we can focus in on that first series. You've already brought up the fact that Extreme Gaming down and out. They have been relegated, maybe looking just to keep that, the pride of the Chinese region. These two teams kind of left in, Yakult Bros holding it up. Extreme Gaming still have a bit of that pride to play for and show off some funny stuff with a new patch, while Heroic desperately need points. But Extreme Gaming, do you think they come into this level-headed after such a devastating group stage?
I think for Extreme Gaming, it's the best case scenario, right? Like, if you already are eliminated in a group stage, it feels so bad to have to keep playing it. It's a little bit tough as a pro player, but to have a new patch, it gives you all the new reason to actually play these games and, take it very seriously and feel like there's something to play for. You can get vital information. Yeah, you have now something else to gain, which is knowledge. That's the biggest gift of them all, Gareth. You can learn something moving forward. And this will be a great time for teams to experiment.
Of course, New smiling as always. I'm sure he's got some tricks up his sleeve. I was looking at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker for these teams as well. We'll come to Heroic later, but Extreme Gaming, New had a couple of victories today. I think he was playing Magnus a couple of times. Looked like he was having an all right time. Yep. The rest of the Extreme Gaming players continuing the lost streak, even in their pubs.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough, but yeah, Magnus, one of the big heroes that you mentioned there, been on the uptick ever since this patch hit the floor. Everyone is kind of eyeing up Magnus. Another big hero that I think absolutely should not go through the pick phase is going to be that Dragon Knight. He is absurd now. We already had a strong Dragon Knight, Gareth, but now, let me tell you, he is the winner by far of this patch. The red facet is not okay. It needs to get nerfed ASAP. So for people who don't know, it gives him AoE stun, first of all, which is kind of nice. That used to be a 25 talent. It increases his AoE overall in his abilities. And then it also gives him magic damage per hit. So no longer Battle Fury, but that magic damage per hit is absurd. It works on buildings, it shreds heroes. It does way too much, man.
Yeah, that's where that recon comes in, right? Have they looked at the stats? Have they seen this Dragon Knight in play in pubs? Because you're coming to Heroic now, middle of the table, needing victories here. They've absolutely, demolished some of the lower level teams in this group, but definitely struggled against the higher level. So middle of the table where they currently find themselves. But if they 2-0 Extreme, they could find themselves heading towards those playoffs. Although looking at their pubs recently, I actually didn't see any. Dota 2 Pro Tracker was like, nah, they've not played any. So I'm wondering if, Cats has got them all lined up doing scrims all day today.
They just go to bed, wake up. It's like, what the hell? There's a patch. We weren't prepared.
It was like, what's that?
Yeah. But for sure, I think if they haven't had time to play a bunch of pubs, at least they probably played some scrims or just, talked between each other what to do and what they want to do. I feel like it's going to be very, very interesting to see the approach from these teams. We should be completely seeing some new heroes rise in popularity and priority. Magnus being one of the big ones for sure, as you mentioned earlier. But even stuff like, for me, Mirana is one of the big ones. Mirana has increased a lot in win rate. She has a missed chance on Starstorm now as one of her facets. And the other facet is a root when she leaps. She can root targets. Both of those are really amazing. So her win rate increase has also been really impressive. For reference for your viewers, Dragon Knight upticked by 10% on this patch dropping. So
in one day.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an absurd number. But Mirana's still up by like 4%, looking pretty good.
And is that like support Mirana? Carry?
I think either. You can play it core and support. I think the root might be better for support, but +4 you could be greedy and go for the Starstorm for extra damage. It makes the secondary star do full damage. So you get a lot of damage nuke from it. And of course, if you leap in and Starfall, the enemy cannot fight back since they're blinded. They have mischance.
Oh, I'm super curious to see how it goes. It looks like we've got a draft ready for us, though. Extreme Gaming against Heroic. It's kicking off now with a couple of bans already out. We'll see where that priority lies. Currently, a lot of toxic heroes being banned. Veno, Phoenix, there's the Magnus you talked about, the Abaddon and the Viper now as well. And thinking about when new patches have hit historically, a lot of players and teams kind of go back to solid staple cores of Dota. Like back in the day, we had that Drow Visage kind of thing, right? With an identity draft is kind of what I'm looking at here. And now Dota more often than not has like identity heroes. Like you play around a hero around a stronger timing, like this Beastmaster that they ban out.
Yeah, you always want to play around the guy who's like your most active hero, and then someone else can perhaps farm up a little bit meanwhile. But dude, I'm looking at this right here. Extreme Gaming did not ban out the Dragon Knight. It is a potential first pick. I actually think it would be insanely strong. Heroic are smiling a lot right now as well, thinking about things.
Yeah, thinking about that Dragon Knight. Schofield just flexing on us.
Yeah, he is.
Sitting in his chair. He's ready for this.
Okay, that's kind of telegraphing they might want to play it too. Banning out the racer. Here he comes. Oh boy, I think they messed up. By the way, a little note to why Dragon Knight is strong. Mid Dragon Knight is actually on the rise because bottle refilling is gone, baby. I'm so happy about it. You can no longer bottle refill mid, so it's more about that 1v1, the sustainability on the mid lane, and that's where Dragon Knight shines. You know, he doesn't care about bottle so much. He just buys double bracer and hits people. Look at the players, man. You can see they're like kids on Christmas, seeing them play a competitive game on this patch already.
Fun new heroes, fun new stuff. So you've run through the Dragon Knight changes. Undying got hit with a couple of buffs as well. Damage on Decay kind of scaled upwards by about 10. Soul Rip mana gets rescaled, so it's cheaper earlier on. Flesh Golem looks like the heal got nerfed a little bit. Slow, sorry, got heal.
Noteworthy for Undying is that the 10 increased damage on Decay is pretty good since he does have the multiplier on his damage on Decay. So he will do a lot of damage to creeps using this. So we'll make it easier for him to farm. It's still 2 times damage on creeps, so now it scales up to a wonderful damage for clearing creep waves.
So he didn't get massive buffs, just like it's rescaled to kind of be a bit stronger and healthier earlier on, because the 10 damage he gets from Decay came from his level 10 talent, basically.
Yeah. Also, a big thing we haven't really talked about, but we can already talk about a little bit here as we're going through the draft. Tormentor has changed now, right? You only have 1 Tormentor, and it is very important to take. Everyone gets 250 gold in your team. So that's really, really big, on top of the shard. So it's not like the previous Tormentor where only the last hit guy got gold. Now everybody gets gold immediately as well. I'm actually willing to say that Tormentor might be more important almost than Roshan to a degree.
And Torment is still like the same like ease of killing it, right?
Yeah, it's not very hard to kill. It's just it's very far. It's in the southeast or the northwest corner. So you have to go to the very corner to take it down pretty much. But it's close to the gates, the teleport gates. So you can...
And it spawns minute 15?
Still think it spawns... Yeah, I can't remember top of my head if they changed the spawn timer.
I feel like they did. I saw they changed it in Turbo to minute 7:30. So I assume...
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Tormentor now spawns for the first time at 15. Right. So it's not as though you're giving up Roshan to take it. You could Tormentor at 15, and then we usually see Roshan at like 20 plus, right?
Yep. Exactly.
So it might just pull things forward a little bit. But yeah, it's going to force people to fight around Tormentor minute 15 for that early shard and a lot of cash influx.
So Undying I like as a response to Dragon Knight, by the way, since he has so much HP. A big HP pool is always good to have, especially when Dragon Knight now is not all physical. So being low armor is not the worst. Mars, however, that Bulwark is going to be fake safety. You know, if you skill up Bulwark, you usually don't take any right-click damage, but the magic damage of DK will penetrate through that fully. So a little bit risky for him. Warlock gets picked up by Heroic. His soup, as we call it, was nerfed. The Upheaval has less lingering duration, now only 1 second instead of 3. But they did also buff his laning stage a bit by giving him more right-click damage.
Even more trading capability. Feels good. And I guess, like, Upheaval, it used to be that Upheaval was the skill that you played Warlock for a couple of months ago, but now it's much more about the heal, the bonds. Yeah. So it doesn't feel that bad losing something from Upheaval when it was a... Like, it's not even a secondary ability. It's like a tertiary ability that you barely level anymore.
I agree. It's not as bad. And we're already seeing shifts here in the picks, you know. Ooh. Obviously, Extreme Gaming, very smart to ban out the Meepo. We don't even really need to mention it too much, but Yuma, Meepo player, Meepo, second highest win rate increase after Dragon Knight, increasing his win rate by about 5.5% or so since the patch. So it makes a lot of sense to get rid of him. But Snapfire coming out, a hero that got some buff to, I believe, her little
little shredder, yeah.
Shredder, yeah.
It looks like the universal balance change I'm not going to go into because there's numbers. There's a lot of them. So I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf, but yeah, definitely a buff to Little Shredder. And this kind of comes back to like the old classic cores of Dota, right? On a new patch, you look for these elements which are always true. Batrider has spell immunity piercing, lasso, disable. Snapfire has lots of attacks that kill Tombstone and Supernova. You pick Snap to kind of kill the tomb, do a lot of damage there, and add even more team fight to what Warlock brings.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Snapfire seems like a fun hero to bring back, and it's something that they have played a lot as well in the past. It was a hero that dominated South American meta very hard for quite a while, and now we haven't seen it. But bringing it back, Warlock, Snapfire, good AoE teamfight ultis, and a DK to fight around. They can rally around him. We'll just see what heroes they want to pair into it as well. Extreme now, though, have to reveal some cards.
Drow Ranger.
Ooh, are we gonna see the shard build? She got her vantage point buffed to do 10% more vantage point damage as a high ground damage. So it's 30% buff now. Also, she got some interesting changes. Her Gust can go 0 mana cost if you take the talent.
5 seconds
Oh, yeah.
I do believe that losing the Frost Arrow damage on level 10, she used to have a 15 Frost Arrow damage talent. It hurts her pretty bad to not have that anymore. But of course, a hero that has been used a lot against stuff like Dragon Knight. Drow can do a lot of damage, even through otherwise tanky heroes.
Yeah, definitely can. Just having that positional advantage as well. So now you've got Tombstone, Arena, and this vantage point from the Drow standing on top of the glacier. There's a lot of spells to play around here. So if extreme gaming, you get into a good tactical position, use terrain to their advantage from a high ground spot. There's a lot that can come out and surprise Heroic.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that Drow Ranger does really well when the enemy cannot close the distance on her. And Warlock and Snapfire are 2 backline supports. You don't have a Clockwork here. You don't have some hero who goes in and bothers the Drow. So it's going to be the core's job now to close distance on the Drow Ranger.
And anything specific about Tusk? Just Tusk is good laner with the Mars, I guess?
Yeah, they slightly buffed up the drinking buddies, but I think we're still likely to see the tag team instead. They buffed the damage on his Aghanim Scepter, so the kick does 550 damage now, which is a significant number. However, it came at the cost of them making it so that you can't use kick if you're in Snowball. So the old play of like blink in, insta Snowball, kick the enemy out afterwards does not exist anymore. Yeah, that was very cheesy because there was almost no counterplay. If you didn't have like a link and something to counter the kick, you basically just couldn't do anything because Tusk was immediately snowballing himself.
Only Tiny is allowed to do that.
Yeah, but the 550 damage catches my eye a bit, you know, like that Aghanim Scepter hurts now.
That's hefty. Team fight on top of team fight on top of team fight. Now we've got an Enigma to come out and play. Yeah. Enigma Snapfire lane, looking like they're going to be playing into an Undying and a Drow Ranger.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they have all the big team fight spells, as you mentioned. Enigma can be decent against Drow, but not amazing necessarily. And, well, Enigma did get buffed in the patch. I feel like his buff was small enough that it didn't really keep pace with some of the other heroes' buffs. His win rate has actually not increased, it's gone down a little bit. But we still know what this hero can do. He can be very, very threatening with the tempo he can bring. The Eidolons can push a lot. Now Eidolons and Warlock Golem, they could definitely bring down towers quickly, especially, again, Dragon Knight is stronger at taking towers now. Magic damage working on towers. I cannot stress how OP that is. Like, Mindbreaker has the same effect, by the way, or used to have the same effect. And I loved taking Mindbreaker back then just for pushing buildings faster. And now you can do it, you know, with Dragon Knight without having a neutral item.
Yeah, just straight up. I'm really liking how this heroic draft has developed, though. Looking at extreme gaming needing, like, Mars notoriously bad at, like, keeping up with pace, needs that blink to pay off, to be active and play alongside this Tusk and Undying. Heroic have this Enigma to kind of soak up a lot of space, keep pressure up, and make the map very small just with, you know, aura items. Then you've got a lot of team fight behind that as well. So if Heroic are... we're looking at both teams really realizing that Tormentor, Roshan, all these big key objectives that are coming that little bit faster are incredibly important to fight around. We need these big timing hits where we've got level 6 supports, we're ready to go.
For sure.
We're ready to battle around them.
For sure, you definitely want to be... I think overall Dota is a little bit faster in general now. We have the neutral item also being a little bit quicker to start dropping the fragments. It spawns generally like a few minutes earlier. So if you're fast to go into the jungle and get those neutral items from the ancients and so on, it all up-tempos a bit.
Right, I wanted to ask you, is it the person that kills the last creep in the camp that gets it?
I think I haven't experimented with that yet. I haven't stolen creeps from other teammates, right? I've mostly
because it says if you fully clear it, and in my mind that reads. So I've not tested it. It reads two different ways, right?
Yeah.
If you kill it from, 100 to 0 every creep, which I feel is unreasonable, or if you take the last creep, which is much easier to track.
No, I think it's just if you kill the entire camp, but I'm not sure what happens if two heroes help each other, who's going to get it. Either way, if you kill it, you're going to get one, and one will randomly be passed to an ally, right? 2 shards are dropped for these enchantments, as they're called. For people who have no clue what we're talking about, neutral items. Yeah, neutral items are now comprised of 2 things. You get your artifact, which is the base ability of the item, and then the passive buff of the item, which comes in the form of enchantments. So you farm these mad stones to build your neutral items, which is a really fun mechanic. There's also a cool thing. If you have a neutral item, you can keep it at the next tier. So you could have Pigpole as your tier 5 item if you're really in love with Pigpole for whatever reason. Because it will be grandfathered into the next set of choices. It will always be there, the item that you had previously. Not saying that you should want a tier 1 item, but if you really want it, you can keep it.
So you can keep the active from one item, but the passive from a later one.
Exactly.
A later choice.
Yeah. You can rebuild it with better enchantments. And Techie specifically has a thing where he can keep all the enchantments he puts on his items, making him stronger. But back in life, we have Heroic going for the Twist the Knife Spectre, which is a slightly nerfed facet, but still very good. Spectre overall a little bit weaker now than she was before, but no major changes. She has a bit more cooldown on her Twist the Knife. It doesn't lower the cooldown on Reality anymore. And she lost 4% dispersion on level 1 dispersion. Storm, on the other hand, just generally a very active hero that I think rounds out Extreme Gaming's draft pretty well.
Yeah, great at getting on top of these more backline fog playing supports like the Snap and the Warlock. And Heroic, they're going to be kind of baiting out this Dragon Knight, maybe the Spectre, and then playing reactively with the rest of their teamfight ultis. Yeah, the Storm Spirit there at the end. Pretty nice pick there to play forward, which Drow Ranger desperately needs. Right, you've got these 4 heroes from Extreme that can play aggressively, give Drow time to step up, get items, and then play from the back.
I'm disappointed we don't get to see a Slardar here. All this water on the map now. That boy is pretty happy, running around in the wandering waters.
They needed to bring back the heroes swimming in the river with the puddles and stuff as well. Like Morphling and Tidehunter doing a backstroke swimming through the river. It was always something that I enjoyed. But yeah, here we go. Game number 1 in this 2-game series. Extreme Gaming, if you're just joining us, they are eliminated from DreamLeague, but Heroic have a lot to play for. Middle of the table means every win matters tons to them. So coming into this, all guns blazing with a hefty teamfight draft on Heroic. But these lanes from Extreme, you look at Undying, Mars, Tusk, Drow, kind of difficult heroes to break past. Tanky brawlers on their side could build up ahead of steam quite early on.
Yeah. As for facets, nothing too surprising anywhere really. The Drow did go for the sidestep, so we're not going to see that high ground damage. And gets to safety. All these high grounds. Oh my god, you cannot chase Spectre in that area.
Where's the high ground gone? It's a river now. It's a quagmire.
It will take a while before I'm completely used to what I'm looking at, dude. Like, looking at this waterfall is beautiful. I really like the little water flowing into his side lanes, but if I look at a part of the screen, I just don't understand where am I.
Yeah, where doing GeoGuessr on the new Dota map is freaking impossible.
Honestly, man.
Where am I? What is this place? And so this new river system, if you're going downstream from base to your lane, you move faster, right? But there's like different currents and different speeds at which you move.
Yeah, so the system is that there are some outflows. There are some water outlets. And if you run along them, basically, if you follow along the stream, you can kind of see the visual of the stream anyway. You get a speed boost. If you go against the stream, there's no speed penalty, but you don't have a boost. So yeah.
Oh, I like that.
So running along with it speeds up. We can see the Undying just popping down here. He's rushing 400 movement speed going down the river and then goes down to 300.
The Wandering Whirl.
Oh boy,
look at this though. Fatal Bonds on the wave with Eidolon's and Schofield's damage brings them both down to half health. That's some illegal gameplay. We can't allow this.
Oh, this does not feel good. Oh, he's downstreaming towards the lane, Gareth. He's coming to get Undying.
He's whirling. I'm whirling.
But Drow, she's just dead.
Dead. One hit. Gone. Whisper with first blood already. Low dead.
And no TP, man. He TP'd to the lane. This is
right.
Complete disaster for Drow. The worst start imaginable.
That's bad.
It's really not great, Gareth.
Oh, now they block the camp with Eidolon, and there's already a sentry there. We'll see if the Undying is going to be able to spot it. But already heroic after an incredible start in this bottom lane, and not really losing out too much elsewhere as Warlock just dips, goes back top.
Drow is smoked and downstreaming to the lane, man. She's hasted. She's coming back. She's rushing.
You're going to do what you can, don't you?
456 movement speed. Okay, so it's not as bad as it used to be to die like that.
I guess?
I mean, she got back a lot faster than she would have.
Yeah, it's still a freaking disaster, though.
It is. The lane is awful for him.
And then up at top, Yuma and King Jungles kind of being pushed back to their tier 1 tower, being as safe as possible against this Tusk and Mars, who bring a lot of early game damage. Yeah. But this is a very classic lane. Again, just Dota safety and comfort is such a massive thing. Spectre Warlock, it's going to come back. One patch or another. We're just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the two of them are really, really good together. Warlock's job is just to try and keep Yuma alive here. They're not going to look too much aggressively to do things, but it's pretty hard to stop the Spectre from getting farm on this lane. Overall, so far, Marcy's kind of dominating lane though. Oh, and now damage.
Yeah, here it comes. Shadow Word from the Warlock, keeping Yuma alive, at least for now, with a magic stick. He'll be fine. Tang goes up and stays in lane. And there's the big strength of the Warlock, just keeping Spectre alive.
Yeah, all that work, and then he gets healed up, tangles up a little bit, and Spectre's gonna get back to the same HP as when he started. Be demoralizing to try and bring her down.
Yeah, it really can. And then in that mid lane, XM Storm 30-0, Dragonite 15-3. When does this Dragonite show off his prowess? Like, do we have to wait for a couple of items? Is it just level 6?
Yeah, so in general, his level 6 is going to be absurd. I've done testing on Dragonite after playing against it and just generally being curious. With no items at all, at level 7, Dragonite ulti, he does 80 damage post-reduction to a tower per hit, which is so much damage. Like, towers normally reduce damage a lot. They have 42% reduction. And, you know, you would need to do some 200 damage per hit to reach those kind of numbers. But, yeah, just wait for him to get his ulti. For now, it's mostly a farm lane. He's 16-5. Storm is 17-0. So Dragonite's slightly winning out the last hits as he has 4 creeps to kill still.
Do you know offhand, off the top of your head, how much damage a catapult does? Like, I'm looking for a frame of reference still.
I would say that catapult does... I'm actually not sure. I haven't looked at it, but I think catapult does like 40-50. So it's like 2 catapult shots per hit.
Significantly more than a catapult at level 6.
Oh, yeah, way more.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say catapult probably does like 40-50. I'm not sure, though.
Because what a siege creep does 35 to 46 damage, but they do more damage to building.
Yeah, they have damage increase, right? So
is it 50% more?
Can look at it when we have some creeps. I'll give you an answer on that one when we get to that point.
So they do 60 damage a hit, I think, if my napkin maths is correct.
But there's still the damage reduction from the tower as well, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
Maybe less. So maybe it's more like 30 to 40 damage then post reduction. Ish.
Damn.
So yeah, it's like 2.5 catapult shots per hit.
Oh, look at that! Drow damage with the Undying.
Okay.
Taking all these.
The bite back.
That's all right.
On a lane that started out rough, they managed to find a kill. Of course, Undying.
Impressive.
One of the strongest laning support heroes in the game. He does struggle a bit against Enigma. All those Eidolons can be really annoying for him. But he's doing a good job of letting his...
Do the Eidolons count as creeps? Like, is Undying's Decay doing more damage now to Eidolons?
I think they do, yeah.
He's going to drop the tombstone on him now. Whisper trying to back up. Turns with a Malefice onto low. And with his Eidolons going, might be able to Get a cross kill here. The body blocks from Whisper get in front of Drow, but lowers away with the help of the Undying. So they get both kills bottom, fully recovering this lane for the Drow and Undying.
Yeah, that is some amazing stuff going on for them. This on the back of Snapfire not coming back to lane immediately, but going somewhere else. So Enigma probably felt a bit left alone there.
What's Storm doing? He's jungling down here.
Yeah, just cruising down, getting himself some farm. Bottom lane, the Enigma does bite back immediately with the help of the Snapfire as well. Actually, Snapfire didn't really do that much.
Oh, just Whisper. Enigma running forward. Up at top, Yuma might finally die. Pops the magic stick and has Shadow Word on him. But a couple more hits from Pelosin and New with a spear not clipping onto a tree. Yuma might be able to slip away with another dagger coming, but no, they shut it down. A good kill there onto the Spectre, and Extreme Gaming recovering in that bottom lane and doing very well now in this top lane.
Oh, very, very nice start overall there. Extreme Gaming, not off to a bad start to the game, but I am concerned about that Dragon Knight. He's about to hit level 6, man. He is 31 and 16. Storm has not had a single deny and is completely out of lane now. So I think he already starts feeling like, yeah, I don't want to lane against this guy anymore. He's starting to do a lot of damage per hit.
He's done. He's out of there.
And of course, the Dragon Form will amplify that damage even further.
That's insane. Yeah, here's some damage. Have a demon edge, you know. just take passes by the shopkeeper like in Costco getting free samples. Just take one of these.
Yeah, exactly. Have you tried our latest, our finest?
New and improved.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see him go up here and start smacking. I'm telling you, it melts towers. Yeah, yeah, that tower is disappearing rapidly.
This is 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the ability maxed out yet. This is level 6 Dragon Knight, so...
It's gone!
It's gone like that. They tried to mount the defense, but...
They had brought 4 heroes here. I don't know if they bloody needed it. In case there was a fight, I guess. Defending this Dragon Knight.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go from lane to lane as well. And they do have the drums already on Enigma, so can play around him. Oh, yeah, we're seeing some crafting going on already. We have a mana regen occult bracelet for the Storm being crafted. Extra mana regen, always nice.
I'm dying with a tombstone. But where are we? Usually I'm like, I know where we are and I just say bottom jungle. I'm like, is it bottom jungle or is it top jungle? It's down with the Drow and the Undying for sure.
Yeah, it sure is. A lot of things have moved. Roshan has moved, Tormentor's moved, Teleport's moved, and jungle looks different. It's time to relearn everything.
Glass. I need some help here, man. Shrine of Wisdom for New. Oh yeah, the changes to these Wisdom Shrines and Lotus Pools.
He's
He's gonna go and grab it.
Yes. Hey! So stealing generally is harder now. Well, are they gonna dive the Enigma?
Yeah, if Whisper steps up like this, I'm definitely thinking about it. But now maybe low on the Drow Ranger, a little out of position as Heroic circle this bottom lane looking for an angle. Extreme Gaming is still in position though.
I like the change to the drums, that it's no longer charge-based. So he can use the drums over and over in Enigma. It's like the bongo boots now. Infinite amount of uses. Cooldown.
It doesn't look like it has an active though, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it looks like he's out of charges right now. He's done.
Those are the old drums.
Yeah. That's convenient. You shouldn't be punished, you know, for using your items. You should be encouraged to use your items. I like the
Absolutely. On New up top, gets a bit of pressure onto Yuma. King Jungle's snap TPs. Maybe they're expecting a bit more eager aggression to come out as Pelosin's going to show his face up there. Shards and the tag team with the Arena. They spear the Spectre. King Jungle's got the Fatal Bonds down on them and he's healing up, but that Shadow Word's not enough. The burst of the Mars clears him out. As Dragon Knight arrives, the damage onto Pelosin almost immediately dispatches with him, but a snowball back in with the Storm arriving. Yuma dead and Analog stranded. He needs backup quickly. Schofield comes to kill the Tombstone off as Whisper arrives, but Extreme Gaming disengaging from this fight very quickly, maybe only leaving the Undying to die, but they're sitting around defending him. New, very strong, but misses his spear. doesn't get the connection, and Analog with Whisper, they turn back with a black hole. That's what they've been waiting for, but the cancel with a snowball comes in a little too late as Undying falls. Pelosin follows, and now a cookie back in from Schofield, but they're onto Whisper with the ball lightning.
Spectre's here too.
Whisper spear down, but the rest of them are going to die. XM, he'll lose his life alongside that new Mars, and Drow Ranger also coming to join in. He's going to get slowed down. Scatter Blast and the dagger catches up to low. Chain stunned up as Analog comes in to get a triple kill. And this Undying who just respawned might also die. No, he's back to tower just in time.
Okay, gonna play it safe near the tower. Good stuff for the Spectre there as well, getting nice connections, but Dragon Knight standing his ground and just dishing out damage with nice support. Whisper, even though the Black Hole got cancelled there, it did what it needed to do. And also baited everyone start targeting him instead of Dragon Knight. As DK gets ignored here, he's happy to just keep auto-attacking. Finally, they get the Enigma, but look at all the auto-attack damage over time adding up.
Yes, incredible.
And then Drow Ranger just
resilience.
too little, too late, joining this fight.
And then back into reality where Analog getting gone on. King Jungle's trying to defend him here. A Shadow Word and Bonds, a bit of a turnaround, but
a Storm with a nice play.
Unavailable.
He dodged the stun from Dragon Knight, dove through it, and then picked the D rune as well. So XM on point with this little micro decision there.
I would have got orbital destruction with attack speed.
Yeah,
so much stuff. Plus 5 damage.
I mean, all the items are so unique now, so we can't, as casters, just say, "Oh yeah, he has a shovel." Yeah, but what type of shovel does he have? He has the move speed shovel.
What orbs does he put into his slots?
Very detailed.
And jumping in with the Chaotic Offering, Arena tried to be used defensively there, but New is blown up. Pelosin's in with a drow damage from the side, clearing through Yuma. Spectre very quickly dies there to the Drow, while XM zips into the back, killing off Schofield, while Undying is onto Analog. But XM's out of mana now. Surrounded, trying to walk it back. Whisper and King Jungle's giving him the clicks. The Golem comes in.
But Undying
claps him down while Undying kills off the Dragonite alone in the backlines. Look at him go! Flash Golemed up,
He's just
running in
fighting.
towards Whisper. I think he knows he's dead, but he wants to try and take someone down with him.
A true brawler till the very end. Playing very true to the Undying playstyle. Lag comes out. A short little pause here for the team. Let's see the replay of how that fight played out. I mean, good silence there from Drow on the low ground.
And when Drow is kind of untouched, you see how much damage she can really dish out. And Spectre not at a point yet where she's tanky or comfortable.
Yeah.
And hell,
I mean,
with all these zombies on Analog, he's not either.
Yeah, they had no ability to help the Dragon Knight. He probably was crying for help, but just gets beat down by the Undying. He did kind of go crazy here, though. Undying could maybe just have run south instead, but he was in it for the full ride.
He's like, where's my freaking Drow? where is Low?
Hey, guys, I'm tanking. Just go.
And Drow got zoned by a Chaotic Offering Golem. And when you like, what, 500 HP? You don't want to be tanking this Golem. You could actually get chased down and killed by it.
Yeah, for sure. The Golem is terrifying, especially if it happens to be near the Enigma and gets buffed up by the Bongo Boot that he has now completed as well.
So what are we up to here? Yuma heading into the Orchid. We've come to know and love this build. Spectre assassinating people. Everyone neutral items going out. Spark of Courage. More attack speed. Dragonite aiming for his Blink Dagger. Looking for that initiation tool. Kind of interesting, I think both Mars and Drow have the Orb of Corrosion.
Oh, did Mars get it too? I guess, yeah. I mean... Oh, they got the Ripper as well on Undying. So you know what? Undying already amplifies damage taken on people. Now he has the Ripper Lash, which makes... And it's a new item. It makes it so that any physical damage dealt to the target will deal additional damage. So heroes will deal 12 extra damage, creeps will do 4 extra damage. So that's really good for the zombies. You get 4 extra bonus damage on every little zombie that's attacking, and he has the Rotting Mittens, so he spawns zombies when he hits someone.
Echo Saber time, Undying. Let's go.
Yeah, go smack.
With the Vlads. get all the good stuff. Let's queuing up some normal items. Drow Ranger back to farming on that safe side of the jungle while the rest of the team goes and takes that tier 1. So now, kind of looking at the clock, 13 minutes in, we're getting close to that Tormentor time. So this should be when teams kind of ready themselves on the side of the map. It's going to spawn with vision, with smoke, and prepare themselves for this big team fight, it's inevitable, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's always going to be a big brawl in this game with the heroes that we have drafted. We can see the smokes coming in already. Heroic, they want to take the fight.
And Storm fortunately breaks it, but Dragon Knight, he's jumped in here. Chaotic Offering dropped to protect him with big bonds. XM dropping quickly, but the Dragon Knight's the first one to fall. The bonds spreading the damage as the kisses land from Mortimer. Snowball saved and buys some time for Pelosi and Undying, but their lives are going to be sacrificed, it looks like. Heroic trying to catch up to this Undying, but scared of going to the high ground. So in the end, they lose DK and only get the task.
Yeah, actually not that great for them using the Warlock ulti as well, so... yeah, you did go for the initiation, but Dragon Knight dropped so very quickly there, jumping into the midst of everybody. The Fatal Bonds is the only reason they won the fight, though. Had they not had a Fatal Bonds, I think they would have lost the fight entirely. Already see teams pinging as well, that they can make plays. The gates are a little bit different position now, but still available, of course.
I think it's so good. Webhouse has showed it a couple of times, but that UI when you hold Alt and you see all the little icons at the top, being able to ping runes and Tormentor and stuff, it has a support. It's a massive quality of life improvement.
Yeah, even if you just don't want to sit there and think about every single timing in your head and look at the clock, you just press Alt. You can see a little timer for how close we are to any of the objectives. Loads of spools are spawning now. Not the most important. We can ignore that one, but you know the overall timings.
I've taken one of those little, cookie clicker elements, right? Every 5 seconds, you're gonna spawn some cookies. Got neutral items. Got Roshan moving, and he's gonna wander over to his new home as it turns 15 minutes.
Oh, he has a new animation, by the way. Have you seen it? If someone walks into Roche, he actually has a new ability. You can see it there. Throw.
The throw?
Yeah, this was in Dota for a long time. We've had it exist, but not enabled for Roche. Because it was used in the Midas mode as well, the whole Roshan kicking heroes or throwing heroes. But yeah, if you walk into him, he's just gonna yeet you to the side. He's not having any of that. So don't block him. It's only while he's moving.
Mines in front of him.
Yeah, it's just if you're trying to bother him when he's on his pilgrimage from his 2 different homes. If you do that, then he's gonna toss you to the side.
Honestly, a little surprised the way this game's been going. Heroic, I felt like they would come in here with a fire and a fury and stomp down Extreme a little bit, who would be in the dumps in this group stage. But it's Extreme who are leading. A little bit of failure early on in the laning stage, but they've recovered tremendously well. And now they're actually looking for key objectives with this group up together.
Yeah, while Heroic is back. They have it online now. Good fight.
Be waiting for that one, and they'll jump onto XM. Storm Spirit the target with a chain slant out of the Golem, just enough to bring him down, while in the back they've got the Mars caught up in that Enigma black hole. And Undying, well, he gets a kill. King Jungle's dead, but trapped in the shards. And it looks like here the Dragon Knight and the Golem going to bring him down. Just like that, the click of the finger, Heroic throw the kitchen sink at Extreme Gaming and destroy them.
Yeah, the little nullifier noises, I think, is it from the Ripper Lash that we heard? Because it's like looking around like, do we have a nullifier in this fight? I don't think so. But I guess the neutral item has the new sound effect as well. Good jump on the Storm there. Even though they were on a nice wraparound, Extreme Gaming were just a little bit off position for this fight, and losing Storm immediately pretty much makes the fight impossible. They lose too much damage without him.
Yeah, it must be... Oh, the Brigand's Blade is back. Very good.
Yeah, it is.
With 60 attack range.
Oh, it's nice for a draw. Get some extra range going.
Cool. Essence Ring. Oh, magic resist. Nice.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Gonna be very hard to stay updated on what everyone has. Meanwhile, Undying has an Essence Ring with movement speed and 100 mana base. A lot of Essence Rings being picked by the players already, as of course it's a very nice item, being able to give yourself HP.
It must be really challenging to figure out where to go. Like in scrims and in practice, you're training to fall back to positions, find terrain that you're having an advantageous position from, playing around certain wards, right? But here with the map changing so much, Extreme Gaming thought they were near a high ground that they could play from, but it's Heroic who managed to get up a ramp and find a small high ground for them to launch their attack from.
Yeah, it will take a while to really learn like what areas you can hold and how you can utilize them, but mostly it's just the positioning within the team that is the most important here. You cannot have a Storm get jumped first like that. Yeah, we see the amount of essence rings.
Yeah.
4 heroes on Radiant have it and 2 heroes on Dire. 6 out of 10 possible essence rings.
Oh, what's happened there? Arena for the neutrals? Must have been trying to catch someone and they've jumped away.
Yeah, the Enigma just ran away, I believe. They tried to get him, but he boots a bearings. Kind of just dipped out.
He's got an essence ring too. What's the heal on essence ring?
240, I think?
240.
Yes, 240. Not 250, God no.
Oh, the Yules. Storm Spirit silenced now though. Dragonite trying to push that damage onto him, but the Drow Range in this Undying amping the damage. Spectre has to run. Kiss has come in, low in the back, has to run away. Scared of being jumped on now as the dagger connects on him. Undying face tank everything. Respawns pretty damn quickly. And just a trade out for the Warlock in the end.
Yeah, looks like it could have gone worse there for Extreme Gaming, but they do get a nice fight actually. Getting out to safety as well. I mean, they lost the Undying, but he insta-respawned with his Ceaseless Dirge. Can't stop this man.
But Mech is 250 heal. Yeah, okay, it's an AoE, but
yeah.
Like 240.
So is Essence Ring if you just have it on
You've
everyone.
all got it. No, seriously, you've just bought a mech for your team through neutral items.
Yeah. I mean, Essence Ring was removed. It was a very strong item, and now I think Storm's Essence Ring look really nice. The mana regen and magic resistance on an Essence Ring, that's great. Actually, Mars went for the same build.
That seems real good.
I guess mystical. We should probably start referring to the items by what the name of the effect they have. That's gonna be the only way.
I saw the greedy Gossamer cape, and I was thinking the exact same thing.
Greedy Gossamer.
Greedy Gossamer cape.
Greedy boy.
Look at that. Philosopher's Stone enchanted into it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many funny things that you can take.
Yeah, we Elder Scrolls now. We need scrolls with
light and stuff. Let him throw you. Oh, are they gonna do it? Oh, he eats.
Oh yeah. Off you go.
The drow is gone.
Get off
what he's throwing all of them.
What are you guys doing?
Oh no.
Lose your tusk now. Spectre jumps out. Doesn't want the.
She's in again.
That. Hang on. Yuma's back in again with another dagger.
Oh no, the Roche disaster, man. They all have to run.
Wanders off. Now Analog jumps in with an AoE stun onto 2. Drow Ranger holds them back with a multi-shot and a flurry of hits. And it keeps Heroic at bay for a moment, but look at them.
Look at
very
their
quickly
HP.
Smoke up and wrap around as Extreme Gaming. They've all been kicked and punched and battered and beaten by Roshan. They're all pretty low.
He beat them up, dude. They thought they were there to kill him, but he showed them.
But Drow Ranger just showed on the wave as well. Extreme tried, this is the thing, right? You're scrambling to try and find a position.
Yeah.
Find a high ground, find somewhere to fight from, and they do get a position here to jump on the DK. Storm zips in, Chaotic Offering drop, Dragonite though, he's dead. Whisper walks in, thinking about the black hole. Yule's there, Storm Spirit gonna get caught up off the back of it, but the snowball cancels it now. Fatal Bonds are still going, and that's annoying, but this Drow Ranger has taken down a couple on his way out. Lou has fallen, but XM Storm Spirit keeps on going. A double kill for him, 4 dead on Heroic. And losing the Drow Ranger doesn't feel so bad when you annihilate the enemy.
And that's why they kept looking for a good angle. They went towards their high ground, and when DK felt a little bit too sure of himself, they're going close. I like that recap. Yeet. He threw 3 of them. Oh my god, but yeah, the DK burst.
This fight starts when they're all super low HP.
Yeah, still they managed to take it really well. Now finally they're gonna go on Roche. And the Tusk doing what we saw him do in the previous fight too, just waiting for a black hole and then snowballing in. It's not the fastest cancel on the black hole, but he will cancel him. And now Age is over on the Storm. He's in a very good spot.
He sure is. Yeah, this heal sept has bought him a lot of time in these fights. Getting out of Orchid, delaying his death just to buy time. Low, he's kind of been the sacrifice in this game, but as he dies, he's doing so much damage. Picking up kills and trading his life for a massive team fight. When he puts Extreme Gaming 4K to the good with Aegis.
Yeah, they're in a very comfortable spot now. And the Storm getting to that point of having a Yules to dispel himself, has the Kaya, and the Witchblade now. His damage is starting to look really nice. He's queuing up a Lincoln Sphere, respecting that there's a lot of single targeted stuff he doesn't want to deal with. Pretty good to preemptively build a Lincoln's early as Storm against Spectre. If she ever gets farmed and gets to the point of having like Bloodthorn Hex, then you really want to have a Lincoln so you don't get jumped.
Yeah, you need it. And Whisper going to go for this BKB now to try and stop that snowball cancel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the correct choice. This is not really a game where he needs Blink so much on Enigma. He just needs to get the big critical items and already has the Crimson Guard and the Boots of Bearing, so he's quite tanky. But the problem in the last few fights has been losing Dragonite too early. They need to be a bit more cautious about losing DK since he's, right now, probably their highest damage output. If he dies, then it's hard for him to stand toe-to-toe. And honestly, he's their best source of killing Drow, since Drow has like 27 armor. You want to get that DK on her with the magical damage, so he can actually bring her down.
Yeah, he's just their highest net worth hero as well. He's been jumping into the middle of 5 and New has exploited that every single time.
These little creeps, man.
A marsh mage.
Damn.
Well, it looks like a carp, or I guess kois are carp.
Yeah.
Or is it a catfish?
Half fish, half man. So these are the croakers. You get the marsh mage and the croaker. All of these different neutral creeps in the river have the riverborn aura, which is the thing that gives movement speed and outgoing damage increase in an AoE to stuff that's in the river. So Chen can get this as a convert, and in general you could have these. And there's a lot of river on the map now, so it's not that bad, honestly.
Fight in the rivers. Fight in the marshes.
Yeah, I do believe the outgoing damage is just attack damage. It's not like overall outgoing damage, because you can see they have plus 9 damage on them. So it's just an attack modifier, I think, not the overall DPS increase.
As in, it doesn't affect spells?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, I haven't tested it. It's very, very new. It could be that it affects spells, but since we see it as a bonus damage on the creeps, I believe it's just, damage, a damage aura simply. Because when I read it first, I was like, oh, that's going to increase all damage? That sounds so good.
Yeah, but it reads as all damage, right? If it doesn't have a...
Yeah, but if you look at the creep, it has bonus damage, but it doesn't have bonus spell amp. So that leads me to believe it's only attack damage.
That's a good spot, yeah. What do? They've got these little tendrils as well, like a mini Ravage.
They send tentacles, is what they do. Yeah, they're tentacular to different degrees. The later creeps become bigger and bigger, and as we go late into the game, they even become ancient creeps, right? I think there's the ancient version of them that will spawn later, if I understood it correct.
The Boglet. The arm of the deep. These guys are so funny.
Arm of the deep. Slardar, he's just nodding proudly like, yes, very good.
Look at it.
I can't, man.
He's my favorite.
I'm dating that
take him home. I take care of him.
He's got the arm of the deep in front of his face there. He's hiding behind his friend.
What should we call him? Barry.
Oh, right.
Barry the Boglet.
Never mind. You have there's the ancient camp in the river as well. I've been missing this. There's the ancient marsh mage down here as well. Mm-hmm. Right. So the ancient, it doesn't evolve over time. I thought it was like the camp will start spawning ancients later.
But it's just a regular large camp, ancient camp kind of deal.
Yeah, it's just an ancient camp.
Gotcha.
But yeah, he can generate a barrier, by the way, this guy, the ancient marsh mage. A big barrier. And you know what I think about barriers. Barriers are very strong in Dota.
Barriers strong, yes.
See, barrier.
Wagga earlier said, what do you say? Crystal Maiden was looking good. I opened the Crystal Maiden patch note, quickly read it, saw the word barrier, and I was like, yeah, I agree.
Gareth was like, yep, that tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm disappointed we didn't get to see a Crystal Maiden pick already, because her facets look really good. They took away her facets, gave her 2 new ones, and both of them look cool. 35% spell amp, or getting barrier on Crystal Nova for yourself and your teammate, and CM getting twice the barrier. It just sounds very strong in laning stage.
Wepas seems to think you were right about camps upgrading. I've not read it. I guess I'll try and read it somewhere.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Why, thank you.
I guess, as usual with a new patch, we're going to have technical issues at some point along the line. But it looks like we are ready to get back in, so I'm not going to control F and read an essay to you about the March Mage, whatever they're called, boglets.
Dude, if I was wrong about something at this point, I'm completely fine with that. My voice is still dead from reading 4 hours of patch notes, so I may very well have missed something here or there. It will take a while for me and the players as well to completely adjust to all the changes. And this is what I love when we get these massive just content dumps patches in Dota. It really just confuses everyone. The entire Dota community, Gareth, discombobulated.
Oh yeah, there, look. Each camp consists of 3 units. They upgrade to medium, to hard, and then to ancients.
Oh, so they do become bigger. Very cool.
So I guess they start as having easy, medium, hard, ancient, and then they just upgrade the small ones to the bigger ones.
Yeah, and then they moved one of the ancient camps as well, importantly, from the side of the map.
Oh yeah.
So
and we got
you
the Prowlers back.
Yeah, you have big camps, big camp and medium camp on the side. Hey, it's so confusing, man.
I haven't seen the Prowlers yet today.
We had some earlier. There are some chilling on the Radiant side as well, waiting. But
missed them.
For now, we're gonna have to see if they can make a move with a BKB on Dragon Knight. No BKB on Enigma yet, though. This wraparound play could be difficult as they're holding position on the side of Extreme.
Only showing the Drow Ranger, but the scan from Heroic hits a little deeper, and Dragon Knight caught a glimpse of someone, but the Storm Spirit with Drow kind of forcing Schofield back, and Dragon Knight jumps in, finding new. Snowball save, though, from the Chaotic Offering. Oloso has bought time, but that now allows the Black Hole to come in, cancelled by the Yules as the Mars and Tusk both fall, shredding through the Tombstone now. They'll jump the Enigma with the Storm, but they've got the Essence Ring. Whisper stays alive, and now another stun from Analog comes into play. XM, he's got that Aegis, so a second life is available, while Undying and Drow clear out Schofield, and look at Analog. Very deep to the north of the fight, but they've got a surround on the Drow. In with a Golem and a Spectre to hound her out. Lou is dead. Undying now kind of left stranded. XM Storm can't pick up Whisper, who just continually runs circles around him, healing non-stop, and he's not even dying. The Essence Ring is ready again. He's got Midnight Pulse, maybe a stun to the DK, silence out the Spectre. Yules in the sky, but Storm's gonna come down and land with a thud as Heroic wipe Extreme.
And one Orchid after the other, so he dispels one but lands into the next one and just can't do anything. And that was a fight where honestly it looked like the Dragon Knight was getting kited for quite a while. Still, he just did the most damage by a huge amount, or well, not by a huge amount, but he did do a huge amount of damage in this fight. And that's why he was, you know, for a long time, look at him kind of running around looking for targets. But there was a good decision to let Storm live, right? Right here, they could have killed Storm, but he has Aegis. Ignore him. Let him live. What's he gonna do? A Storm without mana? He is just walking after him like, please, guys.
Bottling.
Please, could you spare a minute for the Storm?
Any arcane boots for me? Something? Anything? These Essence Rings, though, like already day one, they've got to go, man.
Essence Ring diff, honestly. Essence Ring diff. They had more Essence Rings. That's why they're winning the fight. I guess they were struggling.
Insane.
Strongly earlier, but yeah. So Enigma now has his BKB as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Extreme were actually the one with more in this one. But still, we saw a lot of value from the item.
That's just the fact that it extended these fights. This fight for so long. Whew.
Okay,
Snipe on Schofield. Yeah, Tormentor. So, wait, maybe I missed it. Is that the first Tormentor?
I believe was the first. I don't think they found themselves taking it before.
It spawned at 15.
Did they take it earlier?
I don't know, man. There's a lot to keep track of here.
Yeah, I don't think they did, because we had the entire Roche fight. Was there?
Exactly. And I feel like I would have remembered myself saying the word Tormentor.
Yeah, or you were Googling change logs.
That's very likely. Wepa said they did take one before.
Okay.
I believe him.
Yeah.
So that's second Tormentor. Oh, look, crap, neutral item.
Yeah.
We see choices. Waga, we see the choices.
We can see their choices. That is blessed, dude. I love that. We didn't used to be able to see what neutral items players had to choose between. But now we can actually see Yuma sitting here thinking. We can see what he's going to cook up. The Nemesis Curse is pretty tempting. And maybe you want to get that 7 armor as well from the tough. What did he go for?
What was that? Serrated Shiv. That's a lot of funny
I see.
new things.
Iron Talon up.
They kept the Iron Talon and upgraded it with a new buff.
Yeah, he changed his Iron Talon then, so he gets the attack range.
What's a Gale Guard?
Gale Guard is insanely good. It's a barrier item.
Barrier.
You know.
Yeah, okay, you said the B word. Great.
Yeah, it's an all damage barrier. Absorbs 75% of incoming damage, which can almost feel better than absorbing 100%, I feel, because the barrier, I don't know. I mean, 100% would be effectively protecting you more, but it's more deceptive, I guess, when the barrier is only taking some of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it really is very, very strong. It gives a lot of survivability.
Well, we find ourselves after a team fight victory from Heroic and then a bit of a lull here. Extreme Gaming, they're the ones to get Tormentor, get out on the map, position themselves up in this top jungle, and get out into a spot where Heroic are the ones kind of skirting the edges of the map, trying to wiggle themselves a couple of these waves and cut them out.
See, a lot of players go for the Ninja Gear. Ninja Gear is still an item that is obviously valuable, but only 15-second duration on it now. So not quite as OP as it used to be.
The greedy Ninja Gear.
I don't like the greedy choice by Poloson. On a Tusk, minus 60 damage. His ulti's gonna do no damage. I mean, you can say that, oh, it's not that important, but it is a huge amount of damage reduction for his ulti. You know, hits for 45 damage per hit on Tusk. Like,
so
a hero with 250% crit, I would not have expected him to want this.
A wet noodle.
Yeah. Well, he gets gold, you know? Obviously, the guy wants money.
Gold is good. What are we now? 30 minutes in, dead even in net worth. Kills, they don't matter. Yuma farming out on this enemy side of the map, killing the ancient camp, which is such a funny spot now.
Oh, he's on a little island. He's got the Iron Talon, so he's an ancient creep assassin. Now we see Heroic moving out, led by their greedy Warlock. Snapfire, by the way, only 600 gold away from Aghanim Scepter herself. She'll be able to send people in.
Spectre's about to go under Radiant Vision, though. So this could give up the move. Very often, Spectre's on one side, and the literal opposite side of the map is where you're being swarmed by enemy heroes, but it looks like Storm Spirit didn't get the memo. Analog uses this opportunity to kill him off quickly, while the Spectre jumping and jaunting away. Snowball too far. Undying and Tusk now out in the open a little bit here. Could get swept through by Heroic, who start charging forward. TP's out, Undying, Tusk, Mars, and the Drow Ranger barely getting to safety in the fountain.
The TP disjointed the stun. That was very, very close. Dragon Knight stun was in the air, and that thing usually connects when you throw it. It's quite hard to dodge. So they get out. They didn't lose more. Already losing Storm, though, does concede a little bit of map control. So we see Heroic now pushing out, and with Roche respawned, could be a moment for them to go and take it. They still have Golem. They still have Enigma ulti. Only thing is that Dragon Knight is on cooldown for a little while, so maybe they want to wait for a Dragon form.
The pings. Get her. Oh, we can't. And we now have Blink on the Enigma too. So another ability to have that first strike into battle.
Yeah. For rest of items, no massive surprise. The Mars really needs his BKB, by the way. He's 250 gold away from it, and this Roche fight is brewing. It does not feel good for New.
And Yuma keeping Extreme on their toes.
He got pulled forward.
Snowball the Spectre, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, it kept going towards the Spectre after she jumped out. Tough times for him. And now, difficult to hold this Roche position. Tusk dead for 40. I think they're just going to start taking him down.
There's a lot of pings from Undying there. Those are the kind of pings that say, I'm going into Tombstone, you better follow me. But a Dragon Knight to jump back across to them. BKB popped by Lowe's Drow. backing up away from Analog, who now stuns and silences the Undying, so no Tombstone to come out and play. While in the back, New, he's got the Arena and the Spear down, but King Jungle's healed up, Whisper BKB's up, charges in towards the Mars, and now Yuma arrives to pummel into New. Not finished off just yet, does get a bit of heal back off the God's Rebuke, but Analog has harassed Drow and Storm away from this fight completely, so they need the shards to block off the advance. Pelosin might be the one to die here as he's going to snowball back in towards Heroic. Hand himself over, nice blink away to attempt to dodge and juke out, but he's dead. At least he kept the rest of his team alive, but Roshan still belongs to Heroic.
He kept his team alive, but he's dead for 70 seconds, and no big ulti was expended, so this gives Heroic a great chance to go and push. They still have, well, they used the Snapfire ulti, but they still have Warlock, they still have Enigma. Fantastic timing for them now to play around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And again, just unfortunate the Tusk rolling forward there at first. Losing him made it very complicated to contest the Roche. Lincoln's is complete for the Storm at least, so, you know, he's got his survivability. Lacking a little bit in kill potential with the Yules, Lincoln's, and the barrier item, neutral item. It's pretty defensive oriented, so he struggles to kill some of these heroes. Especially the Warlock, who we saw in last fight, getting jumped, but Solar Crest plus Glimmer Cape, you know. It worked before the patch, it works after the patch.
It's invincible. Ooh. What's that little item that Spectre's got in Quick Buy? Skadi, he's changed?
Yeah.
A Frosty Orb?
Yes, exactly. Now I have Skadi with the Frost Orb. So, you know, Frost Orb, a new item. They changed up the Orb of Venom. It doesn't slow anymore. Instead, it does more damage. And Frost Orb is a separate item. So it has the slow and the HP and lifesteal regeneration reduction, etc.
We were talking about all this the other day, weren't we? The Splash Orb, the minus orb.
Bring back
back in Dota.
The Cleave.
I kind of miss the cheesy things you used to be able to do with, like, Pugna Decrep.
Oh, yeah. Decrep yourself, and then you could attack if you had an orb attack.
Yeah.
You could go Deso Pugna and auto-attack people.
Deso Pugna was so funny.
Uh-oh. They're in vision.
Play. They see New. Right under the nose as DK. BKB'd up, charging forward. They find the bonus target. Drowning to Invis, trying to sprint back. Tusk jumps over, tries to force staff low away. And it looks like that's enough of a gap here. And Heroic. Analog just non-stop diving, right? He wants to try and catch people off guard. Sometimes catching himself off guard.
Oh, look who wants to catch them as well. We got a sneaky King Jungles trying to wrap all the way around. But doesn't look like anyone is gonna defend here. You just get a very nice high ground ward ahead of time.
My favorite kind of smoke.
Yeah,
smoke and plays one sick ward, yeah.
Yeah, that one game-winning ward.
Yeah, it's like, I know that ward is going to win us a team fight. Just play into it, boys.
See what Storm hooks up. He got the ceremonial robe, so status resistance, magic resistance down. And it's timeless as well, so he has spell amp from it. That's pretty sick, actually. A timeless ceremonial robe. So he spell amps and lowers magic rest. And debuff duration. That's actually really insane.
What's that? Drow can get a Titanic something. The Titan Sliver?
Yeah. Titanic is pretty sick. Base damage is back. Like the old Titan Sliver. And she went for the Vampire instead. So Vampire Crossbow. The crossbow, I feel, deceptively feels like a better melee item than ranged item. Like, yeah, you're Drow and this is a crossbow, but it only has 600 range. It slows the enemy. It feels like it's good for running people down more so than being far away.
Interesting. I know it's one of those short bows, little mini crossbows.
Yeah.
Magnifying monocle. Cast range increase. Heroic looking for their moment off of that ward. Extreme Gaming not finding themselves in an awkward position. Actually just walking down mid.
Dire are scanning.
Where are they going?
Oh, looks like they're just trying to camp down here on bottom. Heroic chilling. Meanwhile, Extreme not reacting to it. DK ulti runs out, so I thought the push is actually going to continue. Good read by Extreme to just keep farming.
Yeah, makes sense. That's Heroic, the ones who have to come back. And reset their lanes.
Quick reset. Heroic have to go and push out lanes and fix stuff. The Vlad's over on King Jungles as well, getting all the small aura items. Talked to him before, he was like, you know what? It feels bad. You get a Crimson Guard and your team just ignores you. Yeah. Get those small items instead. Not appreciated.
Who cares what I've got?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks like Stream might want to fight it mid. They need their Storm though. No way they fight without him. DK's in.
Flurry of pings. DK's in. Undying. All the same with the Mars Arena Spear. The Golem dropped on them as Low gets annihilated. The Dragon Knight dishes out the damage while New backs up with his BKB going. Gets to high ground. A toss forward of a Satyr creep nearly lands on XM's head. And Storm looks to try and zip into the back to cut a wave to stop the push from coming.
Dear God, they killed them so fast. They surprised themselves. They dropped a black hole on corpses there. They didn't even realize how fast the Drow and the Undying were gonna disappear. Spectre's damage has reached some pretty critical levels.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who it was. Was it DK? Was it Spectre?
Was also Snapfire. Snapfire dropped in a beautiful ulti. The Mortimer kisses just connected beautifully.
And then to high ground. On the tier 3. Drow Ranger dead still for 30 seconds. I'll use the glyph for now. But kind of hard to see how Extreme Gaming stopped this push from happening.
Yeah. Curious to see if they can mount a defense at all. Probably gonna have to let bottom go, but will the push stop? Not sure. They don't have Aegis, so it makes sense to back out and play for Roche. They're gonna back out. Dragon Knight's still holding on to his tier 3 item. Hasn't really decided what he wants. He could make the Pyrrhic Cloak one of the new items. 6 seconds, 60% of damage taken by the caster is reflected to the target unit as a physical damage. That seems like Centaur item number 1, or Timber.
What's Spectre doing? Oh, Spectre's killing Undying. Sorry, I was alt-tabbed reading what Revenant's Brooch does now.
Yeah. So
Spectre just bought one.
Yeah, she's bullying people. Revenant's Brooch was changed to be a proc-based item now. So she has 30% chance on proc to deal 80% of her attack damage as damage. As magic damage, that is. So on top of the regular auto attack. So it doesn't turn your attack into magic, but it makes it so you might echo some magic damage onto it.
So she saw DK and was like, yeah, I want some of that as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of people go for Revenant's Brooch in this patch. It seems to be pretty damn good since it's so cheap now. It's built out of the Crystallis, so it's not a big expensive item.
Schofield trying to play with XM. Attempted cookie, not going to land. And Heroic looking to try and regain that map position. And playing through this bottom jungle into bot lane and mid with a smoke and a move from Spectre. They've found the new Mars. He's BKB'd and stays alive, but in comes the DK with the fatal bombs. They disappear, and New is blasted down. The chase forward from Yuma into the base. Undying and Drow sent all the way back. Time to hide in Fountain. Yeah, blown up so quickly.
600 damage per hit from this Dragon Knight right now. He's a monster.
Uh-oh. Buildings.
Drow?
There was a Drow. That's Undying has saved the Drow Ranger with a nice vortex into the arena spear, but a chaotic offering and the new bombs of the black hole. Whisper, he's got the 3 of them trapped in it, sucks them down and kills them off. A massive one from Heroic inside the Radiant base, forcing the GG in game 1.
GG for the first game that we've seen competitively here on the new patch, Gareth. And I have to say, Heroic, it looked a little bit shaky at some points, but overall, this Dragon Knight is a monster, man. 11, 4, and 21. I mean, props to the rest of them as well. They played a good game, but it just did not look fair. It looks like an absolutely busted hero.
DK damage with fatal bombs, and he's on top of 2 heroes. That was just absolutely disgusting. And Cap's going over to Whisper, like, yeah, you can still play Enigma, right?
Okay, so
same hero, huh?
DK did more damage than the Enigma and the Spectre combined. Well, actually, hold up. No. Never mind. That wasn't the wrong tab. No, he did more damage than them, but not that much. He tanked more damage than them. That makes sense, though.
Still a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
Analog it's the praise and support from his coach. As we'll watch back some of these moments as well from game 1. Heroic leading out in this. You just see the strength of the Warlock being able to react to the moves that Extreme were making.
Yeah, this was a very, very nice back away. The fake play, just running up on your high ground, trying to defend it.
One of the few moments that went right for Extreme. Running away, turning around, finding that moment to fight back. Heroic didn't quite know what hit them, but when Heroic were the ones smoking and stepping forward with their own moves, it was only going one direction. That was to the grave for Extreme Gaming.
I think their BKB piercing disables were really, really big here. The Warlock ulti and the Enigma, both of them were just such massive threats. Whereas, sure, you have this Mars ulti, which is nice, and there's some decent control from like Tombstone going down and so on, but Extreme didn't have the same authority over how the fight is gonna look. And overall, they just found themselves a little bit struggling to fight into the BKB timings and all the damage reduction from the double Glimmer Cape, the Solar, the Crimson Guard. The game became way too tough for him.
Yeah, if they didn't get the chance to like high ground Tomb with a Blink Arena from New, if they weren't the ones getting that first jump, it was always going to be challenging for them. This Enigma, Dragonite with Blink, the Fatal Bonds make it so difficult to reposition yourself in the middle of the team fight.
Yeah, for sure. We see the post-game stats overall: 8-3, 24 Spectre, 11-4, 21 on the DK, and 9-3, 25 on the Enigma. All the cores having a very, very good time. And Schofield getting to play some Snapfire, you know. He did some tremendous impact in some of these fights with his ultis as well.
Yeah, killing off Tomb with Ultra Shredder. The big ultis from long range really helped out, adding a lot of that damage in there. This Dragonite, did he meet expectations? Because you hyped him up a lot, and he looked good. But in my head, Waga, you made him seem like he was the boogeyman.
He is the boogeyman. They lost, didn't they?
Fair enough. It won the game.
I mean, he did do
results.
He did do 11,000 building damage and top hero damage in the game while getting kited a lot. So I think if you played on Extreme Gaming side, you would feel like he's the boogeyman.
We're looking at that ban early on from Extreme in Game 2, or they try and sneak it themselves. But Heroic, the winners from Game 1 in this 2-game series, important for them to keep that momentum going, get more victories to stick it out in DreamLeague here. As we'll take a quick break and come back with game number 2.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 25, coming back with Game 2 here between Extreme Gaming and Heroic. Extreme already out, but Heroic looking for these wins to try and cement a spot up in the top 4, Wagga, and we're on a new patch. We've got new stuff. Lots of new stuff. One of them was the Dragonite from last game.
Exactly, yeah, we sure are. And this is no longer Dream League. This is Meme League. It's back online. You know, we get the patch in the middle of it, the classic style. It's what I love. It's always going to be very exciting and creative. So the previous game, we saw a bit of experimenting. Obviously, the team's getting used to, you know, the map changes, the neutral items that you can build. But I think also we're going to get used to seeing Dragonites re-frequent that first phase ban because he looked dominant in the previous game. He kind of did the most damage, most building damage, and he bullied Storm out of laning stage early enough that Storm had to jungle. So we'll see what happens in game number 2 here. I'm expecting him to get removed.
Yeah, like usually Dragonite was and then became again that hero who just stays in lane. He's healing himself up, not really being bothered by stuff. And Storm Spirit had, this static slide with the remnants, making it a bit better against melee heroes. But then you add Dragonite magic damage, you're like, okay, I can't step up to lane to trade hits. If I'm not level 6, I'm going to die. And it just becomes a living hell.
Importantly, he can't receive the help that he usually would, right? You need the crutch. You're a mid laner with Bottle, losing lane to Dragonites. You usually just got a TP refill from one of your supports, but TP refill is removed. You can no longer do that. So, difficult to help him out. We're going to head into the next draft, and I can already see which hero Heroic have decided to remove, as they do not have first pick. They will get rid of the Dragonite.
A very clear idea there. That's the strongest hero right now. Alchemist going to join him. Viper, we've seen now 2 games, 2 bans in a row in this early stage. What's up with that?
I mean, he did receive buffs. I haven't honestly tracked Viper too much because not too many people have picked it. But it's also just a really toxic hero to lane against. Whenever Viper is buffed, you don't want to be the one to have to deal with that.
Is there anything like they've added more passives to the game, so now Break is more valuable?
I guess, but they added more break too. There's the Kanda, which breaks. Overall, Viper's not been on my radar. He's not played much. I looked into like Dota Pro Tracker and so on. There's like 30 games of Viper, and he has 40% win rate. So this is just specifically them not saying that they don't want to play against Extreme Viper, something that Extreme have been using before. I don't think it has much to do with the patch itself, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like new XM Viper, and I guess it's one of those mainstays in Dota where Viper is going to do the job of doing well in lane, then transferring into mid game as we get ourselves a first pick Jakiro, but prior to that is a Rubik ban.
Yeah, Rubik getting banned out. A hero that didn't get the most exciting buffs, perhaps. He did get some pretty neat changes here and there, including the Frugal Filth buff to have even more mana cost reduction. But I think overall, when you play Jakiro, you don't want to deal with someone stealing your Ice Path. And Ice Path is very buffed right now. If he decides to go for that facet on Jakiro, there's the exploding Ice Path facet you can activate early even to explode and catch people. Or you can go for the damage build, which has less damage penalty. But that seems more like a core Jakiro kind of thing. And there's Magnus.
So they removed Liquid and... Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost.
Yeah, so those two, you now get both, but they share cooldown. So if you activate one, you don't get the other until you manage to have both of them at the same time, which I can't remember if it was Talent or Shard that does that now. Oh, Talent. Yeah, Shard, I mean. You buy the Shard, they don't share cooldown anymore. So then you can have both the Frost and the Fire. But yeah, very curious to see if he's going to go for the Twin Terror. I doubt that that's going to be the case. The Ice Path looks way too strong. I think that's going to be the choice 10 out of 10 times.
And then with spells being reflected and stolen, always getting all the facet upgrades and Aghanim shards and stuff like that, right? Rubik.
Yes.
Stealing all this facet stuff.
Yes. In general, the wonkiest interaction I saw was something that was posted earlier where someone had Lotus Orb against a Lich. Lich had the Chain Frost on Death talent.
Oh, yeah.
When they Lotus Orbed his Chain Frost, they inherited his talent until they died. So when they killed the Jakiro later, like long after Chain Frost was gone, then he released a new Chain Frost because he still has that talent. That should not be how it works, but there's a lot of interesting things to find in the game right now.
Rules as written.
Yeah. I mean, it is a big buff to Morphling and Rubik overall, just the fact that you can do that. And also Lotus Orb is stronger than before, as you can now, get the buffs of the caster. I don't know if it means that you cannot get the buff yourself. Like if you have Aghanim Scepter and someone casts a spell on you, you Lotus Orb, I don't think you get the Aghanim's buff on it, even though you have Aghanims. I don't know. I haven't tested it yet, but I assume it is the same level of spell as was casted onto you. It has the same properties.
That's like what makes sense logically, right? Like someone throws a hammer at you, and you've got a thing to reflect it. You're not going to reflect a different hammer. You're going to reflect the exact same damn thing on you. It's like, hold up, let me just manifest a sledgehammer that's like different to yours.
Bring Thor's hammer to return to you.
Yeah, Rubik's got some, palladium hammer. It's like, oh yeah, mine's better.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense for it to work that way. It's just a bit of getting used to. But Magnus, overall, a hero that we can talk a little bit why he's so high priority, because he's been rising massively in the popularity in Dota Pro Tracker games and overall in high MMR games. This hero got massively buffed. He doesn't have to empower himself anymore. If you take the right facet, you get auto empower on yourself, and your empower becomes stronger the more you auto attack, up to 25% stronger. So that saves you a ton of mana and makes you even stronger at right clicking. I think it sounds amazing. Or you can have the level 5 Shockwave, which, you get the returning Shockwave. It works like the old Shard does. But I do think that the Empower one seems better for most cases.
And then the Shard is now upgrading Skewer.
Yes.
Gives more range, more damage per tree and cliff hit as well.
Yeah, because they've changed Skewer to not have that as a base property. Now it's just damage per distance. But if you get a shard, you again have this crashing into towers, trees, and cliffs. But yeah, we see
Control F and go. Leo.
Go.
So the universal hero changes again. That's a lot of spaghetti. I don't know how to get into that. We just call it a change, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then a bunch of talent changes for Pango.
Yeah, right. He got some talent changes. Notoriously, his level 25 talents. At the top of my head, I remember Swashbuckle was buffed, and the Rolling Thunder, I believe, was nerfed. So going a little bit towards that, and they shift around his early talents as well. So overall, I think Pango is still a completely fine hero and can maybe play more around his Swashbuckle in late game. Ooh, Ember though. Ember is one of the big winners. He has no cast point on throwing out his remnants anymore. Activating them still has a delay, but they went from 0.2 seconds for throwing out a remnant to 0 seconds. So it's very seamless and smooth, which is really nice. I mean, it makes Ember easier to play overall, and just it's going to make him faster at throwing a remnant and jumping out. But also his Flame Guard was buffed a little bit.
I did reduce the unit count on the chains from 3 to 2 by default.
Yep. Yeah, it's back to 2 targets. But that change, while that's a drawback, has been completely offset by the other changes. He's still winning much more now. His win rate has ticked up several percentage points already, like almost 4%, I think, from the changes.
Like the use case for an extra chain is like, okay, that's nice, but having like more damage on Flame Guard, more magic barrier means you're on the map more. You're farming faster, and you're just able to play faster in general, right?
An extra chain can be superfluous in some situations. You don't really need it necessarily. It's like quality of life, and you can have a higher chance of catching someone in a creep wave, but with good positioning, you don't need it.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Flame Guard's just always good. Who is that?
What is this hero? Have never seen him, Gareth. It's been so long.
Thorns.
Yeah, Nest of Thorns. I don't see it. So Skywrath should be very happy with the neutral item, or not neutral item, sorry, the, God, I'm getting lost in sauce here. The AoE increase from the Gleipnir. Gleipnir was changed from being a Maelstrom item to now being increased cast range, or increased AoE. Yes.
What?
Yeah, Gleipnir is now built out of Rod of Atos. It's a supernatural item progression for Skywrath. You go Atos anyway. Everyone loves Atos on Skywrath. And then you buy a point booster and a recipe. Boom. That completes Gleipnir, which gives you AoE bonus, and you have the Gleipnir ability. And it gives you a bunch of HP, mana, and intelligence. Just amazing all around for Skywrath. So
wild.
I think he is a big winner partly because of that. And then also the changes towards Skywrath kind of helped his Aghanim Scepter a lot, I want to say.
So Gleipnir is way cheaper now, giving you that AoE route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No lightning or stuff like that. Cool.
Exactly. It's more of a caster item.
And then here against a Pango, right, having this instant silence, super useful to have.
Yeah. Also, his concussive shot no longer has creep damage penalty, which is pretty good. Makes him able to push out lanes and farm, which was a big downside with the hero otherwise. He struggled to kill creeps. And overall, Arcane Bolt also got a 10 mana cost reduction, going from 95 to 85, which doesn't sound like the flashiest change, but you spam Arcane Bolt a lot of times in a game as Skyrath, so getting a 10 discount on that is gonna feel amazing.
And he also brings a really nice kind of paradigm to the draft for Heroic, where they've now got multiple hero pairings that can play together in different ways. Phoenix and Magnus are always going to have that massive team fight ability with RP and Supernova, but now you've got Sky who can play with like a slight change into Mystic Flare. Magnus can skewer back into it. Lots of ways to catch up and chase.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a nice combination with RP and then Skyrath dropping ulti into it. The only downside is the Phoenix and Skyrath are sort of similar. Low armor, ranged support. They don't go in. They have these double melee core heroes already, so I think it's fine. But maybe a little bit clunky to have Phoenix and Skyrath in the same draft.
10 seconds remaining.
And Extreme Gaming for Lifestealer. Lifestealer also got some big changes. He can now blood bomb people by infesting a creep and then sending up that creep to enemy heroes and deal damage based on how much remaining HP the creep has. Definitely an interesting change. Slardar, of course, there he is. We got the Wandering Waters, Gareth, and now we have Slardar here to enjoy all those rivers.
Very nice. Now you're looking for him, and now he's come out to play.
Yeah, he even got a few buffs, to be honest. He did lose his creep damage increase on the bash, but he also gained a few other changes that I want to say benefit him quite a bit. So overall, I think Slardar stands to be a decent winner. Not really one of the big heroes of the patch, but looks decent. And Ursa to round things out for Heroic, a hero that overall just got nerfed, but that doesn't really stop him from being a good hero matching up against Lifestealer and against Slardar, these heroes that you can try and just brawl into with the Fierce Wipes. And a pretty good
incredible fire hero. We've seen Yuma pick this up a couple of times and look very good on it. It can be a little slow out of lane, but once he hits his stride, one of these minute 20 heroes comes out, gets a Roshan kill, and then the map just belongs to him.
Yeah, very true. He is a very good hero for both Roche and Torm, which can also be said about Extreme Gaming's lineup. They have so much to take that. I mean, look at the objective taking they have. They have the Mindstormer from Pango, Snap, and Slardar, and then tons of damage from Lifestealer. I really like the draft that Extreme Gaming have come up with. Heroic, I think their draft has tons of potential too, and they definitely get a lot of value out of Empower if you empower up the Ember and the Ursa.
And yeah, still an important game for Heroic to win here, as I'm trying to catch up on the results from the Parallel series, which is also important to them. Shopify Rebellion are currently playing against BetBoom, and Shopify did drop a game, as both them and Heroic are currently 6-6 in the middle of the table. So currently, as things stand, Heroic are going to be the ones in 4th spot and Shopify in 5th. But this second game, between Shopify and BetBoom and here, against Extreme Gaming for Heroic, very, very important.
So Heroic in a good spot, because if they win here, no matter the outcome of the Shopify Rebellion series,
guaranteed,
they're still guaranteed to be through. And Shopify, meanwhile, they need to win and need Heroic to lose.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the way things stand.
That's a tough spot to be in for Shopify as they're holding on for dear life. But see if Heroic can put the final nail in the coffin on them.
Yeah, especially, when Shopify are against BetBoom, one of the top teams, kind of on form right now as well, while Extreme Gaming down and out. But you can make arguments the other way, where Extreme Gaming, again, back to the topic of being liberated, not really needing to play for anything apart from pride and practice. We'll see what they're able to do here, as Low is on one of his signature heroes. Lifestealer coming back into the meta in a big way, even before this new patch, and he's back on it again.
Yeah,
as we'll see how he lanes with this Undyne.
He's the new facet.
Hero.
Look at that. He's the Flesh Feaster. It's a new facet in joining us here in Dota. So Feast's max HP per hero kill is increased. So hero kills are going to give him up to 55 HP per kill. Max HP. That's a lot. And then he also has open wounds cooldown will be refreshed if a unit dies while affected by open wounds.
So what I'm hearing is Dagon Lifestealer.
Yes, last hits. Give me all the last hits. I mean, unironically, you kind of want those kills now. If you're in a fight, you definitely want to get the last hit.
You do, yeah. Yeah, Radiance Burn isn't going to cut it anymore. We need raw damage. We need to go back to Armlet Deso.
Yeah, and we see Jakiro, of course, going for that Ice Path facet that we talked about a bit before the game started. Icebreaker.
The exploding one, yeah?
Yeah. It's also just a longer duration now. You have the full 6-second duration of Ice Path staying on the field, so it kind of acts as a little fissure.
And then Magnus, with diminishing return, already shockwaving XM as he's down in the river. Gets a crush out onto Yuma, but the damage, it adds up from these 4 heroes. Another hit required. Another shockwave. Something coming here to drag XM back, but a well-timed crush. Not enough to save him, sadly. First blood there for Schofield. Hang on, King Jungles, though. Jumped on by this Pango and Snapfire. Paulson and New at least getting a trade.
Yeah, Schofield running at them. Whisper sticking around for a little while before deciding to TP top as well. Not a bad start for Schofield playing on the Skyrath Mage, getting a bit of extra gold. He's gonna head out to his lane as well. They're a bit late to a top lane. Can always be difficult when you arrive so late. Why is his lifestealer on fire? What? What is the crazy cosmetic you have?
Oh, I don't know. It's crazy, isn't it?
Is this the cosmetic? Dear God, looks wild.
What's Lifestealer's lore again? He was like a wizard in a prison that joined bodies with some kind of ungodly beast. Maybe the wizard set himself on fire before joining the zombie ghoul.
I think wasn't he the creation of the wizard, and now he talks about how there is no master because he broke free from the control of that wizard.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
I think he was like a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing, you know?
We need slacks in here for the Dota lore.
Yeah, I'm not nerdy enough on the Dota lore. I'm nerdy on the Dota patch notes.
He's definitely reborn in a dungeon somewhere, but there's a wizard, there was a dungeon, and some kind of foul beast.
Yep.
Well, actually, that's the result of it.
We skimmed through it.
Slardar against Ember mid. Oh, King Jungle's down bottom's got to try and make a quick scalper away from this Pango and Snapfire. But I want to look at this mid lane, because quite often through Dota history, there have been ways to counter Spirit heroes. And Ember Spirit, I find, often gets the raw end of the deal, whether he's being Huskard or Necrophosed, or in this case, is Slardar a counter? Usually melee versus melee?
A bit, definitely. I think the lane will become a little bit harder for him if the Slardar gets to the point of having power treads. But Ember should be doing quite well here. I don't think it's super hard. You skill up the Flame Guard as he's doing. Correct understanding by analog. If he gets Flame Guard, Slardar has no way of breaking it, and that's a lot of AoE damage. So he still doesn't really want to lane in a direct way. He's pulling the creeps behind the tier 1 tower. Gonna be annoying for Slardar to deal with, as the next creep wave will be kind of missing.
Yeah, such a kind of a difficult lane to go head on into. You don't want Slardar to drag you down into the depths of the water with him. Quench your flame.
Yeah,
go play behind your tower.
Need to be a bit cautious about that for sure. But Ember getting good CS for now. Both of them farming quite well. And putting the Pango bottom, I think, was a better matchup than having Slardar having to lane into Ursa. Ursa and Phoenix does not sound like a good time. The attack speed reduction would have destroyed Slardar. So it's a smart way to get the lanes better set up for your own team.
And then you've got double escape abilities, kinda, with Swash and the Cookie. Hell, the shield as well, of course, from Pango.
Very true. Very true. He doesn't really get worried about jumping away. It's always easy for him against Ursa.
Well, Ember, Ursa doing very well early on with their last hits. Magnus dragging behind a little bit alongside Pango. But a pretty close early game here as we see XM really starting to lay it on pretty thick. Analog getting hit and bashed.
Did he go too close?
And clicked the final touches there. He wasn't expecting that.
Oh, it's so difficult. Ember, did a good job manipulating the creep wave overall until now, but that kill... Oh, Jakiro, have you overstepped? Taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, low chase of the Skyrath back. Like you said, very low armor. But then we've got this skewer across from Whisper trying to finish off the Undying Jakiro, but puts himself in an awkward spot now. Being munched on by this lifestealer. Blood grenade from Schofield, really desperately scrambling for that kill before Whisper dies. Maybe in the
last
neutral
hit,
camp.
get it?
Maybe the Ghost will get him. Nah, Low is there with the last hit, the bonus coming out of that Flesh Feaster.
Big bonus HP. Very nice for him to get some extra stuff. I wonder if the feasting is gonna... I mean, it levels... It scales up, but I wonder if it's retroactive for the hero kill. Keep an eye on it, I guess.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job making most things retroactive and stuff like that, so...
A lot of things are, but not everything. So yeah, just gotta see if it levels up when he gets more levels.
XM using the river to the fullest. Comes down, bottles the bounty, gets a courier snipe on his way through. Lovely to have the Slaughter out of that mid lane. You can pivot pretty quickly to the side lanes. Yuma.
Ursa still trying to do damage whenever they get close, but he doesn't really have a way to catch these guys. Very slippery, the Snapfire and the Pango. They do a good job dealing damage from afar. So we can see Ursa's HP kind of dropping. He has face boots, of course, and full magic stick charge, so not really in danger, but he is kind of getting whittled down on mid lane, or on bottom lane.
And getting used to some of these new recipes and stuff is going to take a little while. I'm keeping tabs of what's being built up.
Yeah,
like Ursa right now, he's going for Battle Fury, but...
Got the orb, yeah, the double broadsword. Uh-oh.
Mid lane? Oh, Schofield.
Dear God.
The minus armor on a naked Skyround, that really hurts.
Yeah, that's not nice. He has 1 armor to begin with, and then Slardar puts his ulti on him. Like, yep, you're now -9 armor. Good luck. Auto attack just cut him in half.
And then we get the pinging of the Lotus pools. Radiant scanning over onto these 2 dire heroes who were starting to lurk around that mid.
You getting a nice pull down bottom, so gets to farm a few big creeps.
What are they called? They all shrines, or is it still Lotus Pool and Wisdom Shrine?
Yeah, it's Wisdom Shrine, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know, man. The Wisdom Tower. When they said that it's a shrine, I got worried in a patch. I'm like, oh god, please no.
Oh no.
We have bad memories with shrine. Oh, look at the Slardar. He's taking the Uber through the river.
Where did he come from? Running past Radiant Creep Wave.
He's here.
Hey, Yuma. What are you up to, half health over there? Hiding in trees. XM gonna dive past tier 1. Not gonna get juked by this Ursa. He gets the ulti on him.
He's chasing.
Through from Extreme. Paulson and New thinking about diving this. Looks like they're kind of just leaving it to XM, knowing how strong he really is.
I like the moment he got caught. He's just like, yeah, well, jig's up. You found me. What can I do? There's nothing to do really. No TPs coming in. No tears will be had for that poor Ursa.
It's like in those moments you just rather die faster so you can go out and do something.
Kind of, yeah. It doesn't feel good to be chased.
Well, they've scanned this, but they can't stop it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a stolen Shrine of Wisdom. And meanwhile, I don't know if he wants to fight him either. He's got no mana on this Snapfire.
No, there's no regen at all.
Ooh, the tower
jungles under the tower, dying to tower hits on his TP, surely. And he's going to finish him off. Paulson gets it with the help of the creeps.
Yeah. In the end, the Pango was there to take the experience at least. Gets his level 6 from it.
And the other one, I assume Heroic got that as well?
Dude, that ice path looks so good. I don't even know if they took it yet, the other one. Is it still... Oh yeah, they did take it.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, so they got the experience advantage.
And back to base. And Ursa back to jungle. It looks like Heroic just relinquishing control of these lanes as they break down pretty quickly with Slardar's ability to move around. Heroic are kind of afraid of giving up this map space, especially around their Ancients area where they've got a big, juicy, large camp. XM and Undyne have come in to contest this, but just 2 heroes alone and Heroic's 4. The numbers advantage very clear which way that's going.
Yeah, difficult to go in here as well. Losing a lot of HP. Uh-oh.
And Log still has a couple of remnants, but he's just dead to Ice Path and Cookie.
And now with Lifestealer here too, you just have to run. No Ember. Whisper has ulti, but can you get out of this?
Yeah, he's going to try. Skewer XM across. And Whisper holding that RP, doesn't want to spend it frivolously in this mid lane as it's Extreme Gaming who then bring the numbers back in.
They just need ultis. They don't have Supernova, they don't have Skywrath ulti, so no point in using his RP if he doesn't have damage near him. So they do get robbed and lose their Ember. Ember comes back in. 0 points in Searing Chain yet though. Since he went for this Flame Guard build to deal with the Slardar in mid lane, that means that he can't really set up for his team in these fights.
Rolling Thunder. It's pretty nice from New, but Ursa within rage, rather tanky. There's some follow through and backup coming.
I think
we'll see if New needs it because he's got a ton of damage just pummeling this Ursa into the river.
Give it up for New. Saw a solo kill, went for it, got it. Very good play.
Then Arcane Rune. Analog's going to grab it. Undying, trying to guard or deny it, but sliced down with a sleight of fist. But look at them. 3 heroes are scared of XM. He shows up and he's like, the river is mine, actually.
Yeah, they don't want to fight him right now, and understandably so. The Slardar is very, very powerful this early on in the game even. And once he gets the Echo Saber, it's going to be the real power spike. Right now, he doesn't really have an item to play around, but with Echo Saber, he's going to smack people. Lifestealer also just being aggressive up top. Whenever Whisper gets too close, starts dealing damage to him. I've already felt like the Jakiro impact has been really good in this game as well. See how much he can do in this game with the Ice Path.
Do you think a new patch favors, like, if there was a team with the best players and the worst drafter versus, you know, the worst players with the best drafter kind of deal at the pro level, as Whisper's just going to get annihilated here?
I think
I'm kind of thinking Extreme Gaming, you know, have suffered. Their drafts haven't been great through the group stage, but here maybe easier because they just get to play.
Yeah, I think overall it becomes less about the best captain because you don't have time to really figure out everything anyway. Oh, they commit mid. That's optimistic. Not gonna catch him. I think just having the highest skill level individual players is most important on a new patch day because everyone has to just say, oh, this is broken, let me play this. More so than, oh, this is the combo, we know what we're doing, you know? Like, it's not as meditated, it's not premeditated, it's just be good at stuff and recognize what's strong.
Oh, we're gonna try and contest this ancient camp, almost entirely cleared by the Macropyre and a damage from Extreme as they RP in, skewer across low, but he's just perfectly fine. Pelosin does get blown up, and they invest into the Pango to run away with New. Analog giving chase, Jakiro and Slardar offering that bodyguard to back up and run away. But Schofield and KJ, they're in on top of them. King Jungles, the Phoenix, the Fiery Spirits. Make sure that the Slardar and Pango can't actually fight back. And the chase forward from Heroic slices down another. New now on the run. The lifesteal is inside of him, but they're going to lose this Pango here. Analog will catch up to him. Pango trying to hide behind the trees, but Yuma munches on him. And now they look at this lifestealer as an easy straggler left behind by the rest of his team dying. Low down the river. Oh, he's so speedy. You can't catch him.
I mean, they're fast too, chasing him, but yeah, he gets away very rapidly. Gets himself to safety. A little lifesteal. I was questioning his decision, but he shows me that was the correct play to just go and get a kill and walk away. Just walk away. They cannot legally detain you, lifestealer.
Did you used to collect frog spawn as a kid?
No, but
no. Little baby tadpoles.
No, I didn't. No, never. I had a friend in the military who used to get frog legs and carry them in his pockets whenever he was hungry. He just eat raw frog legs.
Delicious.
He would love to eat these guys.
A high level of protein, I'm sure.
Yeah. We had survival week. He was like,
what's happening here? New is dying. Mystic Flare. Oh, he gets the roll up though as Whisper misses out on his initiation. Looks like a bit of back and forth there between Extreme and Heroic in that bottom jungle.
Yeah.
And then back to the important task.
Looking at creep camps.
Looking at the adorable little guys.
So Pango went for Yule Scepter. I thought he would go for an Echo Saber, but Yule Scepter first item to have a dispel against these supports. Very understandable. Important to have a way to save yourself. And meanwhile, we have Slardar queuing up the Glimmer Cape, because that's one of the big things, right? In the patch, we looked for different things, different updates. I looked at that Glimmer Cape, and it didn't really get nerfed, so probably see a lot more of that.
Did it get touched at all?
I don't think so. I think it was completely unchanged, right? I believe.
Let me use my favorite two keys on the
Control
keyboard.
F.
Control F.
Gulm.
Oh no, I hate it when they've got... Wait. There's one glimmer and it's added item targeting effects. So the only change to glimmer is that you
it's
know
a
who
visual.
cast it.
You can see when it's used. Big. So King Jungles is creating absolute insane space here. He's just saying, okay, you can chase me. He's gonna pop... okay, he's trying to get away, but Yulsip stops him.
Yeah, trying the Sunray TP trick in the enemy base. He draws the attention of 2 or 3 heroes.
And he stole the wisdom before that, so he's happy. They got the double wisdom again for heroic. 0 wisdom runes so far for Extreme Gaming in this game, who are ahead by all other accounts. They're 5k gold ahead. The Slardar and Lifestealer are dominant forces, and they're going for an early Tormentor. 15 minutes, they're on the Torm, and look at the gold difference this makes, man. It gives so much. Also, and look for the alleviation. Now you get healed after you take the Torm. So there's a little alleviation there. Honestly, I didn't see it heal much. Do you have to stay there? It's like Seeds of Serenity, I guess.
Yeah, like Verder's Dale. You got to sit in the green, the glorious green.
I didn't see their HP change that much, to be honest.
And probably not worth sitting there for too long. Yeah, good early Tormentor. Hello, Boglet.
He looks so derpy, man.
It's those bulging eyes.
Yeah.
It's like, I just know that they're sitting there with their long tongue licking their eyeballs. That's what they do. You've got to moisturize the eyeballs.
And getting absolutely pummeled by Slardar, apparently. That's what's happening.
No.
He's tearing through these croakers.
Leave the Boglets alone.
Okay, so we have our nice observer looking through the different neutral items that we've had in this game. See what they go for. A lot of brawny choice. As we saw, 4 of the Radiant players chose the brawny buff for the extra HP. And 2 of the dire ones as well. HP is never bad.
No. Raw health. Oh, we had this conversation, right? Raw health, just tanky, strength, melee heroes in general have been on the upswing the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah. So New is farming aggressively, but has that Yule Scepter, and he also has some friends nearby.
And Vision. They see Schofield, they saw Whisper.
Yeah, they both saw each other. Radiant Ward spotted him, but let's see if anyone can get the jump. What a weird position to fight now with the waterfall.
Yes, like where's low ground, where's high ground? There's a freaking waterfall and a river over here. Ember Spirit's going to go in and break Vision with his spirit out there. He does jump away, but it looked pretty close to New actually connecting with the first Rolling Thunder stun.
Yeah, bit jumpy perhaps from that Pango ulti, throwing it out. We don't have a blink on the Slardar, so he cannot really follow up or set up for the Pango ulti to connect. Meanwhile, the Ursa has happily been farming away, and I don't really want to say the Ancient area anymore, as there's only one Ancient over in the triangle. The 2 camps on the left side, and then the big camp in the Ancient.
We're going to have to start numbering jungles, man.
Oh, dear boy. I mean, how many numbers are we going to...
I'm going to go farm jungle 7.
Yeah.
You go farm jungle 4.
Dibs on jungle 9. That's fine.
We don't have zones. It's like, we're going to go attack the green zone. Affirmative.
Yeah. We have them taking Roche right now. Early Ursa Roche taking.
There's nothing to stop it. So early Tormentor for Extreme, early Roshan for Heroic.
Yep. Oh, you got the Iron Talon with Vampiric. I was wondering how he takes Roche so easily, but he got the Vampiric buff on his Iron Talon. That's why he took Roche so easily.
Yeah, every little helps. And then back in the bottom jungle, it looks like they finally made a connection here. Whisper, alongside Analog, get a kill on the Jakiro, not the largest of targets. But they might be able to give Heroic a bit of map space down here. Extreme Gaming have done a great job planting themselves in this bottom jungle and river and kind of making it hard for Heroic to play there.
Yeah. I appreciate Jakiro for going the Searing Signet as well. Very true to his hero. If all your abilities burn the enemy, then make sure you get a neutral item that also burns the enemy over time. So instances of magic damage from spells over 40 ignites the enemy, causing them to take damage.
I wondered, do you think with these rivers and like changes to the map and stuff, the tier 2s are now maybe easier to defend?
Slightly easier to defend. There's a little bit of a high ground there and the low ground before you close up on the tower. But on the other hand, you know, there's the potential to go around. I'm not sure. I guess I could see it go either way.
Invulnerability for Schofield for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Ghost Scepter is good in this game, certainly is, but still very much left alone. Dangerous area. I guess
just got me thinking, because tier 2s were always the most dangerous one to defend.
Yeah, it could be easier to defend since you have rivers flowing with speed increase on either way around, right? So you can go below or above to make a wraparound on the attackers.
Yeah.
So you have the speed advantage if you want to make that move. So I guess maybe it's easier to defend now. I could definitely see that.
It's one of those things that, I guess, in my head, by default, tier 2s, unless you have a really good reason or ability to go and defend them, it's not worth it.
Oh, yeah.
When the enemy sets up, they're gone.
Yeah, generally, you know, if the enemy is in a position to push tier 2, you typically drop it, split push, and then defend high ground. But you might see an evolution to that now with this patch change.
The currents of change.
Yeah. The meta has wandered as the river has.
Ursa after Aegis, he's got his BKB. Blink over on the Snapfire. And King Jungles, Yule's up here. And Yule's going to chase him down and kill the Phoenix, who is, you know, by all means on the wrong side of the map.
He's just very aggressive. King Jungles, you know, he's making sure Schofield doesn't get all the credit for being the aggressive support who goes in and does stuff. He get himself in there too. It's kind of hard to do on these type of supports though. The Phoenix, definitely not as formidable as Clockwork at creating space.
It's still Extreme Gaming in the lead though, like you were saying. Out ahead with the net worth. Starting to feel stronger and stronger.
And Extreme finally get themselves a Wisdom rune. We're on board, got the first Wisdom.
Finally. 21 minutes later.
Yeah. Playing around lifesteal right now, they are very, very strong.
I'm trying to roll onto Whisper. A Remnant across. Analog. And defending the Magnus now as Slaughter comes out in his Whisper though with a nice RP on the two cores with a Mystic Flare. They've killed off Lifestealer before they had a chance to react. What? Extreme Gaming got sucked into that by Heroic.
Yeah, they really did. A little bit overeager, feeling strong, but just get baited in, and Whisper saw the easiest RP ever there. Gets two valuable core heroes who are just walking forward.
Yeah, Slaughter reveals himself there, and they've not kept that blink cancelled on Whisper, which I felt like they were continuing to try with New.
Also, pretty much perfect that Skywrath within range to cast his ulti, Ursa within range to start laying in the auto attacks. The damage is definitely there in the RP.
This Aegis, that fight has put Heroic back on a pretty level playing field.
Extreme definitely were a bit over-eager into an Aegis in particular. Like, the fight went south, but you weren't even close to winning the fight considering Ursa had Aegis and, you know, that was going to be a difficult fight no matter how it takes shape.
Why is there a wolf camp there? Just wolves on there.
Some random wolves to kill in the southwest corner, yeah. Make sure you kill them. Or leave one of them to remember what happened to his family. I'm alone.
Poor guy. Look at him, he's struggling.
He's recovering though. He's rebuilding. The HP is ticking up, Gareth.
Half a health a second.
He'll be fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot completely. All of the regions on the map, we were talking about zones earlier on, but the mighty mines and the well, they've all gone, right?
Yes. Yeah, I believe they are. That's true.
There's none of these buffs and auras. You can't yearn for the mines anymore. It's all gone.
It's basically replaced by the fact that we have rivers instead. So instead of having, you know, the areas being lucrative for the sake of the buff, you now have the rivers taking you places. Another short pause coming out, so we have a disconnect from Snapfire.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Don't you worry.
Let's see if there's any fancy builds coming out. We get the greedy build Tumblr's toy on the Snapfire. Poloson, he took the greedy in the previous game too. I can see a pattern here. He's a greedy man. He wants that gold.
I'm I'm not going to lie. If I can take greedy, I'm taking greedy.
You know, the lovely thing is you can take greedy on tier 2 and then you get it on tier 3 again. It exists on 2 different enchantment levels.
Oh.
You know what I really want to see? I want to see the tier 5 greed. The pirate hat with lose no gold if you die and steal extra gold from enemies when you kill them. That sounds so much fun.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. So pirate hat
no more bounty rune?
I don't think it has an active. No. No, it's just passive. So gold loss on death reduced by 100%. First of all. And then plunder steals 150 gold from enemy heroes that die within 1200 units. If the wearer is the killer, there's no range limit and you steal an additional 150. Oh.
Well, Heroic gonna plunder Extreme Gaming's coffers here. First off, Legikiro's bank account drained. Undying down, and Yuma finds himself with another kill. They're picking the Roche pit, but there's another 2 minutes to go until he's back up.
That's true. It's a little while. I mean, they don't know. He could be spawning any moment. Or actually, no, he can't even spawn any moment. It's still the May spawn timer.
And a roll up from New. They see the Scarif Mage, Schofield, little barrier and a Ghost Scepter there, all for protection, but not for long. The magic damage does rain down on him. But in comes Whisper with Yuma, slaying Paulison and a dive forward from King Jungles. They want to continue onto the Slardar, cancelling out any kind of chance they can jump back in and save him.
Quick takedown. Tormentor is going to respawn in just a few seconds, right? They took an immediate Tormentor at 15:20 or something. It dropped. Currently 25 minutes in just a few seconds, so could see Heroic make a play for this Torm. Looks like they are setting up for it. I think Tormentor is a much bigger objective to play for now than before. Previously, it was like, yeah, both teams go take your Torm. It's kind of whatever. But the fact that you get bonus gold for everyone on the Tormentor, not just the final Tormentor, is really big.
Even when it was like, oh, team is ahead, they get both Tormentors, it didn't feel like that much of a loss, especially compared with like first Wisdom runes, right? Losing out on that was a
some games change. It was more or less impactful, right? But it depended a lot on the shards that were given. But now the fact that it's essentially giving you a bunch more farm on every hero, we're gonna see them go for it. Right now, 1k lead for Heroic, but after Tormentor, it's you know, closing in on a 1k lead for Extreme. Just swaps like that. The value.
Yeah, swap straight down. Now looking at XM, Glimmer Cape, Harpoon on this Slardar, it's felt like he's needed a blink for a while. You know, New has been struggling to kind of stick the landing with a lot of these Rolling Thunders. It's been Heroic, you know, turning the tides with Blink RPs, Supernovas, the ability for Ursa to get into the fight.
Yeah. I do agree he kind of needs the Blink Dagger. He needs to get involved in some of those pickoffs. So definitely wouldn't mind seeing him skip the BKB until he has the Blink completed.
Did they change Roshan respawn timer at all? It's still...
No, it's the same, I believe.
Same. So that's max spawn, 3 minutes timer.
Yep. Yeah, very late.
Schofield. And the river belongs to Slardar still, buddy.
Yeah,
I do manage to get a tier 2 top, though.
Difficult to go into. Roshan may be alive in the top pit. No, he isn't. I'm a spectator. I know that he isn't. Funny that we get the same tooltip as the players.
Wait,
what? It spawned now. Oh,
Roshan just spawned.
The timer is definitely off for us as spectators. No, that's bugged. And
wait, what? Low just done.
Low? He just got RP'd on mid lane. He was completely alone pushing a tier 2 tower. His team was over checking Roche.
I'm so confused about what's going on right now.
He probably was confused as well. Maybe he thought he's durable, but with the Monkey King bar and Serrated Shiv, this Ursa has like almost guaranteed True Strike. He's proccing a lot of True Strikes, and Lifestealer cannot rely on the Radiance for survival.
And Schofield walks in, breaks smoke, walks back.
Wait, what
and in comes XM walking into the middle of all of them, just being annihilated. No blink, no BKB, while Whisper jumps into the back, trying to skewer through, and they kill off Pelosin. Whisper picks up a double kill, while Yuma takes down Undyne.
Well, I mean, it was already...
He's alive.
It was already painful before losing your Lifestealer, but now they gave away the entire team, minus the Pango, and Roche still gonna go their way as well, so... this was absolutely enormous. I don't know what happened with miscommunication of Lifestealer being alone mid. Maybe they were, you know, babbling the same way we were. Some yapping going on. Suddenly you lost your carry.
But yeah, I don't know, I've got this rate, I've got a bullshit radar, right? I knew something was wrong when I saw that Roshan timer, it was literally 3 minutes and ticked down to 2 minutes 59. I was like,
yeah,
something's not quite right.
Yeah, I also thought that it was a max spawn, but no, it's definitely a little bit off for spectators then. Like, because we couldn't see the exact respawn timer, right? We just saw a number for when he has to be spawned.
Yeah, it said he will spawn in 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm missing something.
Same, but that looked
funny game.
We'll see.
Well,
you know,
way,
if there are little bugs here and there, it will be worked out pretty soon. I believe that you know, new patches like this big will definitely always come with some issues.
Yeah, either way, it's the outcome that matters here. Ursa has Aegis. Heroic had the teamfight victory. Extreme Gaming have slipped up and lost their lead. Now it's 4K for the good for Heroic. Yeah, start to see a bunch of these tier 3 neutral items get finished up.
We can see some people holding on to their previous items. We got the Gossamer Cape being grandfathered in by Schofield, having that against Slardar, quite valuable. We also saw people holding on to the Essence Ring King Jungles. Looking for stuff.
We're going to TP. XM RP'd in the river. Slardar cannot speed away. He's completely controlled up there.
It's starting to get difficult for them to fight back. After losing the lifesteal mid, they lost all their authority over this game. Suddenly it's Heroic who are completely in the driver's seat. With the Aegis in hand, this is dodge mode for Extreme Gaming.
The farm rate is just accelerating so quickly here. It was very competitive not too long ago, but now Ursa 20k. He's 4,000 ahead of his counterpart in the Lifestealer. Ember Spirit's overtaken everybody else. Magnus is up there, while Slardar and Pango, two heroes that aren't the best at keeping up when they're not able to fight, are definitely struggling.
Oh, they're definitely trailing behind a bit. One nice thing for them, I guess, on the side of Extreme is that they have a lot of farm on their Snapfire. She's 12k net worth. Like, he's 4,000 ahead of the other support pack. So he's working towards an Aghanim Scepter, has the Blink and Force Staff. I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with this Ursa, though. He has Basher completed, so who can stand toe-to-toe against the Ursa at this point? I think the only way you do it is by some good, like, chain stuns coming out. Some Pango ulti, Slardar.
Ice Path, yeah. It's got to be the way. But right now, dodging the Aegis. Try and find a bit of space elsewhere. Top river, top jungle. Dodge bottom, dodge mid. But Heroic know exactly where you're sitting. Now moving forward, New under his own vision there does blink away, but Heroic still playing around Observer Ward of their own on the high ground, getting a slight chains catch on the Jakiro, leads to a Mystic Flare and a death, while New is going to roll in with an infested Lifestealer, jumping the Ursa and realizing very quickly there isn't a fight to be had here. No. So yet again, Rolling Thunder used with nothing gained.
Yeah, this is just go time for them. Everybody alive, still have the Aegis in hand for 1 minute, and they know that there's no Pango ulti. And Jakiro being dead, of course, that's just an extra signal to bum rush this top lane in towards the tower. And it doesn't look like they want to defend at all. Extreme trying to get out on the map.
Oh, I mean, low is pinging. Banner's placed, though.
Snapfire does have Aghanim Scepter, so maybe the plan is going to be to send in someone with that. Look at the Pango running next to her. Gotta send him in. Here goes.
Yeah, shooting forward. Launches Pango with a Lifestealer across into Analog, but that allows the RP from Whisper to land perfectly onto 3. They'll disengage and run back with New and Low, but XM is dead with no buyback available. Supernova and RP expended, but Yuma and Analog just continue running forward and fighting. They don't rely on cooldowns. They can dive past tier 4s, kill Jakiro off, and move into this next lane of barracks.
Yeah, so dominant. Just good ulti usage to deter this aggression. And again, they find themselves, you know, cycling ultis and not having everything at the same time. I think Extreme Gaming, you know, finally having the Thunder or Rolling Thunder available. It's too late now. Spending 2 heroes. The base is just kind of dropping. At least they have tier 2 tower bottom, but things are rapidly getting out of hand. Nullifier up now on the Skywrath. Usually we see this on Phoenix, that he buys random items like this, big items. But Skywrath with Gossamer Cape with +7 armor due to the tough enchantment, and then +10 armor from his Nullifier actually is surprisingly tanky.
I did not have Nullifier as an armor item.
It is
in my memory bank, but it is, isn't it?
It is. It's 10 armor. It used to be less. It used to be 6 armor, to be fair. But when they buffed it up to 10, it's really good for tanking up.
That's a good shout, yeah.
You don't play so much carry, though. You don't think about it like that.
No, I see that item as the active.
Yep. Yeah, supports don't really care about it because they don't care about the armor, and you experience the other devastating end of Nullfire, but
yeah,
it's actually
we don't know what stats are.
Yeah.
Strength, armor, no.
Time to take a page out of Schofield Book of Support. Get the Nullfire Skywrath going. Fixes your one weakness.
Heroic. Smoking up as 4, playing through that top lane. Mid is kind of at the river, and bot shove is to the bottom right corner, with Extreme Gaming going for a smoke of their own, playing out of their base. A signal that they need to get that first good foot forward, get the initiation going, but...
They're dodging each other pretty hard right now, in a funny way. I'm not going to connect. In the midst of all this, I just want to laugh a little bit about the greedy build Jakiro, because he has -60 attack damage, and then he has the Jakiro minus damage, so he's hitting for -83 damage. He's got so little damage. It doesn't matter that much, but it's just really funny. This is the lowest hero damage I've ever seen on a hero in Dota. Other than like static linking or something.
A jump. Oh, Ghost gets the Ghost Scepter off. Oh, Heroic weird position to turn this. Life stealer, half HP, running from a human, but RP'd by Whisper. There it is. A core and a support. Taken down on Extreme Gaming's side just for the Schofield.
They weren't really on the same page. Snapfire and Pango went to defend at the same time as they went for the pickoff there. They didn't have the follow through. It started out nicely, but when the RP comes out, there's nobody nearby to save him. Imagine if Snapfire was nearby to blink forward, consume the lifesteal, and spit him out somewhere else.
That would have been great. But she wasn't.
She wasn't. Where was your ambulance? This little watcher looks funny. It's like on an island here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a designated watch spot right there. Oh god, it's already time for Tormentor again. Tormentor, number 3. Dude, they did all 3 Tormentors this game within 38 seconds. Like, total timing in between them. That's impressive. 35-38 was the timing for the 3rd Torm. Teams were very on point.
And the others were Extreme as well, right? So it's both teams.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they took turns. It was Heroic, then Extreme, then Heroic again.
Oh, Extreme just trying to farm the opposing side of the map, find these little hidey holes to go and play in. Oh, right, the Roshan timer. So what's going on with this? On my screen, it says like 2.5 minutes. On Speculator's screen, it says the same as what it says on mine. But the little indicator, like the line on the edge on the outside?
Yeah, I think the line is probably correct still. But yeah, you gotta look at the Roche pit to see the spawn timer. If we look at the little button, it's the same info the players get. But I guess the little line there is indicating correctly still.
But we'll see. Maybe he just randomly pops up again, you know?
Oh, Magnus, considering jumping. Close. Not quite.
There was a moment there. Extreme gonna 5-man smoke. Oh, it's revealed and broken pretty quickly. XM has Lifestealer inside of him with a blink on his Slardar. They could find the jump themselves, which they've been so desperately striving for.
Positioning, angling. Both teams know the initiation is so important in this fight. XM looking for the angle, going behind.
Shiva's guard. Analog comes for the Watcher. Oh, he's close to getting vision on the Extreme Gaming members. So very close to seeing them.
Ooh. Play under your wards. Do not go into enemy vision.
It's all about that high ground vision right now.
It really is. Slardar going around, still infested. By the way, Slardar has the Pyrrhic Cloak, can return a ton of physical damage to a target. Very good item on this hero. with the Amplify.
I guess the Ursa too.
They need to get on the Ember in the fight, though, I think. Either that or catch the Magnus first.
A minute away from Roshan. It looks like this timer was correct. And Extreme Gaming, not in a position at all to cut waves or push the map. They just want to try and hide their positioning for as long as possible. But at some point, they've got to make a move on the map. Mid lane's pushed in, top lane as well with no barracks. It's going to be a problem for them. So it's Heroic who have all the time in the world to wait for this Roche, another 30 seconds, another 5 minutes if they really have to.
It's not actually 30 seconds, is it though? I think the timer is still slightly... Is it correct? I wonder.
We'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if it's lining up with it this time. Because last time it was definitely a bit off, I think. It says 15
we're both
seconds
just losing
remaining.
our minds.
I guess it lines up here, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
He spawns now. It was 10 seconds off.
Vision. The jump in. That's the Pango, the blow up. Schofield, KJ both dead. The buybacks come out. Ursa, though, is going to turn with a bash and a cleave.
Oh, he gets away.
Low, very low, but they don't get the finish. Sleight of fist, remnants forward. Analog cannot take him out. New is going to escape back to the right-hand side. They chuck something over towards Analog to slow his advance. And Extreme Gaming, a good burst of activity to get a couple of kills and a couple of buybacks. But in the end, Roshan and the Aegis still belongs to Heroic.
Yeah, still though, double buyback. Definitely better than you could ask for when you're this far behind. So get some good kills, good gold from these kills as well. And while you do lose Aegis, of course, I still think they took that fight really impressively. And it gives them enough gold to get towards some key items. Slardar is going to be able to buy his BKB before the next push comes in. So he feels ready. And Pango, I believe, has the full Octarine core coming out as well. So there we go. Pango going to be having a little bit more impact next fight. He's played a really good game, by the way, on New. Even though he had a few ultis that didn't really connect, he's still 5-1-4 in a very, very difficult game.
Yeah, with I don't know, kind of a out of left field build. Not this Diffuse Blade or Aghanim Scepter or auras and stuff like that. Like Yules into Blink, very utility focused. Then this Nullifier Octarine, lots of spells.
Yeah, he adapted to the game and bought the correct things for the situation he was in. The Yule Scepter was mandatory, I think, playing into Skywrath, and he just made the right choice. Ursa now feeling confident with the Abyssal, Aegis in hand. Looking for whatever jump he can get, but still his team not as confident perhaps with the buybacks missing. Refresher RP is available as well, so they can double RP in the next fight. A lot of posturing as XM has the Infest in him on Slardar. 5,000 HP on Slardar during the Infest.
He's super tanky, yeah. I mean, the important thing here is Heroic hide those two buyback heroes. Phoenix and Scarth made, they've got to keep themselves tucked away in the fog as best as possible. So Yuma's the one kind of stepping out. Schofield holding his hand a little bit there.
Here comes the jump. They're looking for Sky. Or Phoenix.
Gonna get the catch into the back onto King Jungle. But Supernova's there with the RP on the Lifestealer. Heroic ready to turn on them, skewering across Slardar into this landing Supernova to take him down. Lifestealer BKB'd up and running out as new Rolling Thunder. It just came too late. Slardar dead for 70. The catch here from Whisper as well is going to skewer and RP the Lifestealer right in front of the Ursa.
That was smooth.
And Heroic, beautifully done.
That Whisper with nice reaction there, and that was so close to the egg getting him getting bursted before egg. Buybacks coming out from Jakiro, but still no Slardar. Such an important hero to this lineup.
Another Harpoon Skewer. They've chucked low in here with Mortimer launching this Lifestealer in towards them, but Ursa just going to turn and munch on him. A good Yule Scepter buys time, keeping Ursa at bay, but Analog and KJ, they can gap close and dive on them, kill Lifestealer off, dead for 110, and another Skewer from Whisper is going to seal the deal here as GG is called, and Heroic, they're going to find themselves qualified for the next stage of DreamLeague Season 25.
Yeah, that does it. So it does not matter what Shopify Rebellion managed to post up as a result. It is already confirmed. Actually, I believe we also had Shopify Rebellion losing their series, the second series against BetBoom. So it was in the end going to be this way no matter what. But Heroic, well played in their final series against Extreme. And Extreme, they were already out, but they put up the fight that they could. There were moments, some glimmers of hope.
Yeah, new patch. Yeah, good showing on a lot of these heroes. They had a lot of fun, it seems like, getting themselves involved as as aggressively as possible in a kind of a dead game for them.
Yeah, nicely done by Heroic, and cool to see some of the combinations they managed to pull off in this game, especially the harpoon on Magnus, always enjoyable to watch. But you have to go back to Extreme Gaming. When they lost their lifestealer on that tier 2 mid tower, that was when it all fell apart. I think until then, they were pretty much in the lead and looking like they were going to take this game.
And Low fighting back as best he could there, realized the only way to get out is to run down the river. He sped out there with the current helping him. And a lot of these fights really dictated by vision, positioning, and then Whisper with these blink RPs.
Yeah, they had the very good lockdown, and then obviously Ursa with a very fast damage output during those RPs. They were able to take the fights pretty convincingly. Time and time again, we just saw Extreme try and go in, but the reaction of the RP, the Supernova, too much to fight into, so they had to just scatter and run.
And Yuma showing this Ursa a couple of times, before the new patch even. Showing us a pretty damn good tempo hero there, especially when he's got the right amount of backup. Yeah. Tons of team fight from the rest of his squad, and a lot of gap close and control, thanks to Analog in part. I see that 11-2 and 8 on the Ursa, 7-2-16 on Analog's Ember, even though he had kind of a hard lane against that XM Slardar in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for seeing more games that we're going to have on this patch and what the heroes we will see brought to the table. But we had our story here in Game 1. The Dragon Knight was picked, was broken, was banned by Heroic Game 2. But Heroic went back for some heroes that are, staple already, with the Ursa, who's been looking pretty good. Even though he got nerfed this patch, still a strong hero. Phoenix, already a very strong hero. But bringing a bit of new flavor with the Skywrath, taking in some new interesting gameplay.
Well, there we have it. Heroic get the 2-0 victory. They find themselves in that next stage of DreamLeague, set in the top 4. We'll take a quick break and come back with an interview, though. We'll grab one of their players and see what they had to think about the new patch. So stick around. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, folks. We're going to return quickly here with an interview from Yuma, I think, from Heroic in just a few moments. But first up, we've got to wrap up Group A because everything is locked in place. Heroic did get that 2-0 victory, and Shopify got 0-2. So it's Heroic that make the top 4 and go on through.
So we have Tundra, BetBoom, Team Falcons, and Heroic are the ones that actually made it through here. And, Shopify Rebellion, they were close, but lost their final series against BetBoom, so not going to have a chance even at a tiebreaker against Heroic. And we say farewell to them. But meanwhile, we're still having Group B ahead of us. So after we're done here and after our interview, we're going to head over and see that as well by our next set of casters.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a bit of a shock, going from early days where Falcons were down in the dumps near the bottom of the table. They've turned it around, and Shopify the other way. Shopify started so strong. They were like 4-0 or something to kick off, and now they're just eliminated.
Yeah, they started out with a double win, but then it got tough for them. So a little bit rough for them, but that's how it goes. It's a lot of games. So even if it looks good on day number 1, you have a lot of games to go. But I think we have Yuma joining us here for an interview. Hello, Yuma.
Hello.
Yeah, congrats on that win. It was nice to see you guys perform. I want to first off ask, how many pubs and what kind of preparation do you do with the new patch? Because I looked at your Dota 2 Pro trackers and none of the Heroic guys played pubs. Did Cat have you scrimming straight away 8 o'clock in the morning?
No, so to be honest, like yesterday we said, oh yeah guys, tomorrow we played late. Our game is at 5 p.m. So you guys can sleep through. It's fine, you can wake up a bit later. And then I think as people were waking up, we realized there was a patch, and it was like, oh shit, we have a game in 5-6 hours. We need to figure stuff out. And then we just started scrimming. We had 3 scrims.
Mm-hmm.
We learned a lot of things, if I'm honest. I think it was better than pubbing because you're playing against another team, so they're also trying to come up with new ideas and new strats for a new patch. So it's good.
Cool. I was going to ask how much sleep you and Caps got last night, but that tells the whole story. Usually you have the coach who's up all night looking at stuff. Next question, Ringmaster. He was ignored. Do you guys just not think this is a hero yet, or are you kind of scared to pick something so new and fresh?
Okay.
No comment?
I don't think... I'll just say I don't think... It's a bad thing to say, but we don't value it as highly. I'll just say that. Yeah.
Not today. Maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future.
Well, first of all, well done on your series there, Yuma. You're a carry player who likes to play, in the previous patch. I saw you play a lot of stuff that wasn't really played by other carry players. You're, playing that Meepo, for instance, who has been buffed in this patch, I think. Are you excited for a new patch where you can experiment with some different carries, perhaps? How are you feeling about this patch?
I mean, it's new, right? But I'm very excited. I think a lot of heroes that I like got buffed. I think there's a lot of cool mechanics in the game. But I don't know. Some heroes are generally playable again, I think. Meepo definitely got a strong buff, and hopefully people don't ban it first phase against us, so I can actually play it. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm. So what's your, I gotta ask you a follow-up, what's your favorite one thing? If you had to say something in the patch, what's the best change that happened in this patch?
Oh, I kind of enjoyed the rivers, you just go fast and it helps you farm. I don't know, it's fun. It's a fun new thing. I think, something we didn't do that well this series, but I think the Tormentor being 1 is kind of cool. And 15 minutes, allows you to think more, we should pick specific heroes to maybe gain this objective. That's cool.
I think you're right. I think the Tormentor is much more important now, since it's not just both teams go back to their side and take their own Torm. Now it's one, you fight for it, and it's so much gold.
Especially in that game where both teams had massive team fight with Enigma, Fatal Bonds, massive team fight ultis seem pretty good to control as objectives. Yeah, Marco, do you have anything else?
No, I'm good. But, well done on bringing yourself up here into final parts of the group stage. Good job.
Yeah, congrats on qualifying. Hopefully you can continue that through the next stage and see you in the future.
Yeah. See you. Have a good night.
Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye, man.
Yeah, you too. So no Ringmaster yet, but I don't know, the glint in his eye of maybe in the future. Maybe that's something there's whispers of.
It goes like this, Gareth. A lot of pro players or pro teams, when a hero is not yet in captain's mode, they just straight up ignore it. There's a few who will play it ahead of it being added, but a lot of teams will just say, okay, it's now in captain's mode, so you treat it as though it doesn't exist. which can be for good and worse, you know. Like I was next to Jerax when he spammed Earth Spirit before he existed in Captain's Mode, and we saw what happened when he finally got his hands on that later. So I think Ringmaster is perhaps no Earth Spirit, but I think he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. But that wraps things up for Waga and myself. And, this Group A situation for DreamLeague, but that means Zach and Ricky are coming up next with Group B. And they've got a similar spot to what we had, where one team has already been eliminated in Boom Esports, but Team Liquid are middle of the table, looking for victories, looking to try and cement that next spot in the last stages of DreamLeague. But Waga, it's been a pleasure, as usual. New patch, last day of hype here for DreamLeague. Super beautiful to have. Do you have any closing words before we pop off?
I mean, just have some fun with the patch to you and to everyone else. I'm off to fiend some Dota now, dude. I'm not going to sleep after this. It's time to go and just actually grind.
It's time to press that green play Dota button. But check out the pro scene first. You can get some ideas of what to play in your pubs. More Dota 2 action coming your way in a few moments, and there's plenty more streams to fulfill that Dota itch as well. We'll see you all next time.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, here to DreamLeague Season 25. It's the last day of the group stage. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. And, well, what can we really say about today? We have the Wandering Waters update. It has been a massive shift in the game for everyone involved. And I'm sure the teams are having fun with it. We're going to have fun casting it. Zach, what are you most excited or what do you hope to see more than
Polywogs.
Polywogs?
Want to see the Polywogs. They're adorable. I want to see some Jungle Veno. I think that could be good. Group B, we get to have fun. Group B, they got to feel the pressure because, as you can see, only Team Spirit is guaranteed into the next phase. Chimera Esports, as long as they win one game, should be good. Everyone else, it's pretty dicey. You really need to win as many games as you possibly can to give yourself the best chance, because if not, it's like, oh, if I lost, but they lost, it's okay. If I win one game, but they lost 2 games, like, you want to give yourself as much control as possible, get the 2-0s, because otherwise we're going to see where this falls out. These like 2 through 6 teams are very close together.
And the thing that's really funny is, like, before last night at like 5 p.m. when this patch came out, you would look at this and you're like, all right, you can actually probably see how the lines are going to potentially end up based on the matchups for today. And, you know, that maybe if you are a Yakult Brothers fan, you might be a little worried because they're going up against Spirit, right? One of the, I mean, easily the best looking team here so far in this event. But at the same time, now there's a new patch and maybe they get caught off guard by something and Yakult Brothers gets that necessary at least single game win to potentially qualify for phase 2. Whereas like Gaming Gladiators, they're going up against Avalis, who has been struggling, right, these past couple of days. So it's a little bit interesting to see, you know, which teams are actually going to adapt to the new patch the most, if we're going to see more of kind of like the, well, let's just stick with what we know type of strategy. But I'm excited. I will say there's a couple heroes that I think are very good that we'll have to see whether or not they actually make it into the patch. And the first team that I'm going to have my eyes on specifically here is Team Liquid. Insania, Boxy, Saberlight, Nisha, and Mickey. This team is so good at experimenting, coming up with new drafts, and finding things in the patch that, you know, maybe others haven't figured out quite yet. But, you know, we'll see what they do. If they can manage to come up with something really unique, or if they're going to kind of stick with what has been kind of shown already here today. Things like the Carry Pudge, this Phantom Lancer, well, I don't know. What do you think?
This is where Liquid has a big support staff behind them. They're playing second today. So we've had some other professional matches happening earlier. So I am, you know, if I had to just guess, I would think they would have a better read or have had more time and manpower to come up with ideas of what is good. And then all these players are so talented, I'm sure they can just execute on like, hey, make sure you're doing this. And like, okay, captain, like I will do that. I will play this hero. I will do what you say.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at their opponents. Boom Esports, which unfortunately them, they're already mathematically eliminated, but they still have the chance to do the funniest thing ever and prevent Liquid from qualifying for DreamLeague Phase 2. Once again, a team that somehow, for some reason, struggles in DreamLeague. I don't know why, but comprised of Jackie, Mac, FBZ, Tims, and Yonwell. Let's go ahead and take a look at Boom Esports. A little bit more of a deep dive here. We got a little video for you.
Boom Esports has been a regular mainstay of C Dota for several years now, and after a few months as a South American team, they are back in their home region of C. Picking up players from several different teams across the region, they ultimately ended up with Jackie, Mac, FBZ, Tims, and Januel. With some of the most well-known names in the region, they should be one of the strongest teams in C. Sadly, being one of the strongest teams in C doesn't seem to quite cut it at an international level right now. Boom's first land with the new roster was ESO1's Bangkok, and while they did qualify ahead of teams like Aurora and Talon, they got knocked out in 10th place. Hopefully the disappointing results didn't rattle Boom too much. It's a new year and new chances. This season of DreamLeague will be the first event of the year for them. Hopefully they've learned a thing or two from their experience in Bangkok to come back even stronger. Will Boom punch above their weight with an explosive performance at DreamLeague Season 25, or will they fizzle out?
A little bit of, unfortunate, maybe a little bit of a fizzling out here, right? As we see them, like we said, already eliminated, but they can still put on a good showing here, show that they are still a force to be reckoned with one of the strongest teams from Western Europe. Zach, do you think they got what it takes?
I mean, possibly, right? This patch is really big with a lot of crazy ideas in it. So it's certainly possible that there could be an upset here. And even though they won't be able to make it to phase 2, you do get a little bit more EPT point if you can increase your placing in these group stages. So there is still something for them to work towards. Maybe this one is not the way they want to go, but there will be other tournaments to add points to and try to get yourself into the Riyadh Masters later on.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into our draft here for game number 1 and see how this one's going to end up cooking up. Now, one of the things we're noticing, Dragon Knight still banned a lot. Magnus still getting banned a lot. I think that's not really going to change that much, even though he lost the innate cleave on Worm's Wrath for the Fire Dragon. You get the cleave now in all 3 facets while in dragon form. And we've seen a massive bump in the Frost Dragon actually getting picked quite a bit. I mean, personally, I thought the Frost Dragon, utility-wise, was always the best of the 3 dragons, but now you actually have the ability to farm during dragon forms. So, I don't know. It could be something we'll see a little bit more of. How do you feel about it?
I mean, the win rate certainly speaks for itself. It jumped up like 10 percentage points in the win rate. So, I don't know if that's just like day 1, Dragon Knight's easy enough to perform with, or like you said, maybe the changes to him, they tried to balance out the red dragon facet but just made him a better hero by default, and then you can finally go the Frost Dragon, which is the only facet that hasn't really been meta yet. So I was hoping we'd get to see it, but I completely understand banning out the hero with the highest pub win rate as you go into what might determine your group stage life or not. And some of these others, maybe not too surprising. The Magnus, Bristle, PA, a lot of them did get nerfs, but you woke up to the patch. How much time have you had to explore? You'll play it safe. Maybe you're just banning some of them out.
I mean, did Magnus actually get nerfed? It's like that.
I mean, reverse polarity got removed, man.
Yeah, I mean, true.
Crushing.
True. I don't know. Him. The damage changes are quite different. He comes to lane with more damage, right? With all universal heroes, that's kind of how it works. But the diminishing return shockwave level 5 is really good. You just get the shard built in for free, and then now your shard is built into your skewer. So I feel like Magnus is just still probably going to be a top tier pick for a while until maybe some of the numbers balance out, or we find maybe some other heroes that are even stronger. But for now, we're going to see the overall first pick of the Abaddon, followed up by the Ember Spirit, who is now definitely back in the meta. Cast point removed from the ult, as well as some nice buffs to this hero.
I mean, Abaddon as well. I thought we'd get some Abaddon nerfs, but
yeah, that was
arguably weird. Buffed. His end damage is a little worse compared to where it used to be, but that's kind of true for universal heroes across the board. His early damage is actually a little bit better. Actually, a lot.
It's 10. I think it's like 10. It's a lot. He has 10 more damage at level 1.
And Mephitic Shroud didn't even get changed, so I don't know if we're gonna see him as a core every single time now. I would say these changes are actually really good for support Abaddon, right? Where you can now trade really well in the early laning stage and then just be a Dispel Shield that we know from Abaddon support. And maybe you're getting like Orb of Frost or something so you can run people down like when you want to fight. I don't know. But his win rate did go up. So we will get to see, if it's still a core hero, support hero, where he falls out.
I feel like it's still going to be a core. It's just he's stronger in lane now. He has more health, more agility, and more int. And the sacrifices a little bit of damage. And that damage threshold doesn't really fall off until like level 11. And that's when it kind of breaks even. So everything before level 11, he has more damage. And then afterward, he has more strength, agility, and int at all times. So I feel like if I'm an Abaddon, I'm okay losing a little bit of damage in the late game to have better stats and then also a better early game. So to me, I feel like this hero is in a really good spot. I do like the bans here to protect it too, because like this definitely makes me feel like it's a core Abaddon, right? If they're gonna ban out Doom and Terrorblade,
that's true. Grab the ET for now. I was curious. So Liquid banned out Monkey King to make sure they're protecting the Ember Spirit. Another common response is the Huskar, who I think his new facet sounds pretty good, having a basic Dispel to remove Spirit Vessels. With that said, this Orb of Frost added in and some other things like Orb of Corrosion getting changed up. Maybe those are enough to make... to give you another way to respond to the high healing of Huskar. His win rate does seem to have gone up a little bit, but I think that's common in new patches because Huskar is just this stomp playstyle. And while everyone's doing wacky new things, you're just like, yeah, I just win the lane and end the game. So sometimes that's deceiving and we have to wait a little bit to see where it really falls out.
So we're going to see Shaker picked up here now. And this is a hero I think that is generally buffed in the pro scene, because they actually made support Shaker better and only slightly nerfed core Shaker. So now it's a much more of a flex pick that you can grab early on in the draft and you don't really know exactly where it's going to go. So I like this. I think it's a really smart pick. The Weaver is interesting though. This is, I mean, by the time I got to Weaver in the patch notes, I had been reading for like 5 hours. So let me see. I know. Refresh my brain really quick.
So the main change for him is that the swarm is harder to kill. Yeah, so I'm wondering if we're gonna see a support Weaver with the XP Hive Mind, because that one got buffed in a previous patch. A Weaver support was absolutely broken when it came out because he had the free Geminate attack. That got removed and he has been out of the meta since then, but he's been getting small buffs to try to bring him back. So I'm wondering if with the swarm that is now enough, especially because if we think about map changes, the Twin Gates got moved, so it's much easier to use them and then quickly show up in the lanes. So I'm wondering if a support Weaver who maybe does his Hive Mind, gets the swarm high leveled, and starts showing up to ganks pretty often can pick up a bunch of XP, get a lot done. I mean, maybe that's a crazy idea, but I feel like we might see that trend in the future. It might not be this game, but I think the Twin Gates are easier to use than ever.
Okay, someone ping Lyrical real quick. We have in Darkseer pick, followed up by a Mirana, which Mirana seems more like a core hero now, so I'm a little bit unsure of this one. Like maybe, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Because the leap facet seems really good for carry Mirana, right? Leaps and bounds or whatever. Or I think maybe it's the other one. Hold on, maybe it's Starstruck. I'm trying to remember which one it is.
Leaps and bounds is the new facet that roots on the leap, the people in front of you that you land on. Starstruck gives you a second Starstorm hit, or that second Starstorm hit does more damage. You always had it, but it does more damage, and now it blinds. I could see that being really good for support, especially like maybe this Weaver. He wants to right-click trade you, and then you're blinding him, making him miss attacks. It could be interesting. The ultimate also gives a lot more outgoing damage. Or, I mean, I guess it just gives outgoing damage. You didn't have that before. So, but it's only to Mirana, which potentially does encourage a core Mirana. But support Miranas often play greedy and scale up anyhow. So, you know, it might still be something you could do. Perhaps in the hands of Boxy, it's looking like, if you want to run this position 4.
Jakiro picked up here for Boom, a hero that we're seeing a lot more. Both facets seem pretty interesting. The support one is a pretty obvious in terms of which one you're going to go for. Ice Path is just such a nuisance of an ability, and the fact that it now just lingers on the battlefield for 6 seconds, basically creating like a fissure that will stun you if you touch it, is kind of wild. And then it has a 3-second downtime, right? Like it's really good. Icebreaker for support Jakiro seems pretty nuts. That being said, Twin Terror and the fact that you basically just got his 25 talent for a shard makes me feel like we might see some mid Jakiros, kind of pop back into the meta a little bit, but we'll see if that ends up happening.
Could be interesting here, because usually, right before this patch, I'd say like, okay, this is your Earth Shaker mid versus the Ember. Jakiro mid, I could see that punishing an Ember potentially. I don't know the exact math now between like the buffed up Flame Guard versus the buffed up Jakiro, but Jakiro spells are usually quite good versus melee heroes. So that actually could be a really cool idea. I don't know, maybe that's something we see later on in the patch when people have had time to explore. I kind of feel like this is just going to be, I've played a bunch of Earthshaker mid. I still think it's good enough versus Ember, right? I'm just going to run that. That's most likely what we're going to see, but that's kind of the fun of new patch Dota, that we all just have our fingers crossed like, please pull the wildest shit imaginable. We want to see some wacky stuff here.
I mean, just look at the heroes that are picked right now compared to what we saw just yesterday. Like this is... No one would have done these drafts. Like this is complete nonsense if you were trying to watch the stream yesterday. So we've already seen quite a big mix up in some of the heroes that are being picked. A lot of the bans might still be the same, right? I don't know how Phantom Assassin got buffed, but here we are. That is crazy to me. We're gonna see the Ursa and Pudge bans from Team Liquid try and protect the Darkseer lane. Makes a lot of sense. And then from Boom, they've got rid of Nature's Prophet. They're looking for most likely a carry on Liquid. And Mikke has traditionally been someone who loves running that.
10 seconds remaining.
Did my audio just
the Alchemist change?
I feel like Alchemist got heavily nerfed.
You think so?
I mean...
Because of the
corrosive weaponry is just worse at all stages of the game.
Oh, that one.
And then your acid spray.
But it's
AoE
easier to apply
super
now,
small.
isn't it?
I mean, not really. You need like 4 instances for it to count as like the original level 1.
Oh, okay. I didn't fully do the math on that one.
It's rough.
All right, I see Tidehunter. So I guess this is a Tidehunter off lane. Weaver carry, I want to say. Who does better versus Darkseer? I feel like Weaver would have an easier time dealing with the ion shells than like a core Abaddon. I know you're squishy, but you're ranged, so you can be further back. Well, maybe you could get Mephitic Shroud, and then it's like he's ion shelling himself when you return the damage.
That's really smart. I like that idea.
You may now select your heroes.
That's a weird pick in my eyes. I'm not super sold on that one.
How did she get the self-agility bonus got increased a lot, I think.
No, her damage got nerfed. Am I missing something?
Did it? No, well, okay, I didn't fully do the math on this one, but the precision aura went from 2% per hero level to 4, 8, 12, 16% plus 1% per level. So I think you have more at the start at least. I don't know exactly where the crossing paths of the, if we graph it out, where that is.
It's like level 5. Like level 5 is literally when it becomes worse, I think, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I did the math on this, and I'm pretty sure precision aura is like worse at almost every stage of the game outside of like levels 1 through 4. And then like at 6, it's slightly better. And then it's worse again at like level 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll see if I can rerun the numbers. I thought it was a flat nerf to this hero, but a little bit of a weird one for sure.
What facet did he go? Did he go into the new buffed up facet? No, he still got sidestep.
Sidestep, yeah. So looking at the heroes here, it's going to be the Carry Weaver. So it's not going to be the, what we were hoping, which is the like Hive Mind support Weaver running around, but we'll see the 5 position Abaddon and the Carry Weaver as the 1/5 combo.
Is there a cool new build you can do with Tidehunter? I feel like we got some items with like on-hit effects and stuff. Wonder if we can start with any of them.
Well, here we go. I'm excited. This should be a really fun game. Just seeing anything like new and stuff like this is always really interesting. But I think overall, if you are, sorry, my computer just has been having some weird issues right now, so I apologize if that I've been like kind of randomly cutting out, but I think I've got it figured out. I don't know what, but all right, we're good to go. Liquid looking like they're locked in the zone here. Is there, I would say normally like, oh, which draft do you prefer? But like, we really don't know a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a guess right now for me on which draft is better or not. I would say like prior to the patch, Liquid should be favored. I know they have been having a rough start, but they are kind of in a better spot at least than Boom, and I want to give that the edge. Like, even though we say, oh, the patch is still crazy, there's still fundamentals to Dota that are true across the board, no matter what wacky patches we get into, where like last hitting is important, map awareness, team calls, coordination, things like that. So outside of being completely wrong on a read of like, oh, I think this hero is good, and then it's actually like dumpster tier, and you're like, oh, that's so bad, and then it turns out to be absolutely broken with some new mechanic interaction. That's where perhaps Boom has like some surprise advantage, but otherwise I feel like Liquid should be okay, even though I don't understand the drafts, like where they completely fall out right now.
Yeah, and if people are wondering what's going on, we are running into some issues right here. We're trying to get into the game. The lanes are kind of already underway at this point, but we should hopefully be there in just a moment. We can radio cast.
Could you do a radio voice for me?
Yeah, let me go find my quick little.
Oh, welcome to the Dota tournament.
Yeah, it's like I need to go find the audio filter or something. I literally thought about enabling it recently and I forgot about it, but it's okay. To give you guys kind of
we can look through Mickey's glasses. Oh,
yeah, no. We're going to see Nisha on the Ember Spirit in mid up against Mac on the Shaker. On the top lane, it's going to be Boxy playing the Mirana with Saberlight on the Darkseer, going up against Janwell on his Abaddon, and Jackie Boys on the Carry Weaver. Now for the bottom lane, Insania is playing the Elder Titan with Mickey on the Drow Ranger, and Tidehunter being played by FBZ and Tim's on the 4-position Jakiro. I am having a great time here because I am just like going through looking at the map because I have yet to be able to actually play a game after reading for like 5 hours yesterday. So I'm trying to just stay up, see what has actually changed. What is new here? But
it's mostly the safe lane jungles that are the biggest difference with all the extra water. And then like the Roche pits that are now in the middle into the like Twin Gate corners with the Tormentors. The ancient triangles are just about the same, and the sides where like the Lotus are, there's like one extra camp. It's now like hard medium, but the overall layout is quite similar.
That's where the extra camp went. I was really confused on where that camp went because you told me there's an ancient camp behind the safe lane now, and I was like, doesn't seem right. There used to be 2 camps there. So yeah, they actually swapped the 2 camps from behind the safe lane and put the ancient camp there instead. So this punishes a lot of heroes that were previously just like stacking constantly and farming the safe lane dual camp, things heroes like Alchemist. I think that's when we talk about like nerfs in a patch, it's not just things like, you know, what changed on their hero specifically, but it's also the map. And that's like a pretty massive nerf to Alchemist. Probably the largest single nerf to Alchemist. Oh, think we're in the game? We might be in the game. Looks like we're kind of there. Hold up. Maybe. We are on Boxy's POV and Sania's POV. I am not 100% sure, but we at least have a game here to watch.
This is what it takes to be a pro, guys. Look at his camera movement, actually. This is actually really interesting. If you don't usually watch through like player cams perspective and everything. I guess we're watching Insania. Oh, yeah, his minimap's on the right side. This is Insania for sure. Fortunately, you guys, you haven't missed much. It's been very quiet lane so far. Maybe just everyone relying on the fundamentals. Like, they're very confused by the map. They're like, you know what? I'll just start by getting last hits and denies. So there hasn't been too much action yet. There was one close call with Tim's chasing Insania. Maybe Tim's now in a bit of trouble here. Hey, you're looking pretty slow there.
That's going to be the first blood. Really well done there from Mickade and Insania. They actually almost got a first blood on Insania earlier in this lane, but looks like it will finally go back the other way.
Yeah, the Jakiro looks very promising. I don't know if it'll actually be a position 4. Clearly, Tim's wanted to try it out there. But now getting Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost has been a huge buff, because there are times where you want one or the other, and everyone went Liquid Frost with the last one because it was better for the lanes, but having the choice is very useful now and buffs the hero a lot, especially because now you also get the new facets such as the Ice Path one or the Twin Terror, which he actually went for this game as position 4. Looking for another kill down here on FBZ. I think they've got this. This is perhaps the buff. We were just debating whether...
The barrier! That's the new Kraken shell active. That's super cool. And then now, wow, Tim's actually gets the return kill there with the Liquid Frostburn. Okay, so this Kraken shell change was actually pretty interesting. I wasn't sure how much it would actually affect the hero, but in a situation like that, he literally just blocked 100% of the damage the Drow was doing. And that is, what's the duration on that actually, on the active now? 4 seconds. So for 4 seconds, you take 0 right-click damage from your lane opponents. It does cost some mana, though, which Tide already struggles with. But, yeah, was able to survive, and it gets a turnaround kill. That's pretty sick.
Does this one have the stacking? Oh, he didn't get the kill with the effect, so he doesn't get the extra stack. It looks like Ember actually falls mid during this power rune fight. I was distracted looking at the new stuff. Sania chasing down Tim's barely surviving. The new mid layout should allow more pressure on the Radiant mids. Before, the high ground where Insania's walking through right now actually made it really hard to wrap on the Radiant mid, but it's kind of been equalized now with the map changes.
We are still working on trying to get the situation resolved, everyone. So just bear with us as try to figure out what happened. But for now, we will do our best here to kind of see what's going on. We're kind of just watching here from Insania's POV. If you're just tuning in and kind of wondering what's going on.
So far, Mickey's gonna start exploring the camps behind his tower. I actually think, so this is something that is good for certain carries, the ancient camp being here by the safe lane. Because someone like Drow in the past actually wanted to have a good start and then potentially rotate over to the off lane where you could push in the lane and then just go farm 2 ancient camps and a hard camp. That was good when you wanted to do that, but there are times that your offlaner wants to stay over there and you still want to expedite your farm. So actually being able to use the ancient camp pretty early when it's this close. Insania looks pretty dead here. Someone like Drow should be able to now stay in the safe lane and be happier about it. Push in the lane, go do an ancient camp, straight back to the lane, maybe go through like some of the polywog camps.
Well, mid lane Nisha's got to amplify damage. Should be able to finish off Mac here. Oh, what an arrow. Very nicely done. All right, they will grab it.
Sania trying to decide where to ward now on this new map.
I guess this is like a case study for how support addresses like the new map and everything like that. I mean, there's a lot less like high ground cliffs, right? So you're kind of having to use your your wards a little bit differently now, where it's like kind of just warding general areas as opposed to always a high ground.
Mm-hmm. Well, he found one this time. Some of the prep work going in. It's kind of easier to check some of these spots now. Like, we have these high grounds, but they're a little slimmer than they were before. So sentries now cover the whole area to an extent, but where along it you choose to check is maybe now going to be the choice. Mickey trapped here on the new terrain.
That's a very much a stuck hero. Drow's gonna go down and Stania goes for the stomp here. Echo Slam actually to shut him down. Gets another kill. 2 dead on the side of Liquid. A big rotation from Boom though to get it.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Space to, I guess, Saberlight putting in some pressure top, which is pretty important to match some of this pressure going on in the bottom lane right now.
All right, nice vacuum back. That borrow time's gonna expire. Looking for map. Good stomp. The Ravage out from FBZ. We'll go ahead and put a stop to this for the moment, but the chase continues. The leap on forward. The Remnant in. Sleight of Fist connects. Here comes Jackie, boys. Gets silenced though right as he enters the fight. He will have the time lapse to escape, but goes right into the dust. Don't think they have a way of actually catching him, so they will just back away.
Should be able to get this tower off of that. They have the whole team here and the catapult. They're losing some mid pressure in the moment, but I think they'll be able to take this tower pretty quickly, just spread across the map again if they want. It's a little too early to go invading for Wisdom Runes holding this part of the map. And I also don't know how important it is to do anymore, because in the past, actually, if you put a lot of pressure on the enemies off lane, it made it easier to actually set up for Tormentor steals at 20 minutes. And that's no longer really that important anymore. Actually, just taking the tier 1 is pretty good to set up the Tormentor now, since it is in these corners. The enemies won't have a way to teleport in. Potentially, I guess. If you have the other safe lane, you know, maybe you can come through the Twin Gate, but there's always a risk of just walking into a huge vacuum wall or something, or from the Liquid side, going straight into an Echo Slam and Ravage. Ice Path, perhaps, 6-second linger on the Twin Gate.
Oh my gosh, it looks like we're back. Are we back? All right. All right. It looks like we can see everything, so this is good. All right. Let's try to see what's been going on. It's been a little weird not being able to see like net worth, last hit, stuff like that, but looks like we do have observers back in ready to go. So Drow's having an amazing start here for Mickey. A lot better of a start than I thought, even especially since we just saw the gank into the bottom side of the map. But
yeah, as this laning stage ends, so I don't know if it's the buffs or they just played well, but Drow is certainly off to a strong start. And as a early momentum hero, should be able to contribute to the team as he, I don't know, looks like he wants the Yasha first. Manta. pretty common. I'm curious where he wants to go through there. If he wants to try any of the new items that came in. Neutrals. Ooh, I want to look at neutrals. We have a ton of shovels for Liquid. They have decided that shovels are the best item right now.
Yeah, 2 on Boom already as well. I'm curious how they're going to like modify these with like the different enchantments, right? Is everyone just gonna pick Brawny, so it's just literally shovel, like, you know, nothing changed on the item? But we're gonna see a potential wrap around here into the mid lane. Searing chains are out. A nice wall though from Saberlight's gonna lock down that Earthshaker, and now a very quick kill onto the Abaddon as well. So Boom really starting to struggle here in this like early mid game, as they're gonna take the tier 1 tower in mid as well.
Quick replay, Saberlight coming in. He's bringing in a halberd. Early halberd. Doesn't actually matter here too much, to be honest, but that's a cool choice. Maybe take out all the damage from Weaver. Back into the real game, they found FBZ. He Ravages to try to get away. Not nearly enough. That's actually going to lead to the Wisdom Rune steal.
Wisdom Shrine. Thank you. I'm kidding. Double wisdom Shrine there for Liquid. Very nice. Yeah, they're 3,000 ahead here, just 14 minutes into the game. It's not too rough, but at the same time, like, you've lost all 3 of your tier 1 towers. The Drow range is the one at the top of the net worth, and she has really good matchups this game, right? Like, she can deal with Tidehunter, she can deal with Earthshaker, Weaver. Like, none of these heroes are really good at getting on top of her. You definitely needed to shut her down a little bit more early on here.
All right, I'm just so absorbed with these neutrals. It seems like everyone likes Shovel, and then it's either Mystical or Brawny, which I gotta say makes a lot of sense, right? Either more health to take some of these early fights, or have the mana to take these early fights. I guess it depends on the exact hero, but maybe also a little bit of luck which one you get, because it's not guaranteed. I believe you have the choice.
Yeah, Mystical has been what we've seen a lot from heroes, just like that little bit of extra mana regen that helps out. And then Shovel is just so value at all stages of the game. And now that there's a ton more water, you can pretty much dig up water runes outside of the river, which is great. We're gonna see a fight break out here in the bottom side. Saberlight's looking for a good wall placement. Does manage to get 2 Jackie Boys. He's lost a lot of health already. Jakiro's gonna be the first one to go down, as Insania is gonna try and find his opening. Just beating down Janwell on this Abaddon. Forces the ult right away. The Fissure though is gonna connect, lock him down. He's dead. A buyback though from the Abaddon. Trying to get back into this fight. They still have not found the Weaver, but they did get his time lapse out of him. Chains out from Nisha. And the Echo Slam's gonna actually find Mickey, and now in comes the Weaver. Managed to get on top of this Drow, and they will take him down first. Nisha has to start turning this fight around. He's low on mana. The Ion Shell still on top of him. I don't know if they can stick around. They're starting to run out of resources, and there's the Ravage from FBZ. He's been holding it for so dang long. Boxy now trying to TP out Saberlight with the Surge. Boxy's gonna make it. As now Saberlight salving up here on the backside, and Sania coming in as well. And goes for the stomp, but just no chance. Interrupted by that Ice Path, as Jackie Boy's continuing to look for more, pushing forward onto Saberlight.
A huge fight for the new, air quotes, new Tormentor objective. A lot of this came down to be pretty close on the kill on Jackie Boys. That did not happen. It was really close. The silence ended. He time-lapsed back out. Because of that, they committed so hard, used up a ton of their resources, so the rest of the fight slowly goes the way of Boom, although they did have to commit some buybacks for it. I will say I think it paid off. It's actually, the Tormentor, I think it's worth it to do all this for.
So worth it. So worth it.
Yeah, it's got the shard and everything, but I guess because they used so much, they didn't actually feel comfortable finishing the Tormentor. So Liquid's actually just back at it. Despite losing that fight, Liquid still ends up with the Tormentor. Boom was just kind of low, and I guess a little slow about doing it, and they got pushed off of it.
Okay, well now it's definitely not worth it. Dude, Tormentor is way too valuable now. You get
because
one
it still gives
at 15
the
instead
shard.
of the 2 at 20. It still gets the shard.
It still gives the shard, and now more money as well.
Yeah.
To everyone who does. I think 240 gold. So pretty good early objective. And I think the idea is that it's a trade-off of, like, if you skip Tormentor and you go for an early Roche, the other team could do Tormentor. But now it just encourages you to do Tormentor first to then set up for the Roshan afterwards. Which,
is that not almost a 3,000 gold swing at 15 minutes if you get Tormentor?
I think the math works out, yeah.
It's like almost 3k gold. Like, it's pretty nuts how big that is. Like, that is a full team wipe, in essence, right? In just taking Tormentor.
Oh, watch out, there's a Prowler camp here. I don't know if you guys can do this.
Well, okay, so I'm glad the Prowlers are back. You and I joked about it earlier.
I know, yeah.
About, like, Prowlers coming back, but instead of being in the camps, they just roam around the map trying to kill people, and we thought it would be really funny. But they did just bring them back. Less dangerous, though. Yeah, nerfed, less dangerous, because now a lot of the spell activations do require there to be multiple heroes nearby instead of it just randomly rooting you, like taking all your armor and killing you. So some overall kind of changes to how jungle creeps work, right? And how they activate and use spells to make it more consistent across the board, which is a nice quality of life change for sure. Smoke up though from Liquid. Onto the high ground, they see the Abaddon, but they have the bigger target to the vacuum. Actually makes him whiff with the arrow, but it doesn't matter. So much damage coming in from the multi-shot from Mickey as now the Ravage connects onto everyone, but there's no follow-up. They were not close enough. They had already lost the Shaker. Janwell here on the Abaddon cannot stand his ground. 3 dead on Boom, potentially more as Nisha continues the chase, but they will be able to back away and now turning their attention to the mid tier 2 tower.
Now, the fact that they find the vacuum wall onto Earthshaker and Jakiro. Earthshaker does manage to get the echo off, but nothing from Jakiro. And he actually does contribute a lot of this early damage in these team fights. So we see like the big Ravage come out afterwards, but just not very much damage. But if you imagine the Macropyre, Ice Path, Dual Breath lined up with that Ravage, then suddenly we can see Boom taking that fight.
Absolutely.
So an advantage to the Moonlight Shadow coming back in from the support Mirana, who manages to TP out again with like 50 health left. It's unfair if that keeps happening. Boxy, the third one you gotta give back over to Boom.
So we have this Blink Dagger on Mac, but we haven't really seen it get put to a lot of use. They are apparently taking Roshan. It is dead. Aegis will go into the hands of the Drow Ranger. Here's a couple things that I really like. I think the rework to Halberd is incredible. We're actually gonna see it back into the meta. It's, you know, dispellable now, but I still think that makes it a very good item. We're going to see both Darkseer and I think I saw someone on Boom picking one up as well. But for now, a pipe being completed here from the Tidehunter to try and reduce some of the damage that's coming through. He's actually picked up the Searing Signet. Interesting. One of the new items.
Yeah.
Brigand's Blade is back, though. This is one of the big ones I want to talk about. This item was one of the most busted jungle items for a long time, and it is back. How do you feel about this? Because I think every carry is basically going Brigand's Blade right now.
It seems like it. Actually, Nisha's got one too. Everyone who wants to do right-click damage.
They're going to try and get Mac out of here. He's getting a lot of healing, but Janwell, his ult's going to expire, and with that, Abaddon, yeah, he manages to bail out the Earthshaker. That might be good enough. FBZ is going to pop that Blade Mail, try and buy himself a little bit of time. The Searing Chains are out. The arrow just to block off any chance of escape, and dead on his own high ground. Liquid are just steamrolling over Boom right now.
Boom didn't want to fight there. Understandable. 9k down, no Aegis. But I don't think you want heroes there then, because Jackie Boy is clearly no interest in showing up. She's just pushing the other parts of the map. I feel like you actually just give up that tower and go farm the rest of the map. So maybe being on a little bit of a different page there on whether they're gonna fight or not. That actually now costs you this tier 3 tower. You're at least gonna lose a lot of the health, and yeah, it seems like there's no interest in fighting without the Tidehunter, so it just falls. Now another barracks, and this is actually where you would have wanted to fight. You threaten the Ravage, Echo, Macro Pyre on the high ground, but by losing the fight outside at the tier 2, a much easier fight for Liquid to take. Now they pretty much break the high ground for free. They don't actually get the melee barracks, but this will always push in their favor now, and that sets up, you know, all the other plays you want to make.
Yeah, we're going to see Saberlight finishing up an Aghanim Scepter on the Darkseer, which is a little bit interesting. Not something we see all that often, but does give you a little bit more crowd control. Normal punch is always quite funny. It's really good against Abaddon, right? Because he just curses himself. For Weaver, he's like kind of a glass cannon hero, so he has to be very careful to not get caught by the normal punch into like vacuum, because he could potentially burst himself.
Don't you hate when you burst yourself?
Yeah, I've played Muerta into a Darkseer normal punch. I don't like it. $11,000 gold lead here.
Saberlight's pinging him. He's running in. Vacuum punch.
I mean, it's a decent amount of damage. Ooh. Gets the time lapse off just barely to avoid that gust, but that means no time lapse for 50.
Yeah, that was just the vacuum and the punch, and he did about half of the health. So you can imagine with Wall of Replica and maybe one stun, which I guess is him. I guess he is the one stun. So I guess you just need someone else there also doing damage in that one stun to finish off the kill. Everything else can be dispelled by Manta. Oh, I guess the sleep, but you wake him up and then he Mantas and time lapses.
Yeah, you have like sleep, you have like chains into arrow, but that's not something that's easy to hit on a Manta target, let alone the Weaver. So we'll see what they do. Bottom lane of Barracks finished off now, looking for the mid. You have one fortification remaining for Boom here. As the blink, the Echo Slam comes out from Mac. The chain stun is there. No, he gets the remnant off. Nisha's safe. Mickey bailed out by Saberlight as well. A huge vacuum wall on the backside to create so much distance. Tim's trying to run. Chains on the front side finds Jackie Boys. He's playing 1v5. He needs to be careful. Somehow Liquid lose absolutely nothing in this. They can just remnants home and come back and be ready to fight on this high ground once again for this Ember Spirit.
Comes down to the Sanj and Yasha that Nisha decided to still buy. The chain stuns and just enough, soon enough for him to remnant out of there, heal up, goes back home, straight back into the fight. And now you know there's no big team fight ults. Like, you might do this slowly, but I think Liquid can just finish this off. Well, actually, Roshan, or Aegis, is expiring now.
Okay, I was just about to ask when that was going to happen, because that's like the big thing, right, is waiting on that Aegis.
Yeah, I thought they had a little longer on it and they would just push without the team fight ults. I actually still think they could if they wanted to, but maybe they're just going to play it safe. You really need the 2-0 here. You don't want to risk throwing on the high ground, get yourself into a sticky situation. So at this point, we don't usually think about Tormentor possibly respawning soon, but because it got moved 5 minutes sooner, there is this cycle that I think will come up in a lot of pro games where if you're winning, you do Tormentor, you do Roche, you push with the Aegis, get a bigger lead, Tormentor's back up. You go do the next Tormentor. With that bigger lead, you do the next Roshan. And that could maybe be what they're waiting for. Like, if we get a kill, great. If not, we'll just do the Tormentor. For now, it looks like they're gonna force the ult from Abaddon. Okay, 4-step back in the base. Yeah, so you poke and prod, keep them in their base. If you find the kills, great. If not, Tormentor should be up in the next minute or two, I think.
Are you surprised they brought Essence Ring back? Because I felt like this item was removed specifically because it was overpowered. Same with Brigand's Blade, but now they're just both back in the game. I am glad, though,
that
there's certain ones were removed.
Then it's balanced.
Yeah, that's true. Well, maybe they thought it was the combination of like the I mean, now that you have to like get the artifact plus the essence for it to technically be the same. But it was kind of like the active on Essence Ring that was really strong. Just that quick burst of health. We'll see those smoke up from Boom. I mean, this is a really good angle to approach from. Drow's not here. Maybe you find an opening, kill one of these supports, but no, they actually scout this out completely. And Insania, well, he's the one that's in trouble. The jump in here from Mac, just 2-tapped by the Earthshaker.
Big T movement just for the position 5. If everyone else gets out, especially because Saberlight even steals the Wisdom Shrine, not too bad. There's not even a key objective to lose, really. Well, actually, maybe they could have forced the Tormentor with that ET kill. Something that perhaps they're not used to. The idea of, you know, killing ET, 28 minutes, go get the Tormentor. But that, like you said, I think it's like 3,000 gold all said and done. A little less than that. But
wait. So how often does Tormentor spawn? Yeah, right. First one's at 15. Is it every 10 minutes after that? So is it still 10 minutes?
So yeah, I don't remember there being a change to it.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I didn't see anything about the change to the respawn timer, so I assumed it would be 10 minutes, and it looks like they're going to go for it here as they swing through the Twin Gate and head back bottom for the second. So let's just keep an eye here. 12k gold lead at the moment. Yeah, okay, it's actually just a 3,000 gold swing. Like, I cannot understand how teams are going to deal with this. If you are snowballing and you are ahead and you get Tormentor at 15 minutes, this is going to be an absolute ridiculous objective. Potentially more important than Roshan right now at 15 minutes. Like, I don't know.
I think it'll come down to the lineup, right?
Yeah.
Like, a hero like Huskar, Meepo, they always want the early Aegis. But some teams, some shards are really good for certain supports and just flat out money.
I do like money. You can, well, we're gonna see the fight break out. They do get a nice ice path here on Mickey. Makes a decent chunk of damage, but unable to finish the job. He's able to get away for now. Meanwhile, Boxy's got to get the leap up. Huge vacuum from Saberlight. The halberd on the Jackie Boys will get dispelled. Nisha on the front line trying to stay with them. The illusion just running down this Abaddon, and now FBZ in trouble. Body block, pops the blade mail. Big Ravage to turn it around. The buybacks from both of these heroes on Boom. It's gonna be enough. He whiffs the Echo. He gets hit on the blink in. Oh no, Mac. That's the worst possible scenario here as he is dead. A dieback on your Abaddon as well as your Jakiro. The GGs come out and Liquid will take game number 1.
All right, I feel like what happened here is Liquid fundamentally a stronger team. I really can't say if the draft is better or not yet with how big the changes are, but I feel like they got an early lead and then they follow the new objective cycle that looks like it's coming up here, right? Like, you do Tormentor, you do Roche. You do Tormentor, you do Roche. And they just very methodically grew that lead. I think there were some windows where Boom could maybe just like do a quick reset and maybe get back into it, but losing that fight at the tier 2 led to the tier 3s being taken for free, and I think things really got out of control at that point.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that the lanes just looked like they went really well for Liquid, or at least well enough. Like, the Drow Ranger was enormous. Now, you were doing pretty well in this Earthshaker versus Ember mid matchup, but they ended up rotating pretty heavily, right? I think we saw around the 11-minute mark there, bringing in heroes like the Darkseer and both of the supports as well to try and find themselves kills, secure the tower. And, you know, that was kind of the moment where the game became a little bit too difficult for Boom. Now, we saw the fight bottom there. It looked really nice for a while, but I think this is where it's hard. Like, you can't even look at this and be like, oh, it's a draft thing. Like, we don't really know. You know, it's like there's still so much that can be done that has changed in this patch, but I do really like this Darkseer. I think it has a lot of potential in this game, and especially when you see a hero like Abaddon, he just does not like playing against it at all, whether it be core or support.
Yeah, I mean,
Mickey's making a good case for the Drow.
Yeah, this final fight is really Liquid has 15k gold. You know,
yeah,
I think that was a pretty That was a pretty messy fight for Liquid there, but they just don't have the damage to kill anyone. Some of that is the items coming in, right? We get the return of Mirana support potentially. He goes the Mech and Solar Crest. Saberlight has the Glimmer and the Halberd. You got like Shiva's affecting things, drums, lads. So they had a lot of auras to protect each other. So even though they're pretty scattered at the start of the fight, no actual kills happen. They're able to regroup. And then once they've regrouped, hey, you know what? We got a 15k lead. Let's just run at the enemies. They've used their ultimates. Should be an easy fight. They're right.
Yeah, this just looks like you kind of said, a little bit of just almost like an outplay, like just the stronger team of Liquid. Like, we knew that this team was going to do really good on the new patch in general, just because they have such a good support staff, and they have always been really creative at drafting and kind of identifying what works for them. And this game was really no exception. They just look really good, and I'm happy to see the Halberd actually being picked up here on the offlane Darkseer. The damage block is great. It's great stats, right, all around. HP regen and attributes, the damage block, and then of course the active. It is dispellable, but the mana cost is so low now that it is something that you can just use constantly to annoy heroes with. So it's good stuff. Well played from Liquid as they get themselves the game 1 victory. Now this is, of course, a best of 2, and boom, you know, they might be able to come back and slow down Team Liquid in game 2, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final game of the evening here. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
everybody. Hope you enjoyed the short little break here as we get ready for game number 2 of Boom Esports versus Team Liquid. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. Oh, a game 1. The thing is like, it's hard to break down some things in this patch because we're all still trying to figure things out, but Liquid seem to have a pretty good idea of some things that are working. It's not a super different draft from maybe things we would have seen in the last patch, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think can go differently here for Boom? Like, is it really just they need to clean up the team fights? Is it the laning? What's the best thing that they can do?
I do think some of their picks, like let's take the Earthshaker into Ember. I think Earthshaker core got nerfed. I don't think it's going to be as good. It's very early to say that. Like, I know, right? That'll be the asterisk on everything we talk about for the rest of the day, right? Yes, it's early in the patch. Will it actually be true or not? We'll see. But I feel like that's not going to be as good. And sometimes you don't know, right? You just try it. Doesn't turn out to work out. I think the bigger thing, my initial impression of the patch right now, especially at the pro level where they're gonna have the coordination, is you want a strong start because you want to be able to take the Tormentor at 15. And then after the Tormentor, you can keep going into the Roshan and then back into the Tormentor. I think strong safe lanes, for example, are now very important because there's an ancient camp right by it. So now if you can have a good lane, you can easily cycle to the ancient camp and back, compared to, you know, a small camp that used to be there. It's like triple the value if you can do it early, which is why I think a hero like Drow works really well. Even though we were trying to figure out the math, I did like a little spreadsheet on it. I think the key points that she's better are the early levels, level 6, and then after that, it's a few points different, and then it's worse after like level 20. But at that point, you're hoping to have already be in a huge spot. You win your lane, you do the early ancients, you do Tormentor, like you win the way Liquid did, right? It never really got to the point where Drow's like, oh, I've lost my level 22 timing. Oh, right. Liquid does not play for that.
Yeah, it's interesting because now the power spike actually aligns with marksmanship, which is kind of what it should do, right? Like a lot of these abilities, like you're playing around power spikes for Drow, it's her ult. And so now your marksmanship scales with the ult. You get this like kind of significant boost in power for that level. And then it kind of tapers off. And then you get your next ult and it spikes up again. But like you said, it falls off like quite a bit post like level 20. But at that point, like you said, it doesn't really matter. I will say one thing I actually just thought about. Because you were talking about like, oh, it's really important to take the Tormentors. Night Stalker's Night Rain does mess with Tormentor and Roshan's initial spawn locations.
That's true.
And I'm wondering what happens when you pop Dark Ascension, if it suddenly just like swaps them to the other. I don't think it would, but it'd be funny. So let's go ahead and jump into the draft as we've got ourselves game 2 underway. I imagine Night Rain, like popping Dark Ascension wouldn't move the locations, right? It's just like, it just temporarily night.
No, that's the thing. I need to double check it. You know, there's so much to double check. I didn't get to this one yet. I swear I remember reading that it said Tormentor is supposed to spawn on the daytime. If Night Stalker takes Night Rains, it will spawn at 20 minutes. And I was like, wait, it won't just spawn on the other side? Like it has to spawn on the Radiant side first. I don't know why that is the case. And I don't know if that's true. I might be telling lies to everyone watching right now. But if I think I remember reading that. I'll try to double check it as we see the picks come in. Yeah, looks like Ember does seem like a big winner. So the Searing Chains got nerfed back down to what it used to be, only 2 or 3 if you take the facet. But his Flame Guard is actually better, and the activation on his ultimate is better as well. So seems like he's still a very stable pick, at least for now, in the chaos of everything. You know, maybe it'll get solved later, but it did seem to do very well in the hands of Nisha in the last game.
I was gonna say, I do wonder if it's strong enough to first phase pick, but they go for it anyway. We're gonna see the Doom come out here from Boom. So pretty stable hero. I am curious if we're gonna start seeing different facets on him, since they did actually buff Gluttony a decent amount. It was one of those abilities that technically was a GPM loss because the restore time was like longer than the cooldown. Even if you got 2 charges, it made it worse. But now, like, we might be some people might be worth going for now that it's 80 seconds. It's been reduced, I think, like 2 or 3 times now. Impending Doom still just feels useless. It got nerfed somehow. I don't know why. Even though, like, literally, I don't think I remember seeing a single Impending Doom pick in professional play.
Okay, I found the Night Stalker thing. I misremembered. So it changes when Roche will first move to the top pit to be at 20 minutes instead of 15. So I guess Tormentor still spawns normally, but Roche stays in the same pit until 20 minutes instead of 15 minutes, which I don't fully understand why he does that. I don't know why he can't move earlier like he used to.
Whoa, you have to go over this one more time.
I think Roshan spawns in the bottom pit and does not move to the top pit until 15 minutes. If you take Night Rains, that is moved to 20 minutes. And then he swaps every day night cycle after that.
That's so weird. But Tormentors still spawn at the same time, just on the opposite side of the bush.
I think so.
Yeah, I remember reading a weird line regarding that, so I was also a little bit confused. I like the Medusa ban quite a bit. One of the best counters to Doombringer. I think she also technically got buffed. It's like a weird... I don't think her new facet is actually that good, but I do think the rest of her got generally buffed. Tiny responded to with Luna Elder Titan. That's a very strong combo. Luna, I mean, has been getting a lot of love in the patch as well. Typically a good hero versus the Doom, as all she has to do is attack. Like, she's one of those heroes where she's not a transformation hero, so if you Doom her, she can just stand there, BKB, and just attack and get just as much out of the fight as if she wasn't. Like, maybe you don't get the glaives or the eclipse off, but the main source of damage, especially as the game goes longer, is just those glaives bouncing around, just your standard auto attacks. And Elder Titan amplifies a lot of that. Please tell me we're seeing Spoon Stash on techies. This is one of the coolest facets in the entire game, and I've been really hoping to see it.
I also think you can set up mines now around like the Twin Gates much easier and maybe get some free kills. You used to do it in the past, but I think it's even better now. And the minefield boosts your damage, so you can like drop it in the lane. So I like the techies. I gotta say, I feel like Tiny and Lion both received pretty hefty nerfs. Maybe Boom is defaulting to, you know, we played these heroes, we're comfortable, they got nerfed, we think it's still doable. We'll see if that's true, but I feel like these are nerfed heroes compared to Liquid's approach, which is like, these are all buffed heroes in my opinion, right? Marana clearly got buffed. Luna got shifted around, which I think ends up in being a buff.
Yeah.
I think changes to like the lunar orbit that I think are now better.
Tiny is generally buffed outside of Crash Landing, right? So Insurmountable is actually just better now. So if there's a case to be made for carry Tiny's going Insurmountable, he is generally stronger because Toss and Avalanche damages were buffed to compensate for the reduction in Crash Landing's bonus damage. So
but he also lost the combo. Like Avalanche used to do more damage if you tossed, and that's gone. I guess, okay, I did not do the exact math, so maybe you're right. Maybe there's situations where it's better or not.
I think it just makes him less of a meme, like just tossing a hero for 700 AoE damage. And now it's more of like Avalanche, just if you throw it in the lane or just like as a carry, like maybe you don't want to do the full combo. I mean, you get 80 more damage out of Avalanche at max level. And you still have the Avalanche damage talent if you want to go for that. So like it can be a pretty substantial nuke on its own. But I'm not sure how much, like I have to, like exactly the same way you think. I haven't worked all the numbers out, but I don't think it's that bad for carry Tiny if you want to go like Insurmountable into like, you know, Echo Saber and stuff. And to be honest, Team Liquid, I mean, are predicting that to be the same thing. They actually ban out the Puck. Maybe you ban out the Bloodseeker here as well, though, just in case, because you do have the Pango.
Yeah, Bloodseeker got changed. I never feel like I have a good read on Bloodseeker. Do you have strong thoughts on his changes?
I mean, the Thirst talent is definitely, or facet is way better than it used to be. Blood Rush. You can basically use it as a satanic to just like full heal off of like jungle creeps now. And I mean, that's like very good. Losing the blood mist is the weird thing. So I'm not 100% sure how much that's going to change like his potential team fighting, because it is a lot of damage in team fights, but now he has a lot of pure damage, and he's one of the few heroes that can actually lifesteal off of pure damage. So we'll see. I mean, now that you see Underlord, there's no way you pick a Bloodseeker, but that also really shuts down a potential Tiny carry if they want to run Tiny in the safe lane.
I wonder if we'll see the new Gleipnir on Underlord. He seems like one of the heroes who could potentially build it. Benefit a lot from the increased AoE, endless chain routes.
New Gleipnir is crazy. I actually
really
really like that rework.
Who's gonna end up doing it? I feel like support Leshrac could be pretty good with that.
I think Huerta is one of the big ones for me. Like, she's just a generally winner off of that. Like AoE increase on all of her spells is super strong. Plus the chains into things like the calling, right? Like, she was building Atos previously as well, and then like scaling into Gleipnir if she really wanted as a carry. But now it's just more utility. So I think it's fine. But yeah, there's some heroes that we might be seeing going Gleipnir eventually. I could definitely see it on the Underlord. I think you're right. AoE bonuses on Underlord are actually crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if he rushes the item.
I mean, you got like Doom and Tiny. These are like melee heroes. Techies wants to like jump into the fight. We'll see what the last one is.
Halberd into Gleipnir actually for Underlord. Seems super sick.
Yeah, Halberd could be cool. I guess fortunately for Tiny, he hits hard rather than hitting frequently, so that's something against the Vanguard in the Halberd, but that's exactly what Underlord is good against too, for reducing your base damage.
Yeah.
And then you even get potentially disarmed from this new Halberd. So this is Carry Marcy, right?
I'm guessing. Yeah. We'll find out.
She got some new facets, which I thought there was one where you bring people with you on the rebound. That sounds really good for support Marcy, pick me up. For core Marcy, I think it's Fleeting Fury. It's like once you have your ultimate and you use rebound, you get like a mini ultimate.
You get like a mini unleash, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't proc does AoE silence from Aghanim Scepter and stuff like that, but it is like a nice little extra burst damage.
And the greatest buff of all is that she got special delivery on her couriers, which just instantly delivers
crazy.
items.
I thought for sure I read that wrong initially. I was like, is that right? And yeah, apparently 1 second cast point, but you just get instant delivery of items, which could make a big deal in certain fights and stuff like that, right? Yeah, super unexpected. Techie's currently switching it up, not going Spoon Stash and going for the Secret Sauce.
TV state. The pros like to mess with us on it. They swap back and forth. For Marcy, to finish that thought on the special delivery, I feel like there's probably a couple instances where it's really good. Like, you go for first blood and you go back to your lanes and you immediately have like Bracer, Wraithband, or maybe you save money and you think like, okay, I'm safe versus this Marcy. I just got to keep my distance. Suddenly, she just instant delivers Orb of Frost or something and slows you, right? Or like Boot so she can chase faster, and you had no idea what's coming. I think there could be some key moments like that. You win a big team fight late game and you're like, oh, I'm too low. Instant delivery, salves, mangoes, clarities, whatever. Straight back to full health, finish the BKB, go straight into the fight. I feel like there's cool uses for it. We'll see if he remembers to use it, because sometimes it's so many changes you forget about some of this stuff.
Oh, the Crimson Helm there on the Underlord, very nice. Here we are, man. I'm kind of interested to see how some of these heroes are going to play off, but this is it. Game number 2 of Boom Esports versus Liquid. As we jump into this one, we'll take a look at some of the facets. He is still going Devil's Bargain on the Doom, which bothers me. Crash Landing still for the Tiny, and then the Secret Sauce for that Techies, so that extra blast off damage.
I had a
nothing
crazy
else
idea.
Really different. Oh, hit me. What's the idea?
Crazy idea for Devil's Bargain. So they introduced a thing where when an item first is delivered to you, you can instantly swap it in from your backpack. but it's only the very first time you buy an item. I was wondering if you get to the ultra late game, I didn't get to test this, if Doom can buy like a Hex and an Abyssal, and then you blink initiate and then just swap them in from your backpack. So you can truly use multiple items, even swap in like a refresher, whatever. And then you just sell them and then buy them again and then do it again.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Is there not, I couldn't remember if there was like a window in which you have to swap them in though, instead of it just keeping in your backpack.
Oh, I don't know if it's a window. I can't remember. But maybe it's just like more courier management.
I think it was like a 3-second window or something on delivery, but we'll have to see. I can't remember. There's so many patch notes, so many extra lines, right, and stuff like that they've added. We're going to see no real fight over the runes here.
What did Marcy end up going for? Buddy system. So
Yeah,
while
the buddy
Barty's
system.
guarded, Marcy and her partner share a portion of health healed by this ability with each other.
Boxy's going to take a lot of damage here and forced to go leap level 1. Not really what you want out of the Marana. Did they move the location of the bounty runes?
Not really.
Are they like further back?
They're really deep now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that looks really far in the jungle. I didn't even realize that. Okay, wow. That was way more difficult to grab.
Yeah, more dangerous to go for, but a lot more wraparound paths potentially as well. So that'll be something that develops over time, I'm sure, and will lead to some cool level 1 fights. But it's gonna take some time to, theory craft the best paths and like which heroes do what, all that stuff.
So I was looking at Underlord yesterday at the patch notes. He's somewhat fresh in my mind since he's towards the end. They nerfed this hero pretty heavily on his talents. So he's not gonna have like these big power spikes off of his talents like he used to, but I do think he did get buffed based on the items, and we're gonna see him try and get away here. But Jackie Boys, as well as the techies, will just beat down the Underlord, get themselves first blood into the hand of Genwell.
Underlord gets very tanky, but at the start he just has high health. He doesn't have his items, his atrophy aura, all of that. So Marcy and techies, a lot of early game damage. You're not gonna be careful. That level 2 power spike is still quite strong. Maybe special delivery gets you. It's on Marcy. I thought it was like on her courier. She just has another
I was
hotkey
curious
to deal
where it
with
was
now.
gonna be the hotkey.
Okay, well now he can't forget about it, right? Like it's got to be right in his face. I have to see this used. Oh, he got Orb of Frost on the Marcy. So they do want to try to play really aggressive around it. Oh, yeah. Show me the new creep drag path, Saberlight.
That's a
Where
cool
do we
one.
go?
Jackie Boy's like disposing his own creep to deny it, like the range creep at least.
The old off-lane rotation and grab a water rune. It's actually a bigger deal now. You can't, we no longer have the bottle refill, so even if, techies or Lion dies, they can't help the Tiny in terms of regen.
I'm just have one word to say to that. Good.
Agreed.
Screw you, mid laners. It's not all about you, you know. Oh, what's
when
that?
Tangos
You're
got
telling my support to
expiration
die?
timer, I was so happy.
Yep. It's been years of these types of balance changes to make mid laners stop being these like welfare babies. You know, they're like, oh, I need more help in the mid lane. Can someone give me a bottle and some tangos and like someone TP refill? Can someone just be my courier? Like, come on, do it yourself. You know.
They want
I love
they want
these
the
changes.
honor of the 1v1 without the actual 1v1.
Yeah, it's not without the honor, is what you're saying.
No, they pretend that. Yeah, they pretend
There's
the
no
honor's
honor.
still there. The easiest, guys, support player tip right here. Easiest way to win a game is to show up mid once, and you'll tilt the enemy mid out of control.
Yeah, that's true. No, I'm actually really glad. I think these types of changes have been generally good for the mid lane, the health of mid lane and Dota for the last several years. This one, I think, is a very big one that might actually change the mid lane pool of heroes. Not because like, oh, like this hero can go back to base and refill bottle while these ones can't, as much as like some heroes just may not want to build bottle anymore. You know, like, all right, it's too difficult. Insania taking a lot of damage here, but it's bait. Well, the glaives look crazy. Were they always on an axis like that? I don't think they were.
I don't remember it either.
All right, Insania just as stunned as I am. Come on, bro. Please tell me he's going to be like this for the rest of the game. No!
No!
Come on, Tims. Why do you have to do damage? All right. Well, that being said, that Astral Spirit, I think, expiring should be good. Ooh, not enough damage to finish it. If the Spirit came out first, he dies there. He would have lost the magic resistance for the beam. So, a little thing there that makes a difference. Saberlight goes down in the bottom lane. They do take down the techies first.
Foxy, second Star Storm, 100 damage.
That's so much damage. He's dead.
Oh, actually, he leaps in.
Hey, it's another leap. All right.
Level 2 Star Storm, so it's 300 damage in total on whoever gets hit, and they're blinded for 4 seconds. So very strong in these kind of cases where you can guarantee who the second strike is on. We see an observer in the lane. I think we're going to see this type of observer a lot more. If you haven't looked at like the sentry placement in the new camps by the safe lane, it's really hard to get anything to survive there.
Oh my god. That deconstruction into the loosened beam just took... He's stunned again! Oh my god, how many times are we going to see this? All right, well, he's dead. So, you know, we don't get to see that animation anymore. FBZ just runs him down with the tornado as well as the 2 points in that Scorched Earth. But seems Luna Elder Titan still just as strong as ever.
Yeah, Haste Rune secured by Boxy for Nisha. And Nisha's already got level 6, so if he sees an opportunity to go somewhere, could be there very quickly. Do you get haste and then the water speed bonus, you think? Ooh, nice deny on the observer.
Because it doesn't unlock movement speed, right? There's no form of unlocking movement speed in the game anymore outside of Bloodseeker. I think it's really just like Spearbreaker can slightly go above it. Same with like Lycan and stuff. I think Lycan's Wolf, does it go above it still? I don't remember. I think it's like
I can't remember the 2,000 lines of Dota changes, so
but there's no more like unlocked movement speed like we've seen in the past. Saberlight taking a little bit of damage here in the bottom lane. That Starstorm doing quite a bit. Nisha coming in with his Haste Rune, looking to just chase down Jackie Boys. The Rolling Thunder, not going to connect yet, but just quickly bouncing off the new terrain. And that should be a nice pickup. Goes the way of Boxy. Killing spree now for him. Having a great game.
What do you think the odds are? Surely with a map change, Nisha gets stuck somewhere in a role. They just like can't move out of a spot.
Pretty likely. Yeah, I'd agree. I think that's going to happen at some
least
point.
Once somewhere.
They're going to back up for their Wisdom Shrines, which this was something that I think you and I had talked about quite a bit, and how we wanted a new implementation of both Lotuses and Shrines, because it wasn't super interactive or like honestly a good mechanic. Now you do have to kind of fight for it in a way. It's like a King of the Hill type of situation, and I think that's good for the game. Top lane dive, Insania not making out of this one. 4 heroes showing up to put a stop to that, but Luna's deep in the jungle, just farming it up.
Getting them polywogs. Yeah, I think I like the shrine change. I think it rewards winning your lane, because before you could be down 6 levels, but if you just happen to click first, you get the Wisdom Rune. Now, obviously, I mean, that's an extreme example. You probably die in that case. But now you actually have to fight it out if it's, say, a one-on-one with support. So if you've been winning the laning stage and you go contest the Wisdom Rune, you're rewarded for that. And I like that idea. Same with the Lotuses. You can't just happen to click first and then you get the Lotus.
Really nice fine bottom here from these two. Our observer pointing out the Polywog charm on Nikkei, by the way, combined with the movement speed enchantment. This hero is giga fast. This is like in the water. That is wild. Top lane, though, we're going to see potential dive here. FBZ going to grab Insania. Nice Earth Spike there from Tims. They don't get the Luna, but they will get the Courier. Well, bottom lane, it will cost them their tier 1 tower. Maybe they can trade, though. Saberlight not yet level 6. They'll get the
I like
trade.
this idea from Liquid though. Like they go for the Luna, another carry who's pretty strong, and then can farm Ancient really early, which is what he was doing before that gank came in. Insania had to tank it for him. So he is now kicked out of that area. But I think that's the logic they're going for. Have a strong showing with the carry, and then be able to jungle and make use of this Ancient camp really early.
Bottom lane. Saberlight's in really deep. Does have the portal, but at this point, there's definitely no making it out. Seeing that amplify damage of the Tiny, the toss will come in, finish the job. So, top lane. They will find Insania. Maybe Mickey gonna try and help him out here. He gets away.
Water
really nice
speed
little
bonus,
stun
man.
there. Yeah, it actually is the Polywog Amulet speed bonus. The Doom comes out though. Nisha needs to be careful. A lot of damage. The arrow's gonna connect there onto the Doom, but Nisha's gonna live here. Tim's trying to hobble away, get away from Mickey, trying to TP out into the trees.
No,
he can't. The auto pathing. Oh my goodness. Great TP
That's so
out.
funny.
FBZ survives.
He's blocked by multiple like Lions blocking some of the choke points and the Centaurs. And because the Centaurs are moving, it's like, oh, it's available, it's not available. It's available, it's not available. Very convenient for the Lion to get out there.
There is like a command in Dota where you can like force move in a certain direction, but very few people have ever enabled it because it's only useful on heroes like Shadow Fiend, right? Where you can raise up and down cliffs without having to like deal with auto pathing. So it's a little bit weird.
I think the pros most would use it. I would say the issue there is like sometimes the pathing on trees is not clear. And so you like try to go in one way and you honestly don't expect it to happen. Like if you have it ahead of time, like I need to use forced directions, then you can do it. But if you're like, oh, Lion walked through here, right? You're not really expecting it until it's too late.
By the time you realize what's going on, you've already missed the chance. Bottom lane, nice grab there onto Saberlight. Jackie Boys now has that Unleash online, going for the Battle Fury. An item that I feel like got a pretty heavy nerf. Despite it being a little bit less expensive, I still feel like maybe I'm not reading it right, but I do feel like it's just generally worse in most scenarios.
I'm not a carry player, so can't say for sure. I think the fact that it's cheaper is good. Just because like you don't, when you buy Battle Fury, it's not because you want damage. It's because you want the farm speed from the cleave. And so you're getting the cleave like 30 seconds sooner, let's say, because it's 200 gold cheaper. And that could lead you to, you know, clear a stack sooner because you finished the Battle Fury. So I'm open to it as a guy who probably will not build Battle Fury in the next 500 games I play. I'll wait for a carry player to tell me what they think about it.
I really like what Genwell is doing here. He's knowing Liquid's going to want to try and play for that Tormentor at 15 minutes. So he has mined up the Twin Gate here in case they decide to come through there. And unlike the previous Twin Gate, which was on that like high ground choke point, there's only so many areas you could actually place the mines. Now that it's just a big open area, you have a lot more potential for some hazards, I guess you could say.
He needs to plant the sign, though. Well,
yeah, he does.
It only lasts 60 seconds now, so I guess he'll have to choose when he thinks they're very likely to come through, maybe as it gets closer to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
but,
just plants around 14 and a half, maybe. Ooh.
Yeah, it's just a 15% damage amp on these mines. And, you know, he's right. Liquid's coming down here with the smoke play.
This is... All right.
I need them to Fiends Gate in. You know, like, oh, we're going to surprise you, Fiends Gate in. That would be so funny. Bypass every mine by Fiends Gating into the bottom right corner.
And just missing it. Nisha in some trouble. Avalanche toss. Finger of Death somehow still alive. But in comes the Marcy with the Unleash. They'll finish the job. Almost gets out. But now a blink forward here from Mac. Looking for the toss back. Will get him the blast off as well. So much damage. Yeah, great timing. And with this, I mean, that's 2 heroes dead. Right around 14 minutes. They should get their wisdom unless Mac can close the gap, and he will. So he will take them out. Tries to toss them away. Boxy trying to brawl it out here, not lose their wisdom shrine, but boom, bring the numbers. They got it. Huge plays, actually.
yeah, that's the fighting right there that we were just talking about, right? Because Boom comes in to fight, they're rewarded for it. Whereas before, surely the Tiny should beat the ET, but ET might just happen to click it first.
Looking for the Doom here. He's pretty isolated, so this should be a kill going the way of Liquid, but the bait, baby, the bait, it's coming. Genwell knows. He says, get in here, Nisha. What do you want? I got all the mines.
Surely those are all the mines,
The rest of them, they're like, there can't be any more. The toss on in. The avalanche from Mac. They find themselves another Mac. Just sets up a kill onto this Luna. Mickey's going to join him in the grave. 3 more dead on Liquid. The long con. You thought this high ground was yours, but no. Techies, he claimed it long ago.
All right, now Boom has to do this Tormentor. They have to, from the last game, they had that window to do it. We missed exactly why they stopped, but seemed like a big mistake. I would actually love to see them just turn around right now away from this tier 1 and go do that Tormentor. Yeah, so Liquid, they wanted to punish the Wisdom Rune aggression, right? They're like, oh, we'll get kills, we'll go for the Tormentor. So they end up grabbing FBZ. He doesn't get that much help. Like, oh yeah, Boom's totally left the area. Let's pursue for more, guys. Look, there's weak support. Let's go get him. Bully him. You jump straight in. All your mobility. No way to get out.
They come on this side too, and they're like, yeah, okay, that's got to be all of them, right? And then Mac just gets a free Avatos on the backside. Saberlight still popping mines on his way out of here. I will say, you know, the Luna lived longer than I expected, but yeah, I mean, just so much damage. They do end up getting the Tormentor, and suddenly a 7,000 gold advantage at 15 minutes for the side of Boom. And this is exactly what we saw last game from Liquid, right? The same type of idea. Slight lead into the Tormentor. And who got the shard? Based on the net worths, I'm guessing it went to Lion.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so it goes to Tim's.
Pretty good this game. There's actually a good amount of magic damage that if you can become magic resistance and debuff immune, it's pretty useful.
All right, going straight
I will
deep,
say,
you know,
I feel like, oh, hold that thought. Nisha.
Okay, force Rolling Thunder and the shield rune.
Yeah. I feel like there have been a couple instances where I've seen Tiny not kill a target that he would have in the past, where Avalanche Toss would have done enough combo damage to finish the kill. It hasn't mattered quite yet because he's had teammates to help him finish the job. And in that sense, that's where Tiny's still good, right? Avalanche Toss, utility-wise, does the same thing. Damage, much lower, I think. I got to do the math on it, but I think it is losing damage, and I can see it come into play in a couple situations.
Seeing the crafted items coming out here from some of these heroes. I like the decision for Underlord getting the Essence Ring with Mystical, I think is what it was. And then for Pango, so many Essence Rings, dude. What is this? Essence Ring on Pango, going quickened, movement speed and mana. I like this little overlay here that you know they've added, so you can kind of see what people are doing. Movement speed and mana for Luna. We saw her go the movement speed off the tier 1 as well, right? So just upgrading using that same essence or enchantment.
Interesting. FBZ got Searing Signet last game as well, and now he's doing it on Doom. It helps a lot with farm if you have AoE spells. I guess it's not bad damage either, doesn't it? Is it wrong?
It does proc. Okay, I was curious if Scorched Earth would proc it. That's what I was gonna say, is if whether or not Scorched Earth procs, because I don't know the damage tick rate on it. So it looks like the tick rate's not too fast. Because like certain heroes are incapable of proccing it. Like Darkseer cannot proc Searing Signet in any capacity, even with things like full Kaya upgrades. I mean, sure, yeah, vacuum, but like, yeah, it's like the tick rate on Ion Shell's too fast to proc it. So certain heroes, it's not great on. So that's kind of cool. I like it on Doom then, if that's the case. Searing Signet does seem kind of nice. Basically just buffs, it makes your Scorched Earth even stronger, right? Which is great. Tumbler Toy with Greedy, the old GPM that we used to see.
Fantastic for Lion. You don't care about the damage reduction. The second Greedy upgrade is minus 60 attack. That is so much.
It's a lot. It's a lot more.
I feel like that'll be a
though.
grief. I think there are certain supports who are going to explore that, and they're going to find out it's a bit of a grief to yourself. Little team play. Save my boy. Don't let the Liquid give him. So far, the big winners for
really
neutrals. Yeah. The neutrals, Shovel seems to be the big winner for tier 1. And then Essence Ring, tier 2. Though if you're core, Iron Talon and Brigand's Blade, still really good. Searing Signet, apparently for some spellcasters. Oh, Mac's not even done. Finds ET in the back.
Okay. I wanted to talk about this earlier, but I was waiting until we got to the Dire tier 2 top or Radiant tier 2 bottom. The siege rotate angle for these lanes now is definitely through the jungle side, right? Like you have the Watcher, you can see TP locations in, and you're not like threatening yourself on the low ground in the river, I feel like. So it's actually kind of cool. Unleash bottom. You're just gonna pop the BKB. Doesn't want to risk Nisha coming in with that Rolling Thunder to save him. Does pull him back. Jackie Boy is just gonna TP onto the end of his BKB timer, but it's not gonna look so good for this Lion. Overall, really good trade, I think. If you're Boom, you force 4 heroes bottom, you take down the Underlord, only costs you the Lion.
It was the first BKB charge, but I don't think you mind too much. Keep the pressure on. I really want to see them go for the Roche soonish. You have to be careful. ET, Underlord, Pango, Luna, these are all excellent heroes in terms of fighting around the Roche pit. But the next time they're able to find some kind of pickoff like this, I hope they do make their way over, follow that same formula that we saw Liquid do. You get the Tormentor, you get the Roche. Get the Tormentor, get the Roche. And even outside the changes, I mean, it's around the time you do Roche anyways to start cleaning up the map, take on these tier 2s, look to poke the tier 3s.
I feel like they did update the visual on these glaives, and it just looks so much cooler on the lunar orbit or whatever. Yeah, it looks way better. Because it used to just be flat, and you could kind of not really tell the difference between the lunar orbit versus the auto attack glaives, because they are also flat. So it's a nice little like visual distinction between the two. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. Looks great.
That damage reduction is actually going to be very important versus Marcy and Tiny.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of these fights are going to come down to. The burst potential from Boom is immense. But if you can survive that initial burst, especially if you can wombo combo them with ET or Splitter, the Firestorm, all of that, like a more drawn out AoE fight, that's where Liquid can try to get back into this. Because right now, 10k down at 22 minutes is pretty tough.
What a blink out from Tim's. That was sick. Does have Tumbler's Toy too. Great mobility item for the Lion, right? You can maybe Tumbler's Toy to get like a Hex and still have your blink Mac. Invis here on the backside with a shield rune. We'll find Boxy, but deciding there's might be a better target somewhere else, but unfortunately for him, there's not any other heroes from Liquid nearby. I was going to say, how long do you think until Techie starts setting up for the next Tormentor? And he is already hard at work.
Gotta protect the Tormentor.
Oh my goodness. Doom out FBZ. We'll finish off the Mirana here fairly easily, but it's going to be Liquid responding with the numbers. Trying to grab Mac here. Stuck in place. Rolling Thunders through, and now Tiny very easily killed off. Tims will make it up to the high ground. Do you go Roche with this is the question. I feel like you've got to get an objective here.
Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm up for that.
Maybe not with Eclipse now. Oh, Mickey getting caught from Tims. The blink, the stun. There's going to be Finger at dead. They don't chase.
Actually.
They have numbers coming. Oh, blast off. He's thinking.
Yeah, I thought the Techies was a little closer. I thought he was about to finish the job, but gets a bit farther than I realized. But you don't get the kill, but now you definitely can't go do Roche with Liquid falling or Mickey falling that low.
Jackie says, I'll do it. I'll force their hand. I actually don't think they had vision of this going right around the corner there. They see the front entrance to Roshan, but not the bottom. And as a result, well, It's falling low. Scan does connect. They get an arrow here onto Doom. They're going to respect, potentially, Liquid as they slow this up a little bit. Unleash has expired. Here comes Mac on the Tiny. Going to start trying to beat down this Roshan. Boxy, another arrow coming through. Will connect onto the Tiny. Another stomp,
gonna go
potentially.
for the steal.
He's trying really hard. Nisha gonna go with the Rolling Thunder, jump on in. The BKB's out here from Jackie Boy, but who's gonna get the Aegis? It will be the Marcy. Mac, though, falling very low on the backside. As now Timms gets a nice Earth Spike there onto the Pango, gets out just in time. An arrow actually connecting onto this Techie's a 1-for-1, but you get the Aegis for the Marcy. Man, it's so good to see Roche fights in the rivers like this again. It makes it way more interesting in terms of how teams can fight around Roche.
Yeah, which angles you try to cover. Because even though they were in control, right, Boxy came from the right side, which you can't cover the entire pit. It's just going to spread you out too much. So, well, I'm sure we'll have more exciting steals in the future. In this case, Jack Boys, thanks to the BKB immunity, was able to secure it for himself. Not the worst, though, for Liquid, considering they're down 10k, managing to pick up the Tiny in that fight. You know, not too bad. The BKB is getting low on the Marcy. She's got one more charge of 7 seconds, and then she's down to the lowest timing. And they've already got the Halberd on Saberlight, so anytime she doesn't have BKB, she does not have another Dispel.
Well, Tormentor number 2. And another 3,000 gold going into the hands of Boom. Not opting to stick around to heal up. You know, who needs it? They took Virtuous Dale out of the game, but they had to put it back somehow, you know?
He turned around a little bit. He's like, oh, wait, I don't need to go home. I could have been healed. Oh, it's gone. Oh, too bad.
Lucky. Luna's going to take the serrated Shiv, I believe. You see all the Deadlock references in this update? It's kind of wild. There's a lot of them.
No, I don't play Deadlock, so I don't know the references.
Unlucky. There's a lot of them.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
What's the next? Sanj and Yasha finished for Marcy. They have to clear up some towers. They've had a very good sequence of events in terms of getting kills and these Tormentor and Roche objectives. They haven't actually done too much building pressure as of yet. So this first Aegis, I imagine, not expecting to get high ground unless you happen to win a big fight. Just looking to clear out these tier 2s. I think high ground is really scary against Liquid. Even though you know you have the gold lead, they have such good high ground defense on Liquid. You don't want to throw.
Marcy going for the Nemesis here. What's the upgrade enchantment on the Nemesis? Did you happen to see? Okay, goes alert. The bonus night vision and attack speed. Okay, interesting. Mid lane, Rolling Thunder out from Nisha is going to reveal. Okay, Techie's health bar vanished. Did he have... Okay, that's serrated. Okay. I was curious what did all the damage, because Brigand's Blade used to just be OP on this hero, but it really seemed like Serrated Shiv just deleted Techie's health bar there.
That, and they moved his talents around. So at 15, he now has the attack damage as swashbuckle damage. And that's what Nisha's gone for, the right talent so far. So he's got Lucky Shot, armor reduction, and more damage.
Jack tried so hard. Well, that's his last extended BKB duration, right?
Ooh, I want... Do the orbital glaives apply on hit effects? No, right?
No. Just damage.
Because that would have been really cool with the serrated Shiv.
Ooh, all right. Timms just gets deleted, but the Doom does come out from FBZ, and he's got himself an amplify damage, trying to run down this Pango. Some barriers keep him alive. He's got that BKB running, but he cannot stay on top of him. The jukes through the trees. He will survive on Nisha. The Atos into Arrow. The Horde comes in from Saberlight to try and finish the job. Nisha, again, swashbuckle shield crash doing so much work. The disarm on the Jackie Boys doesn't have that BKB to dispel it, and Well, a lot of that Unleash is wasted, if almost the whole thing at this point. Avalanche from Mac, toss, but guess what? Another Rolling Thunder's up from Nisha, now chasing for the big kill in the Marcy. She's gonna lose that Aegis. And Mac on the backside just getting kited around despite the gold advantage. It's gonna be Liquid with almost a full team wipe here.
There is no mana left on Mickey.
He's actually out. That's wild.
Amazing. Still, even though you don't get the second kill, that is a massive fight for Liquid. And I kind of feel like this is where a team's read on the patch is pretty good. Nisha is doing so much damage with these swashbuckles. It is actually so much. This Shiv from him and the Luna.
It actually looks bugged to me. I feel like I like maybe the serrated Shiv's internal cooldown is not proccing off of like swashbuckle and shield crash, because it seems like it's applying way too much damage, but maybe it is actually just the 15 talent like you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at the math. I feel like it could just be lucky procs. Isn't that also his thing? Oh no, his is negative ones are less likely to happen.
Yeah. Oh, there's gonna be the arrow. Tanky boy here though does have BKB. Chain stuns potentially out. No. It's the BKB off in time, and now Mickey coming through that twin gate very quick. They actually managed to find Jackie, boys. There's gonna be the avalanche, the toss, the rebound on to do the BKB's route. Mickey's gonna try and stand his ground, but does he get out? He does. What a force staff up to the high ground. You lost the Underlord though.
That's okay. Underlord for Luna is absolutely worth it. That was very close because Boom, they've been winning all the fights because as long as you commit and take out some key targets with your ultimate, you're good to go. You can clean up the rest of the fight after that. But if you don't get the big kills with Unleash, Marcy as a hero just falls off a cliff in your actual damage output.
Yeah. It's really, you press Unleash, you have to delete hero.
Yeah, as soon as it's down, especially without longer BKB charges, you just have to back off and play it safe. Maybe Roshan, hang around, set some mines up. He's already getting some setup in the triangle.
Yeah, Techies seems like this hero could be pretty good with like the changes to how Tormentor works and the fact that it's just a really important objective, and controlling sections of the map is, I mean, as old as Techies is, regardless of the changes, that's what he does.
It's also particularly funny with a Tiny.
Yeah, it's true. Or like potentially Magnus, you know?
Mm-hmm. Pudge carry seems to be maybe a thing with a new facet.
I'm curious to see what people are going to do build-wise. We've seen like Aghanim Scepter and stuff. I theory crafted a lot of it last night and went like Vlad's Armlet, and at like level 12 had 470 damage, so it seems pretty good. Yeah, and that was like without any like flesh heap stacks. So I feel like there's certain builds that are going to shine on that hero, depending on the support as well, can make a big difference. Mac mid lane. Oh, the arrow not going to connect. He actually BKBs was worried that Rolling Thunder was coming for him. It had his name on it, but did he get the BKB for free? They're still looking like they want to actually fight here on Boom, though. That Pango is doing so much damage.
I can't wait to see the damage numbers after the fight. Win or lose, I just want to know where it's coming from. If you can get Doom onto the Pango, I think you're pretty set to win the fight, ignoring a huge combo from like ET.
Oh. Glimmers saving some heroes here, leaps away, but they're going to wrap around onto the bottom side. They're just going to intercept all the couriers. And then tank a bunch of mines on the high ground. Classic. But with that, they know exactly where they are. So they're just going to pressure the tier 3 here on the bottom lane, get a little bit of damage. The TP is coming through quickly from Liquid. Want to try and punish this. The question is, will they be able to? There's a Pango deep coming in from the bottom, and now they just get Mickey. Oh no, the jump in from this Lion just melts him. The Doom is out here onto the Underlord, but it's Nisha. He's the real carry, dude. What is the damage coming out from this hero? Jackie Boys goes back in with this Unleash, the tail end of it, taking down that Underlord. Do they have the ability to keep chasing for more here? Mac on the Tiny, pretty dang tanky. A very big win here for Boom, getting that Luna.
Power remains, so they will have to end up sieging the high ground again. I think finding Liquid outside of the base is exactly what they're hoping for in Boom, because as soon as you have to start pushing into the base, that's where it gets scarier and scarier, dealing with this Earth Splitter, the BKBs being forced out by Pit of Malice, or Atos, maybe into the Gleipnir. It does look like he's building into it. We'll see how wide his spells get.
Who is
Boom
it?
is not in the clear yet. Yeah, he's mostly there. I forget how much the recipe is now. Oh, it's like 1,000. Okay, so
yeah, not that bad.
A bit more to go for that one. But
Boom, I agree. It's good item though.
Yeah, Boom is certainly in the lead. They're not in the clear until they break the high ground and get, I'd say, 2 sets of barracks. And if they do so, they will force tiebreakers. So there have never been more Boom fans right now. Everyone would love to see more games on the new patch.
All right, I will say Gale Guard might be too good. I saw this item. It is exceptional. Any form of barrier is really good. And the fact that this gives you slow resistance as well is also very good. Stack that up on heroes that can get slow resistance from things like Sanj and Yasha. And the fact that slow resistance generally was buffed in this patch is fantastic. So we're seeing Gale Guard often, the 2 Ninja Gears as well. They're going up on a high ground, but Smoke is popped. Great positioning there from Nisha on the Pangolier. Boom still has a substantial gold lead. Tibbs blinks into an arrow. Nisha's gonna go with the Rolling Thunder, try and finish off this Lion quickly. He's getting stuck though on the terrain. Avalanche Toss comes in from the Tiny. He's got an Amplify damage rune as well. Mac gonna pop the BKB, but in comes Mickey. Gonna try and do the damage that he has, but they can't keep their hands on them. They pop those BKBs and they walk away.
All right, I was joking but serious when I talked about when Nisha will get stuck on something. And if he did not get stuck on whatever the terrain was over there, Lion dies without being able to get any spells off. I think that means Boxy lives, and Boxy has a lot of the utility items, so then his team might feel more powerful to keep pushing for more. So pretty unfortunate there. At least it's a 1-for-1 though, so it does delay the Roche, which at this point, that's all Liquid wants. They just want this game to keep going longer and longer, drag it out. This 12K lead is still a lot right now, but as we get to 40, 50, 60 minutes, that really won't be much. And I didn't even think about it until I said it right there. I would actually love for this to go late. Let's see some tier 5 neutral. Let's see some of this new stuff come in.
So the tier 4s are now available, right? Am I missing? Because like the tier 4s were moved up to 30
minutes.
No, I think they were moved up to 35 minutes. They moved the timers on tier 4 substantially. There's a 25-minute gap between tier 4s and tier 5. So we're gonna see the tier 4 enchantment coming out with their jungle items, and they can be pretty powerful. So I am curious to see what they're gonna do, if they just keep the same ones, or if they pick up something new.
Marcy decided to keep the Nemesis Curse, as we saw there. The Ninja Gear still being kept. Pretty good for Lion to make sure he can find jumps. Ooh, switch to Vampiric. That's really good.
Yeah, switch to Vampiric on it, so that's actually really nice. Ogre Seal here for Insania. The Magnifying Monocle. I was curious if we are going to ever see one of these cast range and attack range for all, here, like for regardless of being ranged or melee, which is kind of nice.
Nisha is choosing between Mindbreaker and Serrated Shiv right now.
He kept Serrated Shiv. Okay. I think Serrated Shiv is actually just better. But his wait, is this enchantment actually just still the same one?
Tough. Well, I think he has to upgrade that one next, doesn't he?
I don't know.
Oh. He already ended up to do both.
Well, that's whatever. I actually don't understand this damage. This is insane. Pago looks cracked.
This is wild. Looking at the death summary, that was all rolling thunder damage, one instance of shield crash, and then Boxy came in trying to snipe that. They contributed a very little amount.
10 armor from that tough enchantment is pretty big, actually, if you think about it, right?
Especially
it's a
against
little
Marcy.
bit of damage, but yeah, the 10 armor versus the Marcy might go a long way. The big thing is whether or not he gets like bursted through, because like if you pop BKB on Jackie Boys and you manage to like lock down the Pango for just a second, maybe you can kill him, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Quickening Charm and Quickened Ninja Gear. All right. The Brawny Gale Guard. The Brawny upgrade is wild, actually. That's so much HP in region.
I want to see Saberlight. He's closing in on this Gleipnir. He's a couple hundred off. Whether he'll buy out for it, I don't know. I kind of think he should, especially because he's committed to this magnifying monocle. If he can use these spells from really far away, it gives so much good zone control to Liquid, and that is essential versus Boom, because we've been talking about how you need to get burst down, right? That requires a lot of heroes going in at once. Marcy can't go in on her own, right? You're all having to go in, doom the target, avalanche lockdown, lion finger, Techi's blast off. So everyone needs to come in, but not everyone has BKBs to do so. So if you can get these giant pits, Gleipnir certain heroes to make them BKB early, that could be the deciding factor in these fights. And he does
just
have
lost
it now.
like a third of its health. Cleared all the Techies' mines in the river. Yeah, we'll see how this Gleipnir will affect. They are trying to just plant more mines to try and burst Roshan, and he is now down to about a third of his HP. He's just gonna start yeeting some heroes now. That is about 1,000 pure damage that was just dealt from this. You have to be very careful.
Liquid didn't see that happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Boom's going to be a little bit hesitant to maybe take the fight, but yeah, Nisha just going to roll in. Mac's going to be forced to BKB TP out as they are looking for more. They've caught the Lion. That's a huge pickup. Liquid can try and force the Roach here. They even managed to find FBZ on the backside. The Stomp is there. Earth Splitter just going to tickle. No, he gets the blink out. But
they can
this
do this
Roach
so
is
fast
low.
now.
Yeah. You have a butterfly done on
Roach get out. Do they have
Look
BKB
at
still?
the Pit of Malice, dude. You have no BKB on your Tiny. He can't play around this at all. Roshan, it's dead. Jack Boy's going to pop the ult. Unleash, he has to BKB and find his kills, but Mickey trying to stand his ground over the damage reduction. It's working. He's on the run, trying to get the safety heals a little bit off some creep camps. Nisha is going to lose his life here to the Avalanche Toss as well as that Doom, but 3 heroes surrounding Mac here on the Tiny.
I think you just get out.
And they get out.
I think you need to get out.
Yeah, Pit of Malice down, the toss in, sends Mickey across. The damage in from Jackie Boys is adding up, plus the blast off, they get him. He's gonna come back in with this respawn, but you are severely outnumbered here on the side of Liquid. Mickey maybe thinking he can help his allies. 4 staffs down to the low ground. Mac blinks away. It's gonna end up being a huge turnaround from Boom. The buyback, absolutely worth it. They get 4 heroes plus the Aegis out of Mickey. And that's a dieback on Boxy.
That started off as such a good fight for Liquid. I guess they must feel the pressure of being behind, because I think they really tried to push the limits on that. But I think just getting Aegis is good, and they should have backed out when Nisha was down, because Nisha's actually doing a lot in these fights. And without him, I don't think you can push further, as we saw.
Yeah.
They get punished pretty heavily for that. There's the Fortify. They don't have the banner since they didn't get the Roche, but it should be enough to secure at least 1 barracks. You can't buy back on all these heroes. So yeah, you just lose 1 for over committing on the Roche that you have or had.
Very good stuff there from Boom, capitalizing on it. The buyback from Techies was huge. You got a 3-hero blast off there as well. After the buyback, that was absolutely essential. And now a 16,000 gold lead. They could look for the Tormentor again if they wanted. Push even further. We're gonna hear BKB come out from the Tiny here as they try to surround him. He will TP on home. Serrated Shiv is very good as this game goes on because you have really high health heroes in the form of the Tiny as well as the Doom, right? So I understand why he's holding this item. Well, the Lotus pool changes visually. I did not know that. So I remember in the patch notes, the Lotus pool upgrades to start spawning great and then greater Lotuses depending on the time. So now they are spawning the great Lotuses, and it changes visually. That's actually really cool. Props on that one, Valve.
I gotta say though, scary. He went through the twin gate, heard the mines, instant blink out. The rest of his team is not gonna follow suit. They do not have blinks. The Lotuses, it doesn't look like a pool anymore. And it was put forward in my chat. No, Lotus hydroponics now. They're being grown there. I think I like that. They look way more like a hydroponic system than a pool.
Hey, okay, I can get behind that. Nisha just chain stunning down FBZ here, waiting for his team to follow this one up, and yeah, there's no real help coming to. Well,
they don't know though. They're scared.
They're like, we committed a lot, and he's still alive. Okay, never mind. They're actually a little bit afraid.
That's the vision game coming into play. They've lost a lot of their wards, and the one they have is it's pretty deep, but it actually doesn't see any of the actual heroes. So they were just worried about everyone being there.
So one thing that happened when that Roshan was moving, and the reason I think that Rosh ended up going to them, we saw the yeet onto Marcy, right? It's a lot of pure damage, but she actually got roared the second he picked her up. So she took 25% additional damage from that toss. And that's something you really have to be careful of. Like trying to get anywhere near the Roshan while he's moving between his pits. Like he's an angry boy. He does not want to deal with you.
Yeah, I like that idea. It opens up the potential to be contested, which is exactly what happened. And that's part of why Liquid won that fight. And then they overcommitted and they didn't have the help from Roshan, and that's why they ended up losing. They're hanging around, trying to bait it out, see if anyone from Liquid will step out too far. Quick avalanche toss into 4 mines.
All right, Mac just sitting right on the high ground. He has so much barriers, dude. The Gale Guard combined with a Glimmer that he gets thrown on him. Like, how do you even hit this Tiny?
Well, you can hit him.
Okay, fair.
Doesn't do anything.
It just does nothing. All right.
Mickey
Big level
is
25 talents,
pushing.
though.
Yeah, he's got his 25 while his team is just holding for him.
Oh, off the marks there with that arrow. Manisha looking for these heroes on the backside. He has that gem. It's going to scout out the techies. Actually scouts out a bunch of the mines as well. And we'll walk back into his base. All right, let's see if they can hold this alive. A nice arrow to follow it up. Can they actually threaten this Tiny? He's alive for now, but in comes Jackie, boys. Goodbye. This Mirana stands no chance of Doom to secure the kill on the Saberlight as well. And that is the Marcy threat.
Just Fiend Gate bottom, buyback Fiend Gate bottom, trade racks. I don't think you can defend this anymore.
What other options do you have, really, right? I mean, this Rax is gone. He's going to TP in aggressively here on Saberlight. Ends up canceling. Oh, no, he doesn't. All right. 4 staffs to get outside of the pit.
Boom, pretty content with that buyback.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Step back. Reset Roche in 1:30. And this is the third one, so there'll be some bonuses. Well, actually, not everyone got out of here.
That's a lot of mines. Careful, the toss back. They've got Nisha. Finger Death soaked by the Lincolns, but they still finish the kill. Insania now on the run, makes it up onto the high ground. Doom looking for his targets, but will not connect with the Shivas. Oh, he's got the mini Ravage.
That was a sick effect.
Yeah, I've been curious to see it. All right, got to be careful about that.
Do it again, FBZ.
Toss to safety. Yeah, Congregations of the Deep.
The mines have actually done so much work. I feel like it actually set the pace of this game when they, at bottom, the first Tormentor, they ran into the mines, and now this critical pickoff, that might have secured them the game.
Yeah, they never recovered from that first
almost
fight,
did.
Tormentor.
That Roche fight, the second Roche fight, almost did it.
The jump in, Mickey trying to dump the damage here into Mackey. It's going to be close. He finally goes down, jumps in on Nisha as well. FBZ with the BKB TPing out. Genwal not going to be as lucky. They're looking for more. They need more for these buybacks. Can they find him? It's going to be Jackie Boys, the BKB on the run. He's just going to TP on out. No way to cancel it. Nisha showing his frustration there.
Get
almost
to-
secure mega creeps.
The melee barracks is left, so at least that one will be healthy. Amplify damage, and then it needs a short Roche spawn. If Liquid can at least get the third Roche, maybe you can hold on for longer. They actually have a really good lineup in terms of holding mega creeps. If you can clear out a tier 2 right now, get Roche, and then just wait. If you can team white boom in your own base, and then the death times are so long, you can run it all the way down, and a hero like Luna can just completely open up the base as long as the tier 2s are down, which now they can at least get 2 sets of racks if something like that happens. They actually have to win another big fight for that. They need to scout this Roche though. It is actually up. They can do it right now.
They have amplify damage. It's too late because it's about to move in 10 seconds. And previously you would just like kill Roshan as he's moving, but now he will tell you no.
Maybe you can stop it with the pits. You all get thrown away and then you come back.
I mean,
All
we'll
right, let's see
see.
it.
He's going to try and start running. Does he care? He's just not grabbing anybody? Wait a minute.
I think
Roshan, he's on a mission.
I think he had to leave the pit first, and he was still in the pit when he went through.
All right.
Okay, trying to send the illusions to go push in the lanes. It's at half health. Boom is on the way, though. Oh, no, I thought they were smoked, but it's just a lion with the ninja gear.
Boxy gonna try and go scout this one out. Roshan's roar is there. The disarm plus the amp damage applied. FBZ, he's gonna go in. He's got a refresher. He gets the doom. He finds one. That's mute as well. That means no BKB and FBZ. He's just gonna try and take the Aegis. It hits the deck. He gets it. Nisha is gonna grab himself the cheese, but the damage is done. They've gotta run. Jackie Boys takes down to a dieback now on your Underlord, and Nisha will blink out. He's gonna TP to safety, but will they find the Luna? They get a glimmer of her. As a BKB TP, will just pop the Eclipse, tries to turn around on her own. A Manta, it's not enough. She dies with no one falling on the side of Boom. Will have buyback, but at what
You're down
cost?
2. This is looking like it's it. Play it safe, wait for cooldowns if you want. Don't know if you have to.
I don't think you have to. They know it's a dieback on the Underlord. I think you get the mega creeps here. You have an
you just
Aghanim
use
Scepter on
Unleash.
PT, I guess, but
It's up in 5 seconds. I think you just use Unleash. Never mind, Tiny's got it.
Or
No
just
Unleash
Tiny.
necessary.
or just Tiny with an arc, with a swift blink. AC takes your tower. Why not?
Liquid's gonna fight it out because they really don't want to have to do tiebreakers.
They're going to do their best there. A lot of damage coming in from Nisha as well as Mickey. The BKB is out, though, from the Luna, and they don't find their targets. Nisha almost deletes Tims once again, but up onto the high ground he goes. And, well, the follow-up, the stun, the Finger of Death, the Hex, and now Jackie Boys gets his hands on his target. Dead without buyback. Mickey's going to join him likely here. Well, 4-staff Hurricane Pike up to the high ground. He's okay for now, but
don't
with
go with
3
the fountain.
dead, I don't know if it's going to be much of a hold here from Liquid.
They passed the ultimate test of not walking into the fountain. I think that's going to secure them the win here.
The mini Ravage holding him down the toss. Actually, yeah, it's going to be enough. They get the kill there onto Mickey. That should be the end of the game. Saberlight coming back on the Underlord, going to do what damage he can here. Try and slow this one out, but there it is. The GGs come through and boom. Taking a game off Liquid here to finish off their group stage run.
That does mean we are going to have tiebreakers between Liquid, Yakult Brothers, and Game & Gladiators. They're all at 7-7, and only one team gets to move on. So we're gonna have some exciting games after this with the new patch.
Yeah, we did say that, Boom had the potential to do the funniest thing ever and potentially deny Team Liquid another escape from group stage. And, as a team that has historically struggled in DreamLeague, Boom may have set the stage once again for that to happen. But a really well played game from them, a very cool draft, and I've got to say, to me, it all comes back to the techies play for the Tormentor early on, that 15-minute mark, where not only do they get themselves multiple kills baiting Team Liquid in, but then the 3,000 gold swing off the Tormentor to just kind of push the game in their advantage. They never lost the gold lead after that.
Yeah, it's pretty early in the patch to say, but off the games we've been able to see, it certainly seems like having a good showing in the this one right here, actually. They get the kill on FBZ. They thought they could play aggressive, but instead they get really weakened up by the mines. Don't forget the mines apply the magic resist, so that gives even more damage to the avalanche toss combo from the Tiny. Takes a little bit more effort, but they ended up cleaning up that fight, getting the Tormentor off that strength. They get the first Roshan here. It was pretty close. I gotta say, there are many moments where Liquid almost had it, and if they happen to pick up the Aegis first, if they finish the Roshan like 2 seconds sooner, Liquid was at the very edge of getting right back into this game. Exactly why you can't count this team out, but in the end, Boom did a great job of getting themselves the win here and giving the Dota fans what they wanted. More games, tiebreakers to come.
Three-way tiebreakers, let's go! Yeah, it's
on
gonna
a new
be
patch too. You couldn't ask for
that's
more.
the fun part. There is no no one has really a solid understanding of the patch. Like everyone's still just scraping for anything that they can figure out, any sort of like edge that will give them, the advantage. But yeah, this is gonna be a very fun tiebreaker scenario. And, I think Liquid might be, kicking themselves a little bit. That last Roshan, like you said, they could have gotten it. They had amplified damage on Mickey. They just kind of dragged their feet a little bit with making the call to go to Roshan, and then it leads to this. The Doom onto the Luna. FBZ takes the Aegis away from them. And then a fight in this Roche pit where you have Tim's getting like multi-hero Earth Spikes, Jackie Boys with his Unleash. Like, there's just no way you win it. And Boom.
We actually see some of the Roche changes come into play there, right?
Yeah,
the Roar disarming and doing the bonus damage, throwing heroes around, but also moving from the middle of the map, or like top middle to bottom middle. That is much easier to contest, in my opinion, than when it was in the corners of the map. Because previously, Liquid, maybe you start that Roche, you can't do it in time. You're like, okay, we just go through the twin gate, we set up there. They'll have a hard time sieging in. But when it's 360 around the Roche pit, right? You just can't block every angle that Boom can come in from. And you kind of have to take the risk because you already started it. You can't back off now. You're going to lose it to Unleash, deleting it before you can get back in there. But that just forces your hand, and ultimately they lose off that fight.
Yeah, this was just a very entertaining game. I think so far the patch is just leading for very entertaining games. Just historically with Dota, that just happens, right? Anytime we have these new patches that shakes everything up, you don't really know what you're going to get. But Boom, very impressive performance from them here in game number 2. Really pulling back from what, seemed like just kind of an outplay in game 1, but this looked good. They seemed like they had a way better control of this game. They made very few mistakes. Liquid, like you said, you can't really count them out because they're really good at team fighting and making decisions, but Boom just had their number, had the advantage, and I will think we'll be seeing more techies. I think this hero seems pretty good because of the specific changes to Tormentor. I think that's one of those things that we maybe weren't quite expecting immediately, but very cool.
Yeah, these heroes. Oh, well, let's actually ask some of the players involved. So we have an interview.
Hello, hello. Congratulations, Genuel. How are you?
Congrats.
Yeah, my bad. Okay, poor choice of words. But very impressive game 2 here. I gotta say, this was really fun to watch. And I have to pick your brain a little bit, because obviously no one really knows too much about the patch today. It's just everyone's figuring things out. This Techies looks really cool in terms of controlling important areas of the maps. Like, was this something that you guys expected out of it, or was it all just theory crafting?
We kind of know, like, this 15 minutes Tormentor is super important and it's gonna be fight all the time. So I was just thinking maybe Techies is good because of securing it. You can actually kill it also at the time, 15 minutes, or just secure the area to kill them, and decent lane.
I love it. What do you think was like one of the big changes from like game 1 to game 2? Because it's hard to pinpoint exactly like with the new patch and everything, but do you guys just feel like it was like some of the lanes, or was it like a kind of a draft situation you guys ran into?
To be honest, the first game we were just confused and don't know what's going on, especially on the good heroes, I would say.
Yeah, that's fair. I can understand that. Zach, I'm gonna let you ask some questions.
Yeah. So actually, to what you just said, it's rare to have like such a big patch come out and then you have to immediately play some competitive games. So what was the process for you guys? I guess like you wake up, you find there's a patch, and then how do you squeeze in the prep before the series?
I mean, teams just woke me up telling me like there's a patch, and then we just straight go to the gaming area and then just figure out something. Just keep playing pubs, and we just brainstorm later on.
I got it. Okay, and then what's something you're excited about? You know, I mean, this was such a big patch. There's all sorts of stuff. Is there anything that's got you really excited to try out?
To be honest, I kind of feel sad that we're out with this new patch, but like it is what it is. I wanna try out so many things, so many heroes, even the wards, you know. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, but I think everyone will be excited to see you guys come back in with the new patch and the ideas. You guys already showing like techies looking good and bringing some exciting games in the next one.
Yeah.
I got one more question for you. Obviously, you know, you guys, like you said, you're unfortunately already out here of DreamLeague, but there's a lot more tournaments later this year. So how are you guys as a team feeling going into kind of like your next set of events?
We're not thinking about it for the meantime. We're just kind of figuring out the stuff that we want to do, and I feel like the gameplay is still the same from what's we're looking at right now.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. Just on a personal note, I gotta say I've always been a fan of the haircut. It's super sick. So glad to see you finally here at first, so I can tell you. Yeah. General, thank you so much for joining us, dude. It's a pleasure speaking with you, and I hope you guys managed to have some fun with the new patch and bring those ideas to life.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
I've been wanting to say that ever since I saw the haircut, and I was like, man, I finally have the opportunity. I can't let it pass me up.
The most powerful haircuts in the Dota scene.
Dude, his is legendary by far. All right, with this bringing almost the group stage to an end, let's take a look at the standings, because we have tiebreakers tomorrow. That is going to make things very fun. Yakult's Brothers, Team Liquid, and Gaming Gladiators will be fighting those ones out. But for Group A, we have Tundra, Bet Boom, Falcons, and Heroic. Moving on to Phase 2, and from Group B, currently, Team Spirit, Chimera, and Paravision, which will be joined one of the following 3 teams. I'm a little bit interested because tiebreakers are scary, especially on the new patch. We'll really find out what teams are able to do the most prep work tonight, right? Like, this is where it's like you hit the grindstone hard.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of excited for what Yakult Brothers will bring in, because we already saw them doing some weird stuff with like the Beastmaster carry and the like jungle Veno. I feel like with what we saw with how strong this Tormentor at 15 is, maybe there is a lot more room for these pseudo like semi-carry strats where you have like this Beastmaster or a Night Stalker with a jungle Veno who's coming online with a ton of extra gold. And then off of that, you're able to secure the Tormentor, which leads to the Roshan, and we see that gold lead snowball. So they seem to have brought some really interesting ideas. But of course, Liquid and Gaming Gladiators have tons of prep to come up with their own creative ideas.
Yeah, I think we have like a pseudo schedule set up for tomorrow, which, yeah, our first game will be Occult Brothers versus Liquid happening there at 14:30 CET on the main stream. So make sure to tune in for these. You will not want to miss them. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. And since it is a 3-way tiebreaker, it does kind of change things up, you know, in terms of how it's played. I believe these are all going to be best of 3s. Am I wrong, or are they best of 1s? They're best of 1 round robins. All right, best of 1 round robins. So super volatile and very chaotic is going to be, you know, kind of what to look forward to.
Yeah, maybe it'll be where you do come up with a cool interaction. Like here, we got to see Pango with the serrated shiv that seemed to be doing a lot of damage, which actually I forgot to check. Maybe I'll look in that before we go. But that seemed to be really good. The techies interactions, right? So here's where you got a day. Maybe you can figure out what these surprise best heroes are to get you that, like you said, the volatile best of 1 win.
Yeah. Well, it has been a very fun group stage. It has been a very fun of like DreamLeague so far. It's just going to get better now that we're on this new patch. So we just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in today. We hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. My name is Cryptic. I've been here with Zico Exotics. As always, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody. Go play.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. you are a Dota player first. And I love that.